Reincarnating Isn't Enough. Volume 1, by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Reincarnation in Another World. It was on a certain spring day that Kano was summoned to another world. He had died in Japan, and the next thing he knew, he was in a grand hall. His consciousness faded, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was in an unfamiliar place. He couldn't make sense of it. He stood there, dumbfounded. After all, Kano was supposed to have died of illness. It was discovered during a routine checkup, and just 3 months later he was gone. Still in his 20s, the disease progressed so quickly that by the time it was found, it was already too late. He suffered, and died alone. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he was inexplicably in an unknown place. There was no continuity. Bewildered, he looked around. Surrounding him were many others like him, all equally stunned. Unable to comprehend, grappling with what was happening, some pinched their cheeks or blinked repeatedly, wondering if it was a dream. And so, that state of confusion persisted for a while. Then, abruptly, a wall in the hall slid open and a man stepped in. He spoke, "We desire the technology of your world." Section 30 days had passed since then. In that time, Kano learned that this other world was stagnant. To break through that stagnation, they were summoning engineers and scientists from Earth. Kano's summoning was part of that effort, but there was a problem. The summoning magic of this world lacked the ability to select specific individuals, and it seemed to crudely drag in the souls of the deceased. As a result, many unrelated people were summoned, and, as it happened, Kano was one of them. Unfortunately, he possessed neither the knowledge nor the skills they sought. In short, he was just a bystander caught up in the mess. A person whose presence or absence made little difference. "All right, I'll collect the tests now." And so, Kano, without any particular role, was still diligently taking tests even after some time in this world. His current location was a classroom in an educational facility of the country that summoned him. Around him were many other reincarnators, and he blended in among them. The test, by the way, was about the geography of this world. Its size, the names of countries, and details about the underground. From what Kano had heard, this knowledge wasn't particularly useful outside the facility. So, many of the other reincarnators treated the test casually, unlike Kano, who studied earnestly and took it seriously. Why? Because he had nothing else to do. Kano let out a small sigh as he recalled the contents of the test. It covered this country and the size of the planet. The country was roughly the size of Earth's Eurasian continent, and the planet was apparently several times larger than Earth. Beneath the planet's surface lay dungeons, straight out of a game, teeming with monsters and disease. These dungeons were said to be part of a sinister plot by an evil god. Destroying the dungeons was the mission of those born in this world, and the gods lent their power to humanity for that purpose. Unfortunately, that mission was currently at a standstill. Section. To put it simply, the dungeons were far too vast. The underground labyrinths, as far as they had been explored, were said to be several times larger than this already massive planet. An enormous, seemingly endless dungeon. Traversing it on foot was utterly impossible. And while fantastical teleportation magic existed as a means of travel, it was a highly individualized skill, and there weren't nearly enough practitioners. In short, the issue wasn't the strength of the enemy, but the sheer physical impossibility of conquering the dungeons. It seemed the evil god had no intention of letting them succeed. One might want to call it cowardly, but as a survival strategy in this reality, not a game, it was perfectly rational. As a result, progress had stalled for centuries, while monsters continued to spill forth, and diseases kept spreading. To break this deadlock, a breakthrough was needed. That breakthrough might be the mechanical technology of another world, cars, trains, or planes. Not one-off creations, but systems capable of mass production through industrialization. In other words, that was why Earthlings like Kano had been summoned. Section. Done. What are we eating? The test ended, and the reincarnators around Kano quickly stood up and left the classroom. Having been in this world for a while, Kano and the others were starting to grow accustomed to it. The reincarnators weren't exactly confined. Once their tasks were done, they went various places, heading into town or spending their pocket money to have fun. Well, Kano wasn't doing any of that. He kept studying, alone since he had no friends, Even now, he kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with anyone. That was Kano, a complete social recluse. Section. A few minutes later, Kano lifted his head. He left the classroom after most of the others had gone, glancing at them from a distance, thinking how they all seemed to be enjoying themselves. Ugh. As he walked down the hallway and looked outside, he saw many reincarnators walking in a lively atmosphere. Not a single one seemed pessimistic, at least not that he could see. They laughed, greeted blonde girls, probably elven girls, as they passed by, fully accustomed to this other world and its different races, showing neither fear nor despair. To Kano, that felt somewhat abnormal. After all, the reincarnators had been summoned to a completely foreign world, far different from Earth. They had no wealth, no knowledge, no grasp of common sense, and no understanding of prices. In such a place, alone with no one to rely on, wouldn't most people feel pessimistic? It wouldn't be strange to lose sleep over anxiety. Yet, everyone was living so optimistically, laughing. The reason for that was, thanks to the gods, In a word, that was it. Apparently, the reincarnators were given special treatment by the gods. It seemed that, by their grace, they were granted enough power to live comfortably with plenty to spare. A reincarnator summoned a year ago had explained this while laughing. That knowledge allowed them to play so carefree. They had a safety net. That's something to be grateful for. Naturally, this was a relief for Kano too. After all, he was an ordinary person. He was self-aware enough to know he'd be the type to die off-screen first in a horror movie. That said, Kano was skeptical by nature and had initially doubted such a convenient setup. But after 30 days of observation, it seemed to be true. I need to thank the gods. He genuinely felt that way. Following the motions he'd been taught, he made the sign of the cross with his fingers, offering a prayer of gratitude. If not for that, he wouldn't be able to walk so leisurely now. Oh, you're Kano-kun, right? It was just after finishing his prayer that it happened. Kano was suddenly called out to from the side. Section. His name being called out of the blue made Kano's shoulders jump. Instructor. Hey, it's been since the last class, hasn't it? Trying to stay calm, he turned toward the voice and saw a familiar instructor who had taught a few of his classes. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with long, fluffy silver hair and a pristine white coat as her distinctive features. The instructor approached Kano with light steps. Hey, I heard you've been working hard. Your grades are apparently really good, And then she suddenly praised him. She mentioned his high attendance, his exemplary behavior in the dorms, and how diligent he was. To those words, Kano. Thank you. Being diligent is my only redeeming quality. He replied carefully, making sure his voice didn't waver. He could just barely manage formal conversation, but casual chatter was beyond him. That was the kind of socially awkward person Kano was. He could barely manage, but it always troubled him. It didn't help that the instructor was beautiful. Kano was the type of socially awkward person who wanted to flee rather than get close to someone attractive. So diligence is your strength, But oblivious to Kano's discomfort, the instructor drew closer. At such close range, her face was clearly visible, a level of beauty rarely seen on Earth. Yet, Kano didn't consider this a perk. Instead, he averted his gaze, trying to put more distance between them. By the way, Kano-kun. Why yes. Have you decided on your blessing yet? The instructor asked him. Section. What is a blessing? It was a power that everyone in this world possessed, bestowed by the gods. Kano had learned that this world had many gods, each granting different blessings based on their domains. These blessings could enhance magical abilities or make it easier to acquire technical skills, special powers like that. However, they were influenced by bloodline or environment, so people couldn't choose their blessings. It was a somewhat restrictive power, and many had their dreams crushed because of the blessing they received. But reincarnators could choose their blessings, and that right was the greatest privilege granted to them. Since reincarnators were unbound by blood or upbringing, they could choose freely. Plus, they apparently got some extra perks. They could pick any blessing, whether it was useful for dungeon conquest or suited for production. The freedom was so vast that some even complained about being spoiled for choice. Section. I haven't decided on a blessing yet. Kano was still undecided. He was vaguely considering a spatial magic blessing, but hadn't found a decisive reason. He'd heard others were discussing it among themselves, but Kano had no one to talk to about it. But what did that matter? Oh, I see, I see. Suddenly, the instructor patted Kano's shoulder. Startled by the unexpected contact, Kano's body jolted. Then, I've got a recommendation for you. How about life magic? Let's go with that. It'd be perfect for someone diligent like you, she said. Life magic. You'd need a strong blessing to become top tier, and it requires a lot of effort. But for a reincarnator, the strength of the blessing is guaranteed, so it's a great fit. How about it? It's not as strict with master-apprentice relationships as crafting blessings, and it's way more lucrative than other types of magic. It's insanely profitable. Kano had heard of life magic. In short, it was healing magic, magic to cure injuries or diseases. Other magics could heal to some extent, but life magic was supposedly the most powerful for healing. In other words, it was a doctor's magic specialized in healing. Naturally, it'd be profitable. It had actually been one of his initial options, but he'd forgotten about it, thinking spatial magic seemed more versatile. He'd heard any mage could heal minor injuries. But then, the instructor gripped his shoulder a bit more firmly. Look over there, see that big building? It's not a noble's mansion, it's the house of a life magic user. That's the kind of wealth you can maintain easily. I see. And life magic isn't just for healing. It's great for physical enhancement too. You could shine as an adventurer. Did you know? The champions of the annual martial tournament for decades have been life magic users. I see. There are plenty who have earned titles too. Life magic users can easily build connections with the upper class and achieve results. It's way easier than making it as an adventurer. Is that so? Kano was bewildered as the instructor bombarded him with recommendations. Though surprised, he listened earnestly. After all, he prided himself on his diligence as his only strength. You'll live longer too. Sure, anyone can extend their life by boosting mana or vitality, but life magic keeps you young and beautiful for an especially long time. I see. The instructor kept pitching life magic, touting its benefits one after another, while Kano listened with a serious expression. But well, to Kano, she seemed like someone who only spoke of the upsides. The fact that she didn't mention any downsides felt suspicious. Kano was very skeptical. As much as he was diligent, he was distrustful. His loner tendencies, introversion, and skepticism hadn't changed even after dying once. Kano's nature was to doubt everything first. Sure, she was an instructor, so he wanted to trust her, but it sounded too good to be true. Scammers always spoke of nothing but benefits, and her being beautiful was, in this case, a negative factor. A honey trap, understood, I'll consider it as an option. So he gave a vague excuse and tried to leave. Wait, hold on, don't you have any goals? It takes effort, but you can achieve anything. But the instructor grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Kano thought that made it even shadier. You're skeptical? There's no lie in my words, no malice either. I'm recommending this purely because so few can become top tier with life magic. I just want more people to try, for the sake of others, the world, and the gods. I swear to the gods, there's no falsehood in what I'm telling you about life magic. To the gods? He was shocked. He knew that swearing to the gods in this world was a serious matter. Such oaths were absolute. Breaking them would weaken one's blessing, diminish their power, and render past efforts meaningless. Every instructor had warned against making such oaths lightly. He'd heard of reincarnators who lost their blessings by speaking carelessly, and the library's books told similar stories. So, her credibility did increase. If you believe me, think it over again. Staring directly into his eyes, the instructor spoke slowly. Money, fame, and even women, anything you want. A harem, easy. You could buy 100 beautiful slave girls to serve you. Slaves, a harem, section. Slave harem. It was a term that had appeared in Japanese fiction in recent years. A protagonist buys beautiful slave girls, surrounds himself with them, and they fawn over him. Sometimes it's sweet, sometimes they grow to love him. Other times, it's cruel and they come to hate him, that kind of story. The content varied, and in recent years, it wasn't easily defined by a single trope, but that was the gist. In short, a man's dream. Kano had read such stories before. So, the instructor's words shook him. After all, he'd been jealous. How many people, during their teenage years, hadn't lain in bed fantasizing about such stories? With slaves, even someone like him might be loved. In another world, he might walk side by side with someone. Such fantasies. But they were impossible, unattainable, and he'd sighed and given up, deeming them meaningless and foolish. Yet those fantasies. Section O. A slave harem's what you're after. Suddenly leapt into reality. I see. NOI. Kano panicked, having reacted to the term slave harem in front of a woman, but the instructor grinned mischievously. She nodded repeatedly, patting his shoulder. That's fine, isn't it? It's a man's dream, right? And no, that's... I get it. Guys are like that, aren't they? She said it was the same no matter the world. You can look forward to it. As many as you want, dozens even. Master life magic, become an adept, and you'll easily earn 1,000 gold coins. You could go to a slave trader and buy all the cute girls you want, she said. Her brazen attitude made Kano move past being taken aback and start listening seriously. Buy a mansion in the capital, surround yourself with tons of slaves. Sure, the training's tough, but once you get through it, you can do whatever you want. The instructor kept going. How's that? Pretty great, right? Spouting ridiculously convenient promises while slapping Kano's shoulder. The impact made his vision shake, and at the same time, his heart wavered just a little. Look over there. See those elf girls? Following her pointing finger, Kano's gaze landed on the elf girls he'd seen earlier, the ones cheerfully greeting the earthlings. Beautiful blonde girls. Their golden hair gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, a beauty of another world, unseen on Earth. Your world doesn't have elves, right? You could probably have your way with girls like them. Ugh. Kano's eyes darted nervously. Really? Could that actually happen in reality? He thought it might be a lie, but she'd sworn to the gods earlier. If so, could someone like him really have a slave harem? That meant, did my life have any meaning? Maybe he wouldn't have to die alone in a hospital room this time. Maybe he wouldn't be just some irrelevant nobody, an unwanted nuisance. Even with his social awkwardness, even if he couldn't build proper relationships, maybe this time he could be with someone. The path to becoming an adept is tough, but for a diligent, hardworking guy like you, I'm sure you'll be fine. Don't worry, life magic has thorough training. They'll look after you for years, decades, even until the end. His heart wavered. It wavered so much. He thought he'd heard something about the training being tough, but it barely registered amidst the shaking. I swear to the gods, I have no ulterior motives, no malice. I'm scouting you, someone with potential, for the sake of people, the world, and the gods. Potential me, really, because I'm diligent. Kano prided himself on his diligence. He'd lived that way. He had to carve out a place for himself. Kano, the nuisance. Kano, who couldn't even hold a casual conversation. To survive in society, he had no choice but to wear the mask of diligence. Ugh. If he mastered life magic, he might earn a fortune. With that fortune, he might build a slave harem. This time, he might live surrounded by people. That thought made him dizzy. No matter how much he suffered, no one had reached out to him, and no one mourned his death. He didn't want that kind of end again. No, wait, calm down. His mind was reeling, but Kano forced himself to stay calm. His long-honed skepticism held him back. He told himself to settle down, that things couldn't possibly go so smoothly. His life had never worked out that well. Right, even if I bought slaves. To begin with, he thought, buying slaves wouldn't guarantee things would work out. He didn't know much about this world's slavery system, but this was reality, not a story. Even slaves must have some free will. They should have the right to choose who they love. He might be able to buy slaves, but whether they'd get along afterward depended on his own ability. For someone who couldn't even make friends, a harem was impossible. Instead of being loved, he'd likely be mocked behind his back, hurt, and end up more isolated despite having a harem. What's wrong? The instructor asked, looking puzzled, probably because Kano had suddenly gone quiet. No, I think I'll pass. Excuse me. Why? Wait. He tried to escape, but she grabbed him again, holding his shoulder. So, reluctantly, Kano voiced his thoughts. He explained that people have their limits, that someone like him couldn't maintain a harem, and that human relationships would inevitably fall apart. That's why he should stick to a safer way of living, like before. Maintaining it and human relationships, huh? Don't worry, that's not an issue. Huh. The instructor laughed and gripped his shoulder harder. If you think that way, then you should become an adept. She looked at him from close range, smiling brightly. Listen, slaves basically have no human rights. They don't even have the right to refuse orders. Ugh. And those who master life magic, adepts, are permitted more than others due to their role. For example, they're allowed to use special drugs. Other blessings don't get that privilege. Alchemists can make them, but they're forbidden from using them. What does that mean? Listen, if you're an adept, you can use love potions. Kano, who had never been needed by anyone. Kano, who could never talk properly with anyone. Yes. Kano gave in to his desires. He leapt at the carrot dangled before him with all his might. Section. Regarding love potions, Kano thought. A drug that forces someone to fall in love. A demonic substance that manipulates people's emotions at will. It was far too selfish. A drug that strayed from the path of morality. The ethics he'd developed in Japan screamed in protest, and the calm part of his mind berated him as scum. It was unforgivable. It shouldn't be allowed. But was there any other way? Kano, who had lived over 20 years without forming meaningful connections. Kano, who had always been isolated. Kano, who struggled to even make eye contact. He couldn't think of any other way. All he could think was one thing, even for someone as socially inept as him. With a love potion, could someone like me become someone's number one? To be someone's special person, someone's precious something. Could he, who had always longed for that, finally achieve it? Section. Several days later. That day, the reincarnators' training sessions ended. Most of them left the dorms to pursue their chosen paths. To obtain their selected blessings, those aiming to be warriors headed to the Warriors Guild, and those wanting to be mages went to the Mages Guild. And Kano, too, knocked on the door of the Life Magic Guild. After being warmly welcomed, though he could only muster "thank you" and "I'll do my best," feeling exasperated with himself, he was led deeper into the guild. There, he saw the divine avatar he'd heard about. The god appeared as a pure white girl with angelic wings on her back. With a beautiful face and eyes free of malice, she welcomed Kano. "Do you wish to walk the path of life?" To that Kano, "Yes." He averted his eyes slightly and answered in a single word. He knew it was rude, but he couldn't meet her gaze. Yet the god smiled at him again. "Then, receive my blessing. May your path be filled with many smiles." With those words, light enveloped him. Kano felt something warm take root in his body. Section. And then, 30 days later, Kano was on the verge of death in a corner of the training grounds. Og. Kano vomited blood. He retched his stomach's contents. A scream escaped him. Pain dominated his mind. His brain reeled, and the training grounds floor where he crouched felt like an unstable seesaw. "Stand up. Monsters won't wait for you like I do." The instructor's voice rained down from above. The same instructor who had lured him here, but her voice held none of the kindness from that day. Gah! It hurt, but he heard something cutting through the air, and instinctively, Kano rolled to the side. A training spear pierced the spot where he'd been. Covered in his own blood and vomit, he staggered to his feet. Gah! He forced his leaden limbs to move and started running. He knew that if he didn't, something worse would happen. And as he ran, he thought, well, of course it'd turn out like this. He'd known from the start. Things wouldn't go so smoothly. Kano hadn't lived a life where things worked out so easily. The world was harsh. Besides, he'd chosen to ignore the instructor's warnings about the training being tough. It was obvious if he'd thought about it. Money. Fame. If that was all there was to it, why would they need to recruit people? Normally, people would flock to it. The fact that they weren't meant there was a massive catch. So now, Kano was suffering the consequences of getting carried away. He moved his hands and feet desperately. Covered in blood and vomit, he ran, half dead from the brutal training. If you're going to run, circulate your mana. Enhance your body to the fullest. If you can't, then die. Don't worry, if you die quickly, we can still revive you. Insane training. A Spartan regimen unthinkable in Japan. Was Kano deceived, suffering as he was? No, he wasn't. Everything the instructor had said back then was true. Money could be earned. Achievements could be gained. Women could be his as he pleased, and using dangerous drugs was indeed easy. An adept, a master of life magic. Once that title was attained, there was little that couldn't be obtained. Almost everything could be achieved. And why was that? An adept is a guardian of humanity, the last bastion for the powerless. Defeat is not permitted. Above all, they must be stronger than anyone. Kano was shocked to learn, on the first day of training, that he had unwittingly set his sights on something extraordinary. Since that day, he had been running, vomiting blood. Forcing newly learned mana through his aching body, he ran. If he let up even slightly, fists would rain down, forcing him to spit blood and bile. After training, his stamina was restored with life magic, and he studied magic. Nearly all his time, aside from meals and brief rests, was dedicated to life magic. Apparently, for an ordinary person to master life magic, mana alone wasn't enough. Those with extraordinary talent could master it through normal training. But for an ordinary person to reach that level, immense vitality was required, and to build that vitality, one had to become strong, the instructor had said. An indomitable spirit, a body tougher than steel, and overwhelming martial prowess were necessary. Training to enable an ordinary person to wield the ultimate magic, which they otherwise couldn't attain, that was this hell. If your arms fail, fight with your legs. If your legs are lost, crawl and bite. Even in death, fight. Become a shield for the innocent. That is what it means to be an adept. He wanted to say it was absurd. There was no way he could do that. His body had no part free of pain, and his spirit was on the verge of breaking. Kano, an ordinary person, wasn't built to endure such brutal training. He wanted to escape and quit right then and there. But the reason Kano ran so desperately was because he had a goal: a slave harem, love potions. No matter how immoral, no matter how wrong, this time he would. Kano, why did you come here? Why did you aim to become an adept? That's right, if he worked hard, he could surely achieve it. He wouldn't be alone anymore. If he kept trying, there was surely. In Japan, it was different. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't work. What he needed was communication skills, something Kano could never attain. He had no right to anything else. He could only live alone. Always alone, dying alone in agony in the end. But in this world, effort could make it possible. Kano wasn't bad at effort or studying. He had always been studying, after all. Studying was all he had. His family was broken. He couldn't make friends. He didn't have money to play around, nor the courage to turn delinquent. All he had was free time, so he sat at his desk endlessly. His mind wasn't exceptional, but he was average enough, and effort made up for the rest. His family paid enough for him to attend a decent university. But the result was, I don't want to die alone anymore. That was what scared him. He wasn't asking for someone to stay by his side. Just for someone to mourn him, even a little. If someone would just do that, Kano could. Maybe I shouldn't have been born. At the end, in his final moments, he wouldn't have had to think such things. Hot. So this time, Kano ran. Swallowing his bile, ignoring the pain, desperately moving forward. Section, and a year later, Kano's spirit broke as expected. This is impossible. Being an adept was too much for an ordinary person like him. Section, it was, as expected, impossible. Endless training and studying from morning to night. Clear one hurdle, and another, even tougher one was set. Just when he thought he was used to the training, it got even harsher. Finally, Kano's spirit broke under that daily grind. Honestly, it was impressive he lasted a year. He'd overheard before that dozens of reincarnators from Earth had tried to become adepts, and all had fled within 10 days. In fact, Kano had been breaking records almost from the start. The training was so brutal it was selective. Kano knew, they said, those who carry no burdens cannot endure an adept's training. I should give up. I'd tried hard enough, he thought. He'd gotten strong enough to live comfortably outside the academy. Recently, in training, Kano had defeated monsters classified as mid-tier by the Adventurers Guild. He'd also mastered mid-tier healing magic. In terms of value, he'd heard that reaching the lower tier in any field in this country was enough to earn a living. Not luxuriously, but enough for a modest family life. In that society, Kano had reached mid-tier in 2 fields. That was more than enough to live on. Normally, it took an ordinary person 20 years to master mid-tier healing magic. Kano was stunned, not thrilled, when he heard that. What kind of brutal training had he been enduring? Well, in the end, a love potion slave harem was impossible for someone like me. With a broken spirit, Kano thought that. People had their limits. A dream like that was too much for an ordinary person like him. So, that night, in the dead of night, to tell the instructor he was quitting, Kano walked the academy's halls after training. Continuing an adept's training was hard, but quitting was easy. Just tell the instructor he was done. He'd seen many others do it. Just as he'd seen off countless others, Kano would. That's when he noticed. In the corridor leading to the instructor's room, something was there. No, not something, someone familiar. He'd seen her before. White wings, white hair. A face so beautiful it seemed unreal. Red eyes, gleaming as they watched him from a corner of the corridor. The god was there. Section. In the grand corridor leading to the instructor's room, a figure watched Kano from behind a pillar. In the still air of midnight, illuminated only by the wall lamps, a radiant white silhouette stood out. The god, the avatar of the god of life magic, a beautiful girl, like a crafted doll, stared at him. Why did the god's face seem a little sad to Kano? Why was she looking at him like that? Did she know he was about to quit? But no, surely a god wouldn't be saddened by someone like him quitting. Confused but unable to look away from the god's gaze, Kano locked eyes with her. After a moment the god beckoned him, as if saying, "Come here." She gestured toward Kano. He turned to look behind him, wondering if someone else was there, a reflex of his social awkwardness. But no one was there. When he looked back, the god tilted her head curiously but continued beckoning. Kano pointed at himself. The god nodded immediately. As he took a step toward her, the god began walking toward a room. Kano followed, his mind full of question marks and nerves, but he wasn't bold enough to run from a god's summons. The room they entered had only a table and 2 chairs. On the table was a tea set, with snacks prepared. The god sat in one chair and gestured for Kano to take the other. Hesitantly, he pulled out the chair and sat. The god, glancing at him, reached for the tea set. Ugh. The god poured tea into cups, the sound echoing in the room. 2 cups were filled and one was placed before Kano. The god gestured, "Please drink." She didn't speak. Kano knew she never did, except during special moments like blessings. Because in this world, a god's words were absolute. Humans couldn't defy them. Defiance meant losing one's blessing. Thus, a god's words were commands, and so, the god refrained from speaking. She knew her casual words could burden people. Before Kano now was not a command but tea and snacks, offered kindly by the god. Ugh. He reached for the cup and took a sip. A pleasant aroma filled his nose, and the perfectly warm tea settled in his stomach. Delicious. He muttered without thinking. He exhaled, feeling some tension leave his shoulders. After a brief silence, the god smiled at Kano and tilted her head. For some reason, though no words were spoken, Kano felt as if she'd asked, "Is the training hard?" In response, Kano finally faced reality. The god knew he was about to flee the training and had called out to him for that reason. He hesitated over how to reply to her. "Yes, it's hard." The unfiltered truth slipped out. Maybe the tea loosened his tongue, or perhaps the god's endlessly gentle smile drew it out. He felt the god respond with a sense of, "I see. It's been tough, hasn't it? You've worked so hard for a year and a bit." Thank you." He was surprised, bowing in response to her comforting aura. Why? Because the god, a divine being, knew how long he'd been here. He hadn't expected a god to know about a mere trainee like him. Well, considering she'd gone out of her way to call him, maybe it made sense. But still, that she'd notice someone like him. "But are you at your limit?" "Yes." "I see, you've worked so hard." A tinge of sadness emanated from the god. She genuinely seemed disappointed. Kano felt ashamed for admitting such weakness to her. Embarrassed by his complaints, he almost said he wouldn't quit after all. But he was truly at his limit. Because he'd realized something. A year at the academy and the adept training was still just beginning, yet he'd worked hard enough to glimpse what lay ahead. Kano had no talent for life magic, none at all. In the academy, filled with talented adept candidates, he was surely the least gifted. In his best areas, he was barely average. In his weaker ones, it took him twice as long as others. Over the year, newer adept candidates kept surpassing him. Each time, he watched them move forward. He keenly felt his lack of talent. He'd tried his best, but it wasn't enough. He was utterly ordinary. And he despaired at how many years it would take for someone like him to become an adept. So, he was at his limit. the shameful dream of a slave harem, he decided an ordinary person like him should live modestly and abandon it. I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. I know my effort wasn't enough, but I can't go on. Huh? At that, a surprised aura came from the god. Her large eyes widened further, blinking rapidly. Not enough effort. Yes. That's absolutely not true. Huh. I saw you, how hard you worked. Swinging your spear late every night after training, right? Studying instead of going out to play on holidays. I know. She saw, the god, what she said was true. Indeed, he stayed late at the training grounds after sessions. He didn't go out to play on holidays. But that, for Kano, it was a form of escape, because he was socially awkward. He had no place in the dorms. Joining others to go out and play was unthinkable, so he escaped into training and studying, as always, as he'd done his whole life, distracting himself from loneliness with effort. That's how he'd lived. But to that Kano, the god said, giving up is fine, but don't deny your effort. Acknowledge the hard work you put in. Praise yourself for it, okay? The god looked straight at him, smiling. You did well. You're amazing, she seemed to say. Her aura conveyed praise, wordless but clear. There was no lie in it. The god genuinely acknowledged him. That sincerity reached his heart. Her smile was so genuine, her feelings so direct, that he couldn't doubt them. Yes. To that god, Kano felt like crying. Her smile, for some reason, filled something in him. A void in his heart he hadn't known existed felt just a little fulfilled. Ugh. And so, strangely enough, he thought he'd try a bit harder. That day, Kano didn't go to the instructor's room. After parting with the god, he returned to his dorm and resumed his efforts the next morning. The next year, Kano's spirit broke again. No, really, this was impossible. This cycle repeated about once a year for years. His spirit broke, the god appeared, and he stood back up. For years and years. Training, vomiting blood. The end was far off, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tell if he was progressing. Yet he kept walking. Running, crying, vomiting blood. Nearly dying, being revived, nearly dying again. Fighting monsters, losing countless times. Finally winning, only to face even stronger ones. No talent ever emerged, no matter how long he trained. Hundreds of newer students surpassed him, and he watched thousands give up and leave the academy. He struggled desperately. Learned, failed to learn fully, repeated endlessly. He dreamed again, the dream he once had. Chasing a love potion slave harem. If he told anyone, they'd probably laugh and say he should practice talking to people instead of aiming for adept status. But because he couldn't do that, he kept struggling. No matter how foolish, how pathetic, in this life he just wanted to be with someone. That was his only wish. Congratulations, Kano. You've truly achieved it. That day, Kano became an adept. 25 years had passed since he first knocked on the academy's door. Kano, congratulations. Thank you. At that moment, Kano felt little joy. Only exhaustion and doubt that this was real. 25 years, including his time in Japan, about half his life. Those with talented blessings became adepts in as little as 10 years, so Kano was among the slowest. Long, long years. Though life magic kept his appearance youthful, time had undeniably passed. No one from his original cohort remained. There had been about 100, and 2 became adepts 15 and 10 years ago. The rest had all given up. Here's the adept's coat. As you know, wearing it isn't mandatory. Wear it, discard it, do as you like. Yes. The instructor handed him a pristine white coat. The same instructor who had invited him to the academy 25 years ago stood before him, but she hadn't worn this coat back then. That thought brought a slight sense of reality. Few wore the adept's coat, but it was undeniably a symbol of an adept. He recalled the past years. How had he managed to persevere? The god came to mind. Each time he was about to give up, she brewed tea for him, acknowledged him, watched over him for years and years. During the final adept exam the other day, the god had watched him from afar. She observed him as he faced the trial, and when he succeeded, she clapped loudly, her eyes a bit teary. He felt it. He nearly cried too. Though she spoke no words, she celebrated him with congratulations. So Kano was grateful for the god's kindness, for her mercy reaching out even to someone like him. He looked at the adept's coat in his hands. Embroidered on it was the white-winged cross, symbolizing the god. So Kano slipped the coat on, fastening every clasp from neck to waist. You're wearing it, huh? Well, that's your choice too. Adepts are granted far more freedom than others, as long as they don't betray the mission given by the gods. And Kano, as of today, you are the 9120th adept. Yes, you can do anything now. Use your life magic to save people from disease. Become an adventurer and challenge the dungeons. Fight the evil gods' forces, earn merits, and become a noble. Or, as you once said, build a harem. Yes. Well, normally, family ties or religious obligations limit how freely one can live. But you, a person from another world, have none of those. Maybe you're the freest adept in this world. The instructor laughed, looking at Kano with a hint of envy. Kano, unsure how to respond, stayed silent. Haha, sorry. I said too much. Let's wrap this up. One last thing for you. What's this? A price list. You could call it a fee schedule for hiring an adept. He looked at the paper. It listed things like curing a fatal disease, half a gold coin, escort 30 days, 2,000 gold coins, or stationed in a miasma-contaminated town, 30 days, 1,000 gold coins. Kano wasn't well-versed in this world's economy, having spent most of his time training. But he'd heard 1 gold coin could support a family in the capital for 30 days. Indeed, this was lucrative. A slave harem would be easy to build. Oh, just to clarify again, you're free. You don't have to follow this price list. You can heal for free or charge 10 times the rate. That's what it means to be an adept. Yes. But well, no, maybe I'll stop there. From now on, see with your own eyes and decide for yourself. Yes. The instructor gave a cryptic look, and Kano regarded her suspiciously. But she turned her gaze toward a gate, the grand entrance of the academy. It was several times larger than a person, usually closed, but opened only when a new adept was born. Now go, live as you please, fulfill your desires. You've achieved it. The only mission imposed on you is this: fight the evil god and its minions. Protect the innocent from evil. That is the sole duty of an adept. Section. As he walked toward the gate, Kano thought, the time to fulfill his goal had finally come. Build a slave harem, use love potions. Then he could do whatever he wanted. Beautiful girls, women, at his beck and call, free to indulge in anything, erotic or otherwise. Work moderately, earn moderately, and it would come true quickly. The price list he'd been given showed that curing a fatal disease, something only adepts could do, earned half a gold coin. Exorbitant, but with some work, he could buy a mansion and a few slaves with change to spare. In other words, his goal was as good as achieved, the ideal he once dreamed of. This time, Kano wouldn't be alone but with someone. Lord Adept, are you heading out? Oh yes, please. Lost in thought, he'd reached the gate. Nodding to the gatekeepers on either side, the chains began to move. The massive gate, over 10 meters tall, opened with a rumble. The movement was slow, and it would take time to fully open. So, Kano turned his gaze from the gate and looked back. There was the academy where he'd spent half his life. The training grounds, the dorms, the cafeteria. And at the top floor, he noticed, in a room on the top floor at a window, he saw the god. The window was kilometers away, but with his life magic-enhanced vision, he could see her. She was working near the window. Then their eyes met. The god widened her eyes as if surprised and smiled at Kano. A gentle smile, accompanied by a small wave. It felt like she was saying, "Have a good journey." Kano couldn't help but smile back. He waved, feeling a bit embarrassed at himself. "I'll be back." He muttered softly, turning forward. Aware of his loosened cheeks, he covered his mouth with his hand. And then, briefly, he wondered what kind of face the god would make if she knew about his love potion slave harem. He shook his head, deciding not to think about it. It was too late now. After 25 years, there was no turning back. A loud thud echoed. The gate had fully opened. Kano took a step forward. Then another and another, heading toward the gate. Beyond it lay a vast city, the capital, crowded with shops and houses, filled with people walking the streets. That's where he would live freely from now on. As he passed under the thick gate, he paused. Something felt off. Kano knew the Adept's Academy was built on a high hill in the capital, and beyond the gate was a massive downward staircase. The long, exhausting staircase he'd climbed when he first arrived. But there, people, and not just a few. Not 10 or 20, but far more. He'd been slow to notice because of the city's bustle. What? A festival on the stairs. Thinking that, he passed through the gate. From the top of the staircase, he looked down. There were people, so many people, overflowing from the massive staircase, and all of them were looking at him, their eyes wide, staring at him. Voices reached him. It's an adept, a new adept. Please help, Lord Adept, help us, please, Lord Adept. Oh, how wonderful. My hometown, my home, help us, Lord Adept. The white-winged cross, Lord Adept, save us. The plague, Lord Adept, please, please, Lord Adept, save us. Lord Adept. Lord Adept, 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 save us. Lord Adept, Lord Adept, Lord Adept, please, Lord Adept, Lord Adept, Lord Adept, Lord Adept, Lord Adept. Please, please, please. Lord Adept, please save us. There a sea of people sought salvation. Chapter 2, Telnerica. Lord Adept, 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 Lord Adept. The voices pleading for salvation surged toward him. Overwhelmed, Kano took a step back. What is this? He thought, feeling his cheeks twitch. Though he sensed no threat from them, he was utterly bewildered. They climbed the stairs, drawing closer, and Kano instinctively retreated one step, then two. Seriously, what should he do about this? Scratching his stiff cheek in confusion, that's when it happened. He noticed something familiar, a red color, the color of blood. And then he saw it. A small figure, a child, stained with that color, swallowed by the wave of people. Please make way. Kano moved on impulse. Aiming for the spot where he'd seen the blood, he carefully pushed through the crowd. Cough. There he found a groaning girl. Golden hair and pointed ears, an elf girl. She was crouched on the stairs, vomiting blood, her clothes and a wide area of the steps stained crimson from the sheer volume. Kano quickly scooped her up, pulling her out of the crowd. This is bad. Looking at her in his arms, he caught his breath. Why? Because the girl. A fatal disease. Her body was rotting, an end-stage fatal disease. Her limbs were blackened and decayed, hanging limply as if she had no strength left. Her blue eyes were unfocused, likely seeing almost nothing. The blood she coughed up came from rotting lungs. Blood pooled inside, she forced it out, but it would soon pool again, repeating endlessly. She was truly on the brink of death. She could stop breathing any second. Why is she here, not in a bed in this condition? He thought, but the answer was obvious. She must have come seeking treatment, because an adept could cure a fatal disease. The elf girl groaned, appearing to be in her early to mid-teens. Though, being an elf, her appearance likely didn't match her actual age. But a fatal disease. For a moment, the price list and gold coins he'd been given flashed through Kano's mind, but he quickly shook his head. In this situation, there was no choice but to heal her. After all, he'd already picked her up on impulse. To abandon her now without treatment would be inhuman. If he was going to abandon her, he shouldn't have touched her in the first place. Healing her here isn't possible. I need to go back. So, ignoring the surrounding crowd, who were too preoccupied to notice, Kano turned on his heel. As he climbed the stairs, he cast healing magic on the girl. It wasn't enough to fully cure the fatal disease. Such an advanced case couldn't be healed so easily and required a calmer setting. But if he did nothing while carrying her, she might die en route. Lord Adept. Whether due to the healing magic, the girl let out a hoarse but meaningful voice. Kano responded while hurrying through the gate, careful not to jostle her. Along the way, he caught the eye of one of the gatekeepers. The gatekeeper said nothing, but Kano felt as if he was being told back so soon. And, well, that was true. He'd only just been sent off by the instructor and the god. The instructor aside, the god would probably smile with a welcome back vibe. Lord, Adept, please. Don't worry, I'll heal you. You'll be fine. Kano quickened his pace to escape the gatekeeper's gaze, rushing through the courtyard. Which treatment room was free at this hour? He wondered. Lord Adept. That's when it happened. His arm was suddenly grabbed. Startled, he looked down and met eyes filled with fierce determination. It was the girl who, moments ago, couldn't move a muscle. The girl ravaged by the fatal disease, on the verge of death. Her face was blackened by the disease, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, yet her wide eyes fixed on Kano. Lord Adept, please, the city cough my city. The city, not herself. Kano tilted his head and the girl desperately wove her words. Please, please my city cough without Lord Adepts, we. Spitting blood, she spoke with urgency, almost shouting. The more she shouted, the more blood gushed out. Kano panicked. Calm down. No, no, cough, cough. He tried to soothe her, but she wouldn't stop shouting. And as she did, her body continued to deteriorate. She wasn't healed. She was still critically ill. The earlier healing magic had only bought a little time, one wrong move, and she could die any moment. Yet, as if she didn't care, she kept shouting, vomiting blood. How can I stay calm? Cough if this continues, please, Lord Adept. If you don't calm down, it'll get worse. My body cough, matters not, please, please. The girl thrashed in his arms. Kano held her tightly to keep her from falling and grew confused. Why was she shouting like this? How could she? He stared at her intently. Her words were less concerning than she herself was. After all, the pain she must be feeling right now was akin to hell. Kano knew. The end stage of a fatal disease, decay of the body and soul. It was pain that could drive even grown men mad. Knowing this, Kano was baffled. Every end-stage patient he'd seen before had been too incapacitated to move. Yet, I'll do anything, so please, please. Ugh. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to him desperately. To this girl, Kano. Oh, you're back already. Instructor. At that moment, the instructor appeared at the academy's entrance. She glanced at the girl in Kano's arms. There's an open treatment room. Use it as you like. Thank you. The instructor handed him a key, which he accepted with a bow. Open? He caught a strange nuance in her words. Not available but kept open. Kano looked at the instructor, puzzled. She returned a wry smile. What? It's just the usual. That welcome party out there? Every adept experiences it. Especially for a newly appointed adept, people flock in hoping for salvation. Those out there, she said, were people who couldn't afford the standard rates. They came clinging to their last hope. Of course, many ignore them, but some new adepts, moved by compassion, help one or two because it's their first time. That's why we keep a room open. Ugh. This is the reality of this world. There simply aren't enough adepts. Section: in this world, dungeons sometimes overflow. Overflows occur when an evil crystal called a miasma core forms in a dungeon, and they don't end until the core is destroyed. From the entrance of an overflowing dungeon, miasma and monsters pour out. Those who inhale the miasma contract a fatal disease, a sickness that, as the name suggests, kills if untreated. The period from onset to death is roughly 30 days. Symptoms start at the extremities and the body rots. In the final stages, the soul itself decays, and the unbearable pain drives many to take their own lives before the disease does. Prevention is possible with medicine, but it's not foolproof. Prolonged exposure to miasma will eventually cause the disease, even with medicine. Once contracted, there are only two treatments: an expensive drug or an adept's healing. Both have the power to rebuild the body from scratch. Nothing else can cure the fatal disease. That's the kind of illness it was. Since the evil god created the dungeons thousands of years ago, the people of this world have fought this disease. But no matter how much research is done, no conventional method offers hope of overcoming it. Thus, everyone in this world lives in fear of the fatal disease and overflows. Dungeons sprawl deep beneath the world, with entrances scattered everywhere. Overflows come without warning. A village peaceful yesterday could be engulfed in miasma and ravaged by monsters today. That's why adepts are always in short supply. Kano was the 9,120th adept, but that was worldwide. In this country, there were only a few dozen. The other treatment, the drug, was limited by scarce materials and barely circulated. Nations strive to increase the number of adepts, but results are scarce. To begin with, gaining a blessing strong enough to attempt becoming an adept is difficult, and over 90% of the few who try break within a year. The brutal training requires not just talent, but an unyielding resolve. It's not a trial one can overcome through force. That's why adepts are promised vast rewards and privileges. Their duties are few, designed to make everyone envy them and willingly face the trial. That's also why Kano's desire for a love potion slave harem was something that could be laughed off and forgiven. Section: Kano looked at the instructor. The one who, 25 years ago, brought him to the academy for the sake of the world. He now understood the weight of her words from that day. For now, I'll borrow the treatment room. Yeah, use it as you like. But right now, there was something more urgent. The dying girl in his arms, she was the priority. Gripping the key from the instructor, he started toward the room. Lord Adept. The girl, who had quieted when the instructor appeared, began thrashing again. Kano held her firmly with both arms. Thrashing will make it worse. My body doesn't matter. Blood-soaked, she shouted at him from close range, her body in tatters with no part unscathed. Her body didn't matter. Even as a figure of speech, how could someone whose body was rotting say that? You. There's no time. Our city cough is on the verge of destruction. She shouted, gasping for breath with every painful inhale. Kano hurriedly cast healing magic on her back. How the city, destruction, no time, the words were far from calm. Maybe he should prioritize talking over treatment. The city, which city? Smenia. At the foot of Curlian, in the chain of Minia, the city of Smenia. Her shouted reply jogged a memory for Kano. Curlian, he'd heard of it. The large-scale dungeon overflow from the other day. It was recent news. He'd heard multiple overflows had occurred simultaneously in a distant Marquis's territory. The miasma had spread over a vast area. So, even the adepts stationed at the academy, except for special cases like the instructor, had been dispatched there. Kano, still a final candidate at the time, hadn't heard the details. A situation where a city could be destroyed. Exactly, we were abandoned. It aligned with what the instructor had just said. In this vast world, there were far too few adepts. No adept had been sent to the girl's city. She explained, Smenia was engulfed in miasma 15 days ago. Despite using preventive medicine, all 5,000 residents were now afflicted with the fatal disease and suffering. The city was surrounded by monsters, and the barrier protecting it could break at any moment. That's why there's no time to spare. She shouted, vomiting blood, her decayed skin tearing and bleeding. Standing at death's door, she still fixed her gaze firmly on Kano. Kano caught his breath at her intense presence. Lord Adept, please, our city. Right now, the people are suffering. Please, please, if you can grant this, my body, like a sacred flower blooming at your side, There, she vomited a clot of blood. Her words cut off, her hands went limp, life drained from her body. Lord Adept. You. Yet the strength in her eyes never faded. She looked straight at Kano, never wavering. To her, Kano. All right. He nodded. He told her to stop pushing herself because he'd take it on. Her sheer determination made him say it before he realized. Section. Some time had passed. The girl's treatment was successfully completed, and Kano and the girl were in the borrowed treatment room. The instructor was absent, having gone to prepare a teleportation gate to travel to the girl's city. Teleportation gates were magical devices installed in cities worldwide, allowing instant travel no matter the distance. However, they couldn't transport large objects and required immense costs. They also took time to activate. In other words, the instructor wouldn't be back for a while. The room held only Kano and the girl. Lord Adept. May I call you Lord Kano? Call me whatever you like. Kano glanced at the girl sitting beside him. She was sitting unusually close. Her fatal disease was completely cured, and she was now healthy. Her once blackened skin had returned to its original pristine white. As a member of a race renowned for beauty, the healed girl was indeed lovely. Long, beautiful golden hair and blue eyes with a hint of gold when looked at closely. Being stared at so closely by such a girl, Kano, as usual, felt the urge to flee. Even so, deciding to wait for you, Lord Kano, was the right choice. I couldn't contact any other adepts, but hearing a new adept would emerge, I clung to a sliver of hope and waited on those stairs. I see. When my consciousness faded and my vision failed, I thought it was over. But to think the one who picked me up was you, Lord Kano. I offer my thanks to the highest beings, the forest god and the god of life, she said, beaming at Kano. Since he agreed to aid her city and treated her, the girl had been smiling nonstop, and she kept talking to him. Kano, on the other hand, barely spoke. The girl's name was Telnarika. Born of the Smenia family, the same name as the city they were heading to save. Apparently, she was the daughter of the noble family governing the city. Telnarica had come to the capital 15 days ago, right after learning her city had been abandoned. Unable to rely on the kingdom or her family's connections, she decided her only option was to negotiate directly with an adept and came to the capital alone. For the past 15 days, she desperately sought help, but couldn't even hold a conversation with an adept, let alone negotiate. She'd been turned away repeatedly and couldn't even get treatment for herself. When I asked for aid, I was turned away everywhere. They said the only adepts left in the capital are tasked with guarding the city or protecting the gods. They told me if I gave up on aid, they'd heal me personally, but she could never agree to that, Telnarica said. She was indignant at the thought of abandoning her people for her own sake. Ugh. Kano responded to Telnarica with silence. He didn't know how to react. But no matter how many times I negotiated, I got nowhere. When I was at my wit's end, I heard about you, Lord Kano. 3 days ago, it was announced a new adept would emerge, when Kano passed his final exam. Since then, Telnarica had been waiting on those stairs. 3 days straight. Yes, otherwise I couldn't have secured the front row. She said she'd endured with purification magic, spring water magic, and life-prolonging magic. I panicked when the disease progressed rapidly this morning because I overdid it a bit, she said with a refined, yufufu laugh. Was that something to laugh about? Kano, socially awkward as he was, couldn't tell. Well, he had noticed that her symptoms had progressed unusually fast for someone infected 15 days ago, and it had concerned him. Oh, speaking of concerns, there was one other thing that had been bothering him since learning Telnarica was a noble's daughter. Yes, what is it, Lord Kano? Your family, did they have the drug? The other way to cure the fatal disease besides an adept's healing. A drug so rare it barely circulated. But Kano had learned before that noble families were provided 1 vial of elixir per family member by the king for emergencies. The elixir? We had it, but mine is probably being used by the knights. What? The knights. At that point, 15 days ago, it made more sense for the knights protecting the people from monsters to use the elixir than for me to use it just to come here and find an adept. I thought if I could meet an adept here, I'd be healed. Though, honestly, when I started coughing blood this morning, I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't die before finding aid. Telnarica gave an embarrassed laugh, saying I messed up. To her, Kano. No way. Kano couldn't believe her words. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't just now, he'd been doubting her all along. What is this girl? When she was shouting while vomiting blood, when he heard she'd kept seeking aid without even getting healed, when he learned she'd waited on the stairs for 3 days, and now, hearing she gave her elixir to others, Kano couldn't understand. Why could she do all that? Her words were correct, of course. Logically, it was a rational decision. If her goal was to protect her city's people, it might even be the right one. Since no help came, she gave her drug to others, dragged her rotting body to the capital, and kept pleading for aid despite suffering the fatal disease. She could have been healed if she'd sought treatment for herself, but she abandoned that path to save more people. She kept shouting even as she neared death. It sounded simple. Noble, even, I don't need the drug. I'll be healed once I find aid, so enduring a bit more suffering is fine. Kano might have said the same if he hadn't seen her with his own eyes. He might have smugly spouted such logic as if it were obvious. But did she understand? Her body was rotting. No, she had to understand. She was the one experiencing it. In hellish pain, watching her body waste away. How could she do something so right in such a state? Kano couldn't comprehend it. I don't understand. Was it the responsibility tied to status and power? Indeed, nobles had a duty to protect their cities, to strengthen the nation, and ultimately to defeat the evil god. In exchange, they received powerful blessings, authority, and wealth. So this girl was acting as a noble should. But even so, people can't live that righteously. They make mistakes, they take the easy path, they run away. At least the humans Kano knew were like that. In the end, they prioritized themselves. Why does she go so far? Kano didn't know anything that could overcome such pain and despair. He hadn't lived a life that allowed him to understand. That's why, 25 years ago, he made that wish. Lord Kano. And no. Telnarica peered at the silent Kano. He averted his gaze, exhaling softly. So the contract. Oh yes, of course it's ready. Kano forcibly changed the subject, skimming the contract she handed him. Stationing in a miasma-contaminated city. Duration: 30 days, adjustable based on circumstances. Reward: 1,000 gold coins. Well, it matched the price list from the instructor. Is it not enough? No, it's fine. When he stayed silent, Telnerica looked anxious, perhaps misunderstanding. Kano shook his head. If it followed the standard rates, that was enough. With 1,000 gold coins, he could surely buy a mansion in the capital. Slaves and drugs too, so it was fine. Kano signed the contract on the spot and handed one of the 2 copies back to Telnerica. Thank goodness. Telnerica murmured softly, her eyes glistening. Thank you, she said, bowing repeatedly. Now my hometown will be saved. But Kano didn't know how to respond to her clutching the contract. Both of you, come. The teleportation gate is ready. The instructor called them at that moment. Section. Kano stood before the teleportation gate. It was in a room within a massive structure next to the academy's main gate. A stone-paved, rugged room held a stone gate as tall as a person, surrounded by magic circles and glowing mana stones embedded in the walls. The air was saturated with mana, accompanied by a faint burning sound. At the center was a vortex of light, the teleportation gate. Passing through would take him to the girl's hometown. His first job as an adept would begin. After all his training, he felt no nerves and stepped forward. But man, things have gotten pretty intense. Belatedly, he thought this. He'd imagined a much easier adept life, his gaze growing distant. Let's go quickly. Yeah. Urged by Telnerica tugging at his coat, Kano didn't resist and stepped into the vortex of light. Suction, GIA. On the other side, fangs awaited, red and white. A beast's jaws were right there. Beyond the teleportation gate, murderous intent greeted them. Jaws lined with massive fangs, each rivaling a large knife, lunged toward Kano and Telnerica. Less than a second after passing through the gate, before Telnerica could even react, the beast closed the distance to 0. Kano shattered its jaws with a fist. A single sideways blow obliterated the beast's upper body, sending it flying at a right angle to crash into a wall. A wolf beast, huh? Thus began Kano's first battle as an adept. What? Shielding the panicking Telnerica behind him, Kano scanned the room. Miasma hung in the air, tinting his vision purple, and a few more beasts remained. The same giant wolves as the one he'd killed, wolf beasts as they were called. In the Adventurers Guild rankings, they were mid-tier. Rankings were only a rough guide, but that's what they were. The wolves growled warily, eyes fixed on Kano, yet slowly retreating. And at the feet of one, stepping back cautiously, was a still-living human. Kano stepped forward. In the next instant, he was across the room at the door. All the wolves were blown away, splattering against the walls like stains. Stay in this room. Why, yes. Kano cast healing magic on the survivor in the room, while instructing Telnerica to stay put. Then he dashed into the corridor. He frowned, thinking things had gotten troublesome. The corridor was filled with human corpses and beasts devouring them. As expected, the barriers completely broken. Killing the swarming beasts with a single punch, Kano sighed. It wasn't some special infiltration. The city's protective barrier, the urban barrier, had been fully breached. Worse, the beasts had reached the teleportation gate, which was typically inside the castle, a defensive stronghold. That meant the castle, now overrun with beasts, was the last refuge for the city's people. And in this state, this might be hopeless. The miasma in the castle was thick. Even with medicine, the fatal disease would set in within a day at this concentration. He felt bad for Telnerica, but there might be almost no survivors left. Then, scanning the castle's interior, he noticed something. On the top floor, in a grand hall, likely the audience chamber, there were signs of life. Not just 10 or 20, but thousands of life signatures. Could it be the evacuation succeeded? In front of the audience chamber's door, there was the presence of a large beast, and people resisting. He caught his breath, picking up speed. He cleared the beasts around the teleportation gate. Then he sprinted toward the audience chamber. Running full speed through the castle, he encountered beasts blocking the way. Khan smashed an orc feasting on flesh against a broken barricade, crushing it with the rubble. pulverized a pack of noisy goblins, ground down a werewolf leading wolf beasts, sliced through winged demons flying in the entrance hall, obliterating the space itself, funneled mana into demon rats lurking in the pipes, wiping them out, turned a squad of spirit armors that formed ranks into scrap metal, slammed mana into a ghost hiding in the walls, ripped out the heart of a fleeing vampire through its torso. Beasts blocking the path, stunned beasts, hidden beasts, fleeing beasts, he slaughtered them all while racing up the castle. And in moments, Kano reached the audience chamber, the city's likely final line of defense. If this fell, death was certain. At the door, a few giant trolls stood and... Uvo. A lone knight, bloodied, missing an arm and a leg, afflicted with the fatal disease, mana depleted, yet standing firm. Sword in hand, shouting that none would pass. A troll reached for the man, laughing. Crushed, incinerated. Trolls have strong vitality. So Kano maxed out the life magic enveloping his arm, ensuring not a scrap of flesh remained. He eradicated them completely. Why you are. Casting healing magic on the stunned man, Kano also unleashed a massive healing spell on the door behind him. With enough power to heal thousands to some extent, it should suffice, he thought. Once the sweep is done, I'll start treatment. Prepare. Confirming the man's arm and leg regenerating, Kano placed a foot on a nearby window. Then he leapt outside. He'd cleared most of the castle's interior, especially around the teleportation gate and audience chamber. But, the leader commanding these beasts was still out there. Multiple types of beasts in the castle, ones that wouldn't normally band together, were being forced to obey a beast with overwhelming power. Kano had sensed its immense strength the moment he emerged from the teleportation gate. Power far beyond ordinary beasts. In Adventurers Guild terms, 3 ranks above mid-tier, disaster-class beasts. 3 of them were around the city, and one was a 100-armed giant, a colossal figure with countless arms. Under a miasma-colored sky, crushing the city's rubble, stood a giant over 100 meters tall. It aimed at Kano leaping from the castle, swinging its fists. Each fist was several times the size of a human. Multiple fists bore down to crush Kano on a trajectory that could destroy the castle itself. It was clearly targeting him. Of course. Just as Kano had noticed it, the giant had noticed him from the start. High-tier beasts were intelligent. The Hecaton chair had been watching Kano since he appeared, analyzing his purpose and weaknesses. It had seen Kano saving people. Thus, the Hecaton chair targeted Kano along with those he saved, using every means to defeat the sudden threat. A wide-range attack bore down on Kano. Dodging wouldn't work. Shooting it down was difficult. If even one destroyed fist fell backward, the people in the audience chamber would be in danger. To stop it. Manifest. He had to obliterate it, so Kano played one of his trump cards. Light poured from his body, gathering in his right hand in an instant, the pinnacle of an adept's life magic, a divine weapon bestowed by the gods to destroy evil. The Holy Cross Spear. A spear appeared in Kano's right hand. Pure white, untainted, with a cross-shaped blade symbolizing the god. Each adept's weapon differed in form and color. Kano's spear matched the god's color. Gu. Divine power was unleashed. The Hecaton chair's body trembled. Its fist slowed slightly, as if it tried to pull back or dodge. But by then, Kano's preparations were complete. The cross spear, clad in white lightning, was raised by his right hand. A flash streaked, the world was painted white. It lasted mere moments, but it undeniably left its mark on the world. When the light faded, the Hecaton chair's body was gone from the knees up. The giant's immense mass was purified by the light, reduced to dust. Kano took a breath at the result. No, he couldn't afford to. There was no time to relax. He'd been wary of a presence in the sky all along. 3 disaster-class beasts in the city. 2 remained. They'd been watching Kano without revealing themselves. Even as the Hecaton chair raised its fists, they didn't assist, merely waiting for their chance. Not out of cowardice, but to seize the perfect moment. Thus, one of the 2 moved the instant before the Hecaton chair was destroyed, right before Kano unleashed his spear. In other words, even the Hecaton chair was just a decoy. If Kano's detection was correct, the true threat was a dragon-class beast. A wind dragon, a lesser species of dragons that command the wind. Even a lesser species was not something humans could underestimate. Dragons, since ancient times, were the apex of beasts. A dragon's mana dominated the laws of the world. A wind dragon wielded the atmosphere itself as its power. Kano knew. A lesser wind dragon could reduce air resistance to 0 and convert that into propulsion. Thus, its speed far exceeded sound. At an altitude of 2,000 meters, the dragon accelerated instantly, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Its massive body, over 10 meters long, plummeted to the ground in under 3 seconds. The moment Kano defeated the Hecaton chair, off guard or not, his stance was compromised. In that instant, it struck from outside human vision. That was the wind dragon's surefire strategy. Kano had just swung his arm to defeat the Hecaton chair. His weapon was spent, his hands empty. The wind dragon's plan had succeeded. Kano was indeed weakened. If the dragon had one miscalculation, it was that it was attacking an adept. That alone. Did the dragon notice? In less than 1/100th of a second, their eyes met. Kano leapt, still mid-swing. He soared high, trampling the air with mana. Pivoting on his foot, he spun. His roundhouse kick slammed into the dragon. It pierced its barriers and scales, completely shattering its body. The wind dragon, unaware of its own defeat, was blown beyond the city, crashing into a forest. Kano landed, looking to the sky. Kilometers away, the last of the 3, a second dragon remained. It hovered motionless for a moment, then, sensing Kano's gaze, it turned and fled. In no point, Kano hesitated briefly, but decided not to pursue. There was something more urgent. He turned back to the castle to finish sweeping the remaining beasts and begin treatment. Perhaps due to the healing magic he'd unleashed, the life signatures in the audience chamber were starting to stir. Still, good thing it ended quickly. Turning his back on the purple sky, Kano returned to the castle, mopping up stragglers and muttering to himself. He sighed in relief that the commanders were only standard disaster class. If they'd been calamity class, 1 rank higher, or even disaster class with unique magic or special abilities, it wouldn't have been so easy. Against a bad matchup, even an adept would face a deadly struggle. Even with a good matchup, who knew how long it would take to kill them? Of course, such beasts were rare. Worldwide, one appearing in a year would be a lot. But this dungeon overflow was said to be a once-in-a-decade event, so there was a slim chance. He'd been lucky, or rather, not unlucky, Kano thought. Telnarika. Lord Kano. After finishing the stragglers, he reunited with Telnarika. She was crying beside a fallen female knight near the teleportation gate. But upon hearing the beasts were cleared, the audience chamber's status, the number of survivors, and that treatment would begin, she wiped her tears and stood. Her eyes were red and swollen, filled with grief, yet the knights truly accomplished their duty, didn't they? She smiled proudly, chest puffed out. Kano faltered for words at her expression, and while he hesitated, "Let's go. I'll assist however I can." Telnarika started walking. Kano followed her to the audience chamber. There, another battlefield awaited. When Kano and Telnarika reached the top floor, the doors were already flung open. Preparations had begun. Near the entrance, treatment tables were being set up, and knights dragged their bodies to assist. The two passed by them, hurrying into the audience chamber. Ah! Telnarika's small, scream-like gasp. A horrific scene sprawled before them. Countless people lay on the floor. The grand hall, likely once adorned with splendor, was now filled with those afflicted by the fatal disease. A holy magic array had been set up to slow the disease's progression. Yet, almost no one within it was moving. People could only lie there, their vacant expressions fixed on the ceiling. Faint, hoarse screams, cries of agony, voices calling for fathers or mothers. A sound like a soft breeze, but it was the voiceless cries of those who could no longer speak. Even as the door opened and an adept and Telnarika entered, most didn't turn their heads. They didn't even notice. How much of their hearing remained? How many of their senses still functioned? Upon closer inspection, among the rows of people were corpses, not dead from the disease, but with slash marks on their necks. Some had knives beside them, likely unable to endure the suffering. How could? Telnarika was speechless, fresh tears welling in her eyes. But this was the fatal disease. Miasma invaded the body, corrupting it along with the soul. The rotting body suffered ceaseless pain, with no respite. Movement was possible only in the early stages. After 15 days, as in this case, most couldn't even stir. After that, they could only endure the pain, waiting for death. The people here were in that state. Kano exhaled softly and took a step toward them. He channeled mana, weaving life magic. Smenia's city, over 3,000 survivors. For an adept, this was routine. After battling beasts, the fight with humanity awaited. Section. Kano's first task was healing the knights who could still move. Their condition was less severe, with the lowest risk of sudden death. But he prioritized them because he needed help. Handling the condition and transport of over 3,000 people alone was daunting. Thus, Kano first healed those who could become his hands and feet. After the knights, he moved to children, the elderly, and others with low stamina, while simultaneously healing those with special skills. Nurses to care for the sick, healing magic users, caretakers for children, and mages who could produce water or fire. He arranged beds in a circle around him, healing multiple people at once. When one group was done, he moved to the next, repeating endlessly. Nurses triaged patients, healing mages extended lives, and Kano swiftly healed those in critical condition. Mages produced water, used fire to make liquid food, and even recovering elderly were mobilized to distribute water and food to the bedridden. As this continued, the sun set, and darkness enveloped the castle's exterior. Beast howls echoed from afar, and a few knights left to stand guard. Kano healed some strong individuals, enlisting them to assist with treatment. Night passed, morning came, and night returned. Those still standing kept moving. The end was still far off, the path unclear. But around the second day, the city began to stir. As the number of healed grew, people started doing what they could. Those who could fight joined the knights. Strong ones ventured into the city to find usable supplies. Those who could cook prepared meals. Children helped with washing and cleaning. The third day came, then the fourth. Around then, a top-tier beast approached, causing a stir. Kano threw his cross spear from a window, then returned to healing immediately after. Kano didn't rest once during this time. He continued healing without sleep, treating those before him. "Lord Kano, please, take a break." "Not necessary." Tell Narika worried for him, but Kano shook his head. He knew he didn't need rest. He could keep going indefinitely. Not because he was an adept. Even an adept couldn't do this. No matter how skilled, an adept doing what Kano was doing would exhaust their mana in less than a day. Healing the fatal disease consumed vast amounts of mana. That's why it was so costly. Normally, working without rest was impossible, but Kano could do it because the god. This world had a god who was truly present with whom one could speak. The distance between god and human was close, just as the god had brewed tea for Kano countless times, just as she helped him stand again. The god always cherished people, staying by their side. Thus, when the deed was good, when the heart held no shame before the god, she surely watched and lent her strength. Yes, since the treatment began, the god's presence had been behind Kano. Invisible and unfelt by others, but her encouraging aura was clear to him, supplying vast mana. Keep going, clasping her hands before her chest, flapping her white wings, you can do it. Her gentle presence supported him from behind. Kano, feeling a bit relaxed by her encouragement, kept moving until the end. That day, Kano finished healing everyone. 3,230 people healed. 7 days and 7 nights had passed since he began. Section. Kano dreamt, a dream of his time in Japan, memories of his past, Kano's life, how he became who he was, why Kano ended up this way. In the haze of the dream, he watched his childhood self from a step removed. That child had been living alone since he was old enough to remember. His earliest memory was his parents leaving the house with large suitcases. The clatter of wheels as they rolled away. Their backs growing smaller, never turning back. A young heart sensed something bad and chased after them desperately, clinging only to be shaken off and fall to the ground. Scraping his knees, blood flowing. Red and endless red. It hurt, tears welled up, but all he got back were cold stares. They used to hug him when he cried, stay by his side. But now. Yes, in a single night, Kano became unwanted. That memory was there. At his core was the despair of that moment. He later learned his family had collapsed due to both parents' infidelity. Their affection for each other had long faded, merely maintained for appearances. When that broke, Kano became a burden to both. He had no place anywhere. Left alone in the house, his care was left to a hired housekeeper. The housekeeper, employed for appearances, always scolded Kano irritably. Meals were provided. Clothes were washed, but there was no real conversation. She was there only for the job. Classmates mocked him. Having spent most of his preschool years alone at home, Kano didn't know how to connect with others. He knew only the fear of rejection. Isolated from the start of school, he remained so until graduation. Teachers treated him harshly, seeing him as a troublemaker who brought problems. Even when he was isolated or pelted with stones, they blamed him instead. That was young Kano, always alone. Kano vaguely watched that child in the dream. In the hazy consciousness, he saw a crying child. No one was by his side, a child who lived alone and grew up alone. As he grew older and moved to higher schools, the child remained alone. He managed transactional conversations, but nothing more. Because Kano didn't know kindness. He knew only malice, only despair. He felt everyone secretly hated him, and once that thought took hold, no words came. He developed a habit of viewing people with suspicion. And that hadn't changed to this day. Yes, even after all these years, Kano couldn't overcome the trauma of his childhood. He couldn't change, he couldn't stop doubting. Of course, he'd learned not all people were bad. That's how it was supposed to be. But having lived with constant suspicion, he was fixed in that mold. Maybe counseling could have helped. Maybe asking even one person for help would have made a difference. But he couldn't. He couldn't live that way, couldn't trust people. In the end, he lived alone and died alone. No one held his hand, no one mourned him. That was the life of Kano in Japan. That's why, because of that life. 25 years ago, that day, Kano was drawn to the idea of a love potion. He saw salvation not in people, but in a drug. He couldn't trust people's hearts, but a drug, surely he could trust that. People who took the drug would love him, he believed. For that, he could endure vomiting blood. No matter how excruciating, he could keep walking. For years, decades even. Thinking of that day gave him the strength to push on. He knew it was warped. He knew it wasn't right. But it was the only way he could live. A person who'd lived wrongly could only be with someone this way. That's what Kano believed. That's not true. Kano thought. A voice came from somewhere. In the dream's haze, he felt a strange sensation. A familiar voice. One he'd heard long ago, just once. You're not a broken child. You're a kind child who can strive for others. It was a soothing voice. Gentle, evoking warmth. Kano felt the tension drain from his body. He'd always been cold, but now it was as if he were wrapped in feathers. It's okay. It'll surely be okay. As Kano wondered, he felt his consciousness rise. He was waking, his body floated, enveloped in warmth. And at the end, he felt as if someone had patted his head. Section. Kano woke. Opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. A guest room in the castle. He'd been staying here for a week, but last night was the first time he'd slept in the bed. Yawn. Yawning, he scanned the castle and surroundings while sitting up. No issues. No beast signatures nearby. Last night, he'd woken twice to intercept approaching beasts, but there were no other attacks. Now, only the lively presence of people moving about remained. Kano scratched his neck, lingering on the bed. I feel good somehow. He muttered softly. It was an oddly refreshing awakening. Kano was someone who often had nightmares when exhausted. He'd expected one this time, too. After all, 7 days and nights was among the top 10 most exhausting experiences of his life. The worst was the final adept exam. Why? It was strange to wake feeling so refreshed. He didn't want nightmares, of course. But having almost always had them, their sudden absence was peculiar. Kano tilted his head. The god. The word surfaced suddenly. He wasn't sure why. Maybe because she'd been lending him strength until yesterday. Her presence was gone now, likely returned to the capital. The god was busy, after all, and couldn't watch over one adept forever. Speaking of dreams, by association, Kano recalled a rumor he'd overheard in the break room from other adept candidates. They said borrowing power from the god could lead to dreaming of her. When receiving mana, a connection formed, and those with guilty consciences might see the god in their dreams, receiving a lecture. Well, it was just a rumor with no credibility. This time, he only felt good and didn't see the god. Besides, if it were true, someone like him, thinking of a love potion slave harem, would surely get a scolding, he thought. The god. Kano thought of her, the pure white god, not human but a being above, a celestial figure. That's probably why Kano couldn't doubt her. When facing her, his tension melted away. Her smile, her kindness, though wordless, reached his heart directly. It was a first for Kano, and that's why he kept returning to her. No, enough of that. Kano shook his head, cutting off the thought. He exhaled deeply. Today, he could take it easy. After all, he'd just finished a major job, and his employer had told him to rest well. Just to be sure, he checked for beast signatures again and observed the people's movements. Confirming no emergencies, he lay back on the bed. Phew. Kano exhaled again. His first job had turned out much bigger than expected. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He hadn't had grand plans, but he'd imagined an easier job, maybe opening a clinic for fatal diseases, earning money steadily. Save up slowly, achieve his goal within the year. Instead, it spiraled into saving an entire city. Why? Because he picked up that girl. Not that he regretted it. He had enough goodness to take joy in helping others. That's what Kano believed about himself. Well, anyway, his goal was now within reach. In 20 days or so, he'd receive 1,000 gold coins. Enough to buy a mansion, slaves, and probably the drug. It wouldn't be that expensive. Kano's love potion slave harem was just around the corner. This time, he'd truly be with someone. Him. As he thought this, a knock echoed in the room. Lord Kano, it's Telnarika. Are you awake? Yeah, I'm up. I've brought your clothes. Come in, Kano replied to Telnarika's question. He got out of bed, lightly fixing his hair and nightclothes, watching the door open. Lord Kano, here you are. Huh, he thought, doing a double take. Telnarika smiled, holding out neatly folded clothes. Lord Kano. Oh. Fluttering frills, a black and white apron dress. Her knee-length skirt swayed with her movements. Kano blinked several times, because Telnarika was wearing a maid outfit. Chapter 3. Days with the two. At a corner of a mountain, a few kilometers from the city of Smenia. Hidden by dense trees, invisible from both the ground and the sky, there lay a single cave. Before the miasma pollution, only seasoned woodcutters occasionally used this small cavern. Deep within the depths of the mountain, known to almost no one. A secluded place, untouched by human presence. In such a place, a dragon now resided. A dragon with distinctive green scales, a lesser wind dragon. The apex of magical beasts, the mightiest of its kind, ruler of the skies, one that had escaped from Kano. One of the two dragons that had attacked Smenia was there. The dragon lingered in a small clearing just outside the cave. A monster that would normally soar arrogantly through the vast skies was, however, barely moving, not even letting out a roar, simply lying on the ground. It remained still, gazing fixedly at the same spot. To avoid detection, yet to never lose sight. Suppressing its presence, shrinking its massive form, it continued to observe through the narrow gaps in the trees. The dragon, erasing its presence to avoid Kano's notice, was watching the city. Section. 3 days have passed since the sleepless 7. In other words, it was the 10th day since Kano arrived in Smenia. On that morning, Kano stood by the window of the room assigned to him, gazing up at the sky. The sky was a pale purple. Unlike its natural blue, it was tainted by the miasma. Kano observed the sky and thought, the color's getting lighter, isn't it? 10 days ago, it had been a much deeper purple. This was proof that the miasma's concentration in the air was thinning. It meant no new miasma was leaking from the dungeon. And that, in turn, was evidence that the great noble overseeing this region was managing things well. In this world, dungeons begin to overflow when a miasma core forms. An overflowing dungeon spews miasma and monsters, polluting the surface. The overflow continues until the miasma core is destroyed. Thus, people desperately search for and destroy the core as quickly as possible. The problem, however, lies in the dungeon's vastness. Finding a single miasma core within the sprawling, three-dimensional labyrinth is a daunting task. In other words, it takes time. It's not something found in a day or two. Waiting for the core to be destroyed could allow the damage to spread catastrophically. Thus, to mitigate the harm from the fatal disease and monsters, the first step after an overflow begins is to seal the dungeon's entrance. This is typically done with a special barrier called a sealing barrier, arranged by the great noble governing the region. So, Kano figured the great noble here was doing their job competently. The miasma concentration now, probably about half of what it was. Miasma leaking from the dungeon, if not replenished, disperses and dilutes in the air. After 10 days, the concentration was significantly lower than at the start, and as for its toxicity, it was harmful but manageable. With preventive medicine, the onset of the fatal disease could almost be suppressed. Yes, almost. Almost suppressing the onset meant, in other words, Lord Adept. This morning, 13 people have developed the fatal disease. Please provide treatment. Right. The possibility was never zero. Thus, Kano was called upon by knights roughly twice a day to treat those afflicted. The fatal disease offered no immunity. As long as one was exposed to miasma, it could strike repeatedly. So, staying in the city to heal those reinfected and defeating high-tier monsters the knights couldn't handle became Kano's primary tasks over the past few days. Well, the rest is just a formality, Kano thought. The hardest part was over. All that remained was to continue healing the fatal disease and slaying monsters until the 30-day contract expired. The miasma concentration was decreasing daily, as was the number of patients. With the dungeon sealed, the monster population wouldn't surge dramatically either. Surely, the search for the miasma core was progressing within the dungeon. Kano recalled that an adept specializing in miasma core destruction had likely been dispatched from the academy. By the time the deadline arrived, the core might even be found. The whereabouts of the remaining wind dragon were a slight concern, but as the city's reconstruction progressed, countermeasures could be taken. The people of this world weren't helpless victims trampled by powerful beasts. And if the dragon attacked before then, Kano could simply defeat it. In short, his work in the city was nearly done. Thus, after finishing the day's limited treatments and returning to his room, Kano's thoughts drifted from work to something else. That something was right beside him. "Lord Kano, your tea is ready." "Right." Kano glanced to the side. There stood Telnarika, an elf girl, the daughter of the city's lord. For some reason, his employer was dressed in a frilly outfit, serving him. Yes, for some reason, she was wearing a maid outfit. A large ribbon adorned it, a design slightly altered to fit this otherworldly aesthetic, reminiscent of something a Japanese person might recognize. According to what he'd heard, the maid outfit was something spread by Earthlings. For decades, Earthlings had been summoned to this world for their technology, bringing with them various aspects of Earth's culture and techniques. This included cuisine, fashion, and other cultural elements. The maid outfit was one such import, valued for its design and uniformity, and now spreading worldwide thanks to advancements in mechanical textile production. Additionally, machine-woven fabrics, finer than traditional hand-woven ones, fetched higher prices. However, nobles only wore magically woven clothing, so these fabrics ended up used for their servants' uniforms. Kano had overheard such details at the academy. Kano's personal take? The frilly maid outfit didn't seem suited for mass production, but someone, somewhere, must have poured their passion into it. Anyway, Telnarika was wearing such a maid outfit. The reason? Unclear. When he asked once, she replied, "I will take care of Lord Kano's needs." Did taking care of him require a maid outfit? Did she even need to serve him at all? Couldn't another servant handle it? More fundamentally, Kano could manage on his own, so did he even need a caretaker? Such questions swirled in his mind, but Telnarika's casual presence in the maid outfit overwhelmed him. Kano was the type who, outside of situations requiring rational judgment like combat, or in the absence of blatant malice or harm, was easily swayed. "Lord Kano, is something wrong?" And no. Lost in thought while staring, Kano was questioned by Telnarika, who tilted her head. Her bright smile met his gaze, and he instinctively looked away. "If you have any requests, please let me know." "Right. I'll do anything for Lord Kano." "Anything is fine, really," she said. Kano inwardly balked. Come on, that's not something to say lightly. Those words not a young girl should say to a man, especially a noble's daughter with her status. Shouldn't she act with a bit more caution? Especially since Kano, despite his actual age, maintained the appearance and physique of a late teenager thanks to life magic. What if someone misunderstood her careless words? Not that Kano would, of course. But while he wouldn't, he was troubled. An elf girl, something absent from Earth, a bright smile, a maid outfit, all things foreign to Kano's life. Foreign, thus unknown, unknown, thus bewildering. He wanted to escape. But she was his caretaker, always by his side, a new experience for Kano, having someone constantly near. So, these past few days, behind his silence, Kano was quietly struggling. Section. After drinking the tea Telnerica prepared, Kano decided to head into the city. Being alone with her in the room made him feel uneasy, unsure of how to act. With Telnerica naturally following, Kano stepped out from the castle's main gate into the city. He raised a hand in greeting to the guards at the gate, then passed by people hurriedly running about, arriving at a large street. Smenia's main thoroughfare, lined with shops, once the city's bustling heart. Merchants and adventurers used to throng here, making it lively. Or so it was said. Now it was different. To the right and left, only piles of rubble remained. The scars of destruction caused by monsters, especially the Hecaton chair. Everything had been crushed. As far as the eye could see, intact places were rare. Even the distant fields were withered, leaving only brown earth. Smenia was called the City of Holy Flowers, Telnerica explained as they walked. Holy flowers, blessed by the gods, were cultivated here on a large scale. The city's history stretched over 1,000 years, a remarkable span even in a world of long-lived races like elves. Its buildings held great cultural value, attracting archaeologists. The people had preserved ancient construction and cultivation techniques, keeping records and traditions alive. But now, it was all in ruins. The holy flowers, tainted by miasma, had withered. Even the stored seeds had rotted, Telnerica said, biting her lip. Kano looked at the city again. That was Smenia's reality now. A city reduced to rubble. Even with magic, which shortened reconstruction time compared to Earth, clearing the debris would take seasons. Rebuilding the city would take even longer. The holy flowers were devastated, with no clear path to recovery. While Kano's workload was lightening, the residents faced the true challenge ahead. Already tormented by the fatal disease and the horrors they'd endured, their hardships continued. Food was available from castle reserves, but housing was scarce. Most homes had collapsed, forcing many to sleep crowded in the castle, without even proper beds. They must be exhausted, suffering. And people, when faced with prolonged hardship, break. Kano sighed softly, recognizing his thoughts turning negative. He knew what happened when people broke. They searched for reasons to give up, to stop trying, to vent their stress. The first targets were the weak, those who couldn't protect themselves, like children or the elderly. Like Kano, abandoned by his parents as a child, pelted with stones, with no one to rely on. He looked at the city again. Reconstruction was already underway. Though few, people bustled about, carts loaded with materials rolling through the streets. Roads were being repaired, rubble cleared. Most importantly, the city's barrier tower, the most critical structure for survival in this world, was under repair. The faces of passing residents were raised, showing no signs of surrender. Strong voices echoed from somewhere. Kano watched their determined efforts. But how long would that last? Recalling his past, Kano felt a dry emotion. The boy who curled up in a corner, crying, unwanted, weak, unhelped. The city's people might be motivated now, but in a few days, Kano wasn't sure. Fatigue would pile up. Suffering would persist. And then, feeling sour, Kano returned to his room. What was the point of going into the city? Still, he'd treated an injured person on the way back, so it wasn't meaningless. Lord Kano, here you are. Right. To shake off his gloomy thoughts, Kano sipped the tea Telnerica poured and nibbled on some cookies. The cookies were a recent gift, handed to him and Telnerica with insistence. Unevenly shaped and slightly burnt, they were made by the elderly and children unable to aid in reconstruction. Kano ate them, thinking it was his first time trying homemade cookies. Telnerica watched him with a bright smile. I'll have some too, then. Right. Telnerica, who usually refused to sit as a maid, took a cookie at Kano's urging, since they were offered to her as the princess. Kano watched her eat. Her movements were refined, silent. holding the cup, sipping, setting it down all elegant, befitting her noble upbringing. Delicious. I'll have to thank everyone later. Kano narrowed his eyes at her murmur. Such graceful manners. She was indeed a noble. Despite wearing a maid outfit for days, she was the Lord's daughter. Why was she wearing a maid outfit anyway? And treating the Lord's daughter like a maid, how did that look to others? In this world, nobles were different from Earth's historical nobles. They were bound by divine contracts to vanquish evil, blessed with great power. Thus, nobles didn't take on roles like maids, which required no divine blessing. Unlike Earth's past, where noble daughters might serve higher houses, this world's maids were professionals. Female knights for protection were another matter. In a world with clear noble roles, Kano treating Telnarika as a maid, how did the residents see it? From what he'd seen, Telnarika was beloved. People called her princess on the streets, offering gifts like today's cookies. Objectively, Kano was a man using a beloved noblewoman as a maid. Was that okay? He felt uneasy. Were there rumors? Was he seen as a lecher or a scoundrel? His thoughts spiraled downward. Perhaps because of his earlier sour mood, Kano's true nature surfaced. Suppressed by harsh training and crises, his essence emerged. Negative, suspicious, seeing only malice, trusting potions over people, that was Kano. Telnarika. Yes, what is it? Well. Growing anxious, Kano asked if there were bad rumors about him in the city. If people looked at him strangely, and if so, perhaps he should stop having her serve as a maid. Bad rumors about Lord Kano? There's no such thing. Really? Telnarika blinked, stunned for a moment, then spoke as if baffled. As if to say, what's this guy talking about? Was it that strange a question? Everyone in this city owes their lives to Lord Kano. No one could forget your devotion during those 7 days. They all respect you and strive to repay your kindness. Please see that for yourself. Save their lives, huh? Well, that was true. To Kano, it was just doing his job diligently, not devotion. He'd treated the residents, sure, some must feel grateful. He figured as much. But he also believed humans forget gratitude. Once the crisis passes, they move on. It had been days, so many might already have forgotten. People were selfish, after all. Like Kano, driven by his desire for a love potion slave harem. Well, Telnarika was a bit of a mystery. My body doesn't matter. There's no time. Our city cough is on the brink of destruction. He recalled her words from 10 days ago, shouting through blood and pain. Even near death, she never gave up, acting for others, not herself. Unlike anyone Kano knew. He couldn't understand her. Recalling that moment, he looked at her. The elf girl, now healthy, free of wounds and blood. A stray thought. The fatal disease could leave aftereffects, so he was glad she'd recovered fully. Their eyes met. She looked at him curiously, her blue eyes locking with his. A brief silence. Telnarika froze, then, tilting her head slightly, she smiled. A smile like a blooming flower. Her large eyes narrowed, her cheeks faintly flushed. A beauty so captivating, almost doll-like yet alive. An elf girl, impossible on Earth. Kano, struck by her smile, felt an indescribable emotion and looked away. Flustered, he forced his thoughts elsewhere. Right, he was thinking about the maid outfit. Anyway, wasn't the maid outfit a problem? He'd gone along with it, but why didn't anyone stop her? A noblewoman playing maid wouldn't her family object. Wait, come to think of it. It's been 10 days, and I haven't seen Telnarika's family. Kano realized belatedly. Why had Kano never met Telnarika's family? On this, the 10th day since arriving in the city, the question struck him for the first time. Could they be dead? That was his initial thought. On the day he arrived via the teleportation gate, this castle was a death trap. Monsters roamed freely, and the people could only barricade themselves in the audience chamber on the top floor. Many knights fell fighting the beasts, and civilians who couldn't escape became victims. Hundreds perished in the castle alone. Were they among them? It seemed plausible. Nobles typically fought on the front lines. Blessed by the gods, trained from childhood, their duty was to vanquish evil. So, it was entirely possible. But there's a question. The funeral the other day. Kano recalled the ceremony held 2 days prior. Bodies from the castle and city were gathered for a joint funeral. Kano attended, offering prayers in the manner of this world. Yet, among the listed names, none seemed noble. Knights and civilians were listed separately, and surely nobles would have been distinguished. He didn't understand what had happened to Telnarika's family, but asking her directly felt wrong. If they were truly gone, it would reopen wounds. Even Kano had enough tact to avoid that. What to do, he wondered. Section, then Lord Kano, I'll take my leave. Right. A short while later, Telnarika, back to her usual self, left the room with the tea set. Seeing her go, Kano thought this was his chance. He slipped out of the room quietly. He headed toward the presence of an older maid he'd sensed earlier. Can I ask you something? Lord Adept. Yes, how may I serve you? The maid, startled by Kano's sudden appearance, blinked rapidly before calming herself with a smile. Kano, feeling a pang of guilt for surprising her, admired her professionalism and quick composure. I want to know about Telnarika's family. He asked why they weren't in the castle. The maid, still smiling, nodded slightly. The princess's family, the head of the Smenia house, his wife, and the young master are maintaining the sealing barrier. Sealing barrier? Yes. The Smenia family's duty is to suppress dungeon overflows above all else. Even now, they are at the dungeon's gate, upholding the barrier to protect us from miasma and monsters. She spoke with pride. Kano nodded once. I see. That explains it. Section, this goes back to the fundamentals. In a world where humanity's enemies, monsters like the disaster-class Hecatonchair or Wind Dragon, roam freely, how have people maintained their domains? How have they built and sustained cities? Was it thanks to adepts? No, that wasn't it. Adepts were too few. They shone in emergencies but couldn't guard every village or city daily. Powerful monsters could appear anywhere, anytime, and the teleportation gate took hours to activate an eternity against beasts that could raise a city with a single swipe. Thus, humanity's protectors weren't adepts, but something else. The urban barrier, a divine gift, a power to shield humanity from evil. A force to ensure their world endured for generations. Every city or village had a barrier tower, imbued with divine blessing. It amplified a barrier caster's power to its limits, creating a shield capable of repelling even disaster-class monsters. Yes, even wind dragons or Hecatonchairs. In fact, Smenia had survived 15 days after the dungeon overflow thanks to its urban barrier. For most of those 15 days, the barrier protected the city. But the casters succumbed to the fatal disease, and relentless monster attacks wore it down, leading to the catastrophe. In this miasma-filled world, barriers were why people survived. Barrier casters were, for many, the most immediate guardians. That's why Smenia's barrier tower was being repaired with utmost priority. This leads to the sealing barrier, what Telnarika's family was doing. A sealing barrier was a step above the urban barrier. The difference? Whether it blocked miasma. Urban barriers let miasma through, sealing barriers didn't. Sealing barriers were designed to suppress overflowing dungeons, sealing the gate that spewed miasma and monsters to prevent further spread. When Kano arrived, the city was drenched in miasma, the castle overrun with monsters, but that was mild compared to what could have been. Without the sealing barrier, the devastation would have been unimaginable. Without it, miasma would pour endlessly, poisoning the land and flooding it with monsters. The thinning miasma around Smenia now was thanks to the sealing barrier closing the nearby dungeon's gate. Section. So, they're sealing barrier casters. Kano nodded, understanding. That explained why they weren't in the city. They were likely at the dungeon's gate, maintaining the barrier under the great noble's command. But then, Kano wondered about the city. A land ruled by sealing barrier casters, yet abandoned. It felt odd. Sealing barriers weren't something anyone could cast. Casters, while not as rare as adepts, were limited and should be valued. Still, he reasoned, population differences might explain it. Sentiment couldn't justify abandoning a city of 10,000 for one of 5,000. Nobles in this world were bound by divine contracts, granted immense power, wealth, and authority. In return, they protected people from evil, strengthened the nation, and aimed to one day defeat the evil god. Personal feelings couldn't override their divine duty. Nobles in this world lived under strict constraints. So that's why she came to the capital alone. After the talk with the maid, Kano returned to his room, watching Telnarika work from behind. The elf girl, in her maid outfit, cleaned diligently. She had shouldered the city's fate alone, crying out desperately. Kano could only think how hard that must have been. By the way, Lord Kano. This morning, we managed to bring in some food through the teleportation gate. If you have any requests, please let me know. Oh, right, Kano recalled the gate activating at dawn. No, nothing in particular, don't worry about me. Really, anything at all, perhaps a dish from your homeland. I'll do my best to make it. Homeland food, well, it wasn't like he never craved anything. Kano had few fond memories of Japan, but food was different, etched into his body. Sometimes he missed rice or miso soup. But, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. He shook his head, preparing it would be a hassle and the ingredients were too specific. Telnarika looked slightly disappointed. I see, understood. By the way, where are you from, Lord Kano? If you don't mind sharing. Another world, I was summoned. What, really? Telnarika's eyes widened, staring at him curiously. When he said it was 25 years ago, she clapped her hands together excitedly. 25 years, then maybe we've met before, she smiled brightly. 25 years ago, when I was 10, I visited a facility for otherworlders. Kano turned to her. 25 years ago, he was at such a facility. Come to think of it, he vaguely recalled seeing an elf girl. I spoke with a few otherworlders. You probably weren't among them, but... Well, Kano had no memory of talking to an elf. Maybe they'd passed each other. He recalled an elf being there when he first spoke with an instructor, though he couldn't say if it was Telnarika. Wait, 10 years old 25 years ago? She's 35 now. A stray thought. He'd learned elves aged slowly, with a lifespan far longer than humans. Their adulthood began at 60. The first 10 years matched human growth, then they matured physically and mentally over 50 years. So, she was roughly equivalent to a 15-year-old human, a rough estimate, but still a child by elf standards. Racial differences in this world were stark. Just as a rat beastman, fully mature at 5, might question a human's slow growth, the gap was undeniable. Anyway, I learned some recipes back then. I could make a sandwich maybe. An egg sandwich, Lord Kano, you know it. Boiled eggs mashed with mayonnaise and... Yeah. Then, how about for lunch tomorrow? I'll put my all into it. The girl smiled eagerly. Still young for an elf, yet she'd carried the city's fate alone. Kano nodded, unsure how to respond to her smile, and stayed silent. The next day at lunch, as promised, an egg sandwich appeared. The taste was different from Japan's, likely due to the ingredients. The mayonnaise was tangier with a distinct flavor, but somehow it felt a little nostalgic. Section. Dawn broke, the sun set and rose again. A few more days passed. On a clear, cloudless morning, Kano glanced out the window. During his morning detection routine, he recalled a few days ago, growing slightly curious about the city. The daunting reconstruction, the weary residents, the children, the weak, like his past self. He felt a flicker of concern. But he shook his head, pushing the thought away. It was better not to dwell on unpleasant things. Section. It was the 15th day since Kano arrived in Smenia. Occasional high-tier monster attacks and healing fatal disease patients kept him busy as an adept, but no major issues arose. So, Kano spent his days calmly. In the morning, Telnarika handed him clothes and he washed his face. He ate breakfast, drank her tea. He treated morning patients, trained lightly if time allowed. At noon, he ate the lunch she prepared, relaxed a bit. He extended his detection to the nearby forest, throwing his spear at troublesome monsters. At snack time, he shared offerings with Telnarika. Before sunset, he treated new patients, then trained seriously. He wiped sweat with the towel she gave him, ate dinner. After eating, he bathed in the bath she prepared, slept in the bed she made. Well, that was roughly his routine these days. Wait, wasn't Telnarika too involved? It is getting absurd, he thought. She handled nearly his entire life. Except for bathing, using the bathroom, or being in his room, she was always nearby. Even when he was in his room, she was in the adjacent servants' quarters, slipping out the moment he left, approaching him. She'd even left a magical bell, smiling and saying, "Ring it and I'll come running. Anything you need." And for some reason, whenever their eyes met, she smiled so joyfully, her cheeks faintly flushing, more than seemed warranted. How did it come to this? He didn't understand. Kano tilted his head, but Telnarika, in her maid outfit, smiled naturally by his side. So, today too, Kano was perplexed. Kano glanced sideways. There was Telnarika, the long-haired blonde elf girl. Her appearance, like a young teen, was strikingly beautiful, rare even in Japan. What to do, he wondered. Kano had rarely spent long periods with anyone. He'd hardly spent entire days looking at someone's face. At the academy, he'd worked with others during training or lived in dorms, but that was out of necessity, not choice. Yet Telnarika stayed by his side. Without need, she stayed, talked to him, smiled at him, seeking to be together, not alone. So, Kano was confused, troubled. This was new in both his old world and this one. Abandoned as a child, deemed unwanted, he didn't know this feeling. Why was she doing this? Probably gratitude, he figured. That made sense. He'd saved her, answered her plea to come to the city. Fact. Gratitude for being saved. That he could understand. But to him, this seemed excessive. He was here on a contract, paid 1,000 gold coins to work as an adept. He'd done his job, nothing more, nothing less. So, he and Telnarika were equals. Basic respect was enough, she didn't need to go overboard. Why, then? Is there a reason she has to do this? A sudden thought, maybe she had a need to serve him. A reason to be so attentive, to personally care for him. For example, does she think I'll slack off if she doesn't? That was his first guess. Kano, having lived long, knew some people needed flattery to stay motivated, or they'd shirk their duties. Was Telnarika worried about that? Of course, Kano had no intention of slacking. He prided himself on diligence, his only redeeming trait, the key to surviving society. But if Telnarika thought that was a possibility, you don't need to go out of your way for me. Yes. Kano felt he needed to clarify. She didn't need to strain herself or treat him specially. I'll do the work I'm paid for. Yes. 1,000 gold coins was no small sum, enough to buy a mansion in the capital or even slaves. He'd work diligently for the remaining days to earn it. So, do what you want. She didn't need to play maid or stick by him. She must have her own desires, and she should prioritize those. That's what he conveyed. Telnarika tilted her head curiously, silent for a few seconds. Yes, I'll do what I love. She smiled and said it. Kano felt relieved. Good. That settled it, he thought. From then until bedtime, Telnarika stayed by his side unchanged. Why? Kano didn't understand. He'd told her clearly. She'd nodded. Yet she still wore the maid outfit, still served him. Baffled, he asked her the next morning. He'd said she could do what she wanted, hadn't he? I'm already doing what I love. What? He didn't get it. How was serving him her passion? How could anyone enjoy that? Incomprehensible. But to his confusion, Telnarika smiled. Lord Kano, I'm here because I want to be. Of course, if you find it bothersome, I'll step back. Lord Kano, am I a nuisance? Suddenly, Telnarika's face fell, her eyes downcast with sadness. A new expression for her, always so cheerful. Kano felt like he'd done something cruel. No, I mean, am I in the way? Guilt hit him, a kind he'd never felt before. So, impulsively. And no, it's not like that. Really, thank you. He blurted it out. Her sad face bloomed into a radiant smile. Ah, no. Then I'll keep serving you today. Kano realized his mistake, but it was too late. He couldn't take it back, not with her beaming so joyfully. Why was she so happy? He couldn't fathom it. That night, Kano wrestled with his confusion. That day, too, the wind dragon watched the city. Lying low before the cave, it kept watching. Observing the city, the castle at its heart, the movements of people, the buildings being rebuilt, the loathsome presence of the barrier end that man's mana and overwhelming aura. The dragon's gaze fixed on the castle gate. There stood the man emerging from it. Unlike the others he'd seen, a white apostle of the gods, the sworn enemy of the dark god. And above all, goo. The dragon swallowed its emotions, staring at the man. It observed his every move and those around him. Then it noticed something, the elf by his side. He'd seen her before. What was she, always near the man? Perhaps his mate, at that moment. The dragon instinctively dropped to the ground and a white torrent tore through the air above. A pure white spear. The cross-shaped radiance that obliterated a giant. It flew dozens of kilometers from the city to the mountain in an instant, aiming for the dragon. GI. A deafening roar. The spear obliterated the cave behind the dragon. The mountain was gouged. The terrain shifted, trees fell, and debris rained down on the dragon. Yet it didn't move. It held its breath, desperate to stay hidden. just to avoid detection, from the low sun's rise to its setting on the horizon. The dragon didn't budge. Days passed since Telnarika said she was there because she wanted to be. Kano remained troubled the entire time. Who was this girl who was always by his side? He couldn't make sense of it. Kano had agonized over it so much that he couldn't sleep at night. But no answers came. The more he dwelled on it, the worse his mood became. Even so, he had business to attend to, so for the first time in a while, Kano left the castle. It was at that moment that a bad premonition struck him. Kano summoned his spear and hurled it. Guided by instinct, the spear tore through the sky, striking near the peak of a mountain far from the city. Creating a second spear in his hand, he kept his eyes fixed on the point of impact. Lord Kano, what's the matter? And nothing. He observed for a while, but nothing moved. Prompted by Telnarika's words, he lowered his guard. There was no sense of having killed anything. Perhaps that bad feeling was just his imagination. He wanted to go to the site and confirm, but traveling to the mountain would leave the city defenseless for some time. With the wind dragon that escaped the other day still out there, acting recklessly wasn't an option, Kano thought. Letting out a small breath, he shifted his gaze back to the ground. He thought. Telnarika was staring intently at his hand, no, more precisely, at the spear in his hand. What is it? Oh, Lord Kano, your spear is pure white and truly beautiful. Telnarika clasped her hands in front of her chest as she spoke. Her eyes sparkled, her cheeks faintly flushed. Is it? Yes, absolutely. It's the color of the god of life, isn't it? It reminds me of the figure I once saw in the capital. Such a pure, unblemished white, so wonderful. Telnarika continued. There was no shadow in her expression, only the pure admiration of someone beholding something beautiful. Lord Kano. It's nothing. Faced with Telnarika's demeanor, Kano felt an indescribable emotion. Of course, it wasn't common knowledge. Telnarika likely didn't know. The meaning behind an adept's weapon being white, the divine weapon granted to adepts, its color, shape, and abilities shifting based on the adept's nature, what it meant for that weapon to remain pure white. Adepts, divine weapons, and unique magic. Kano averted his gaze from Telnarika's smiling face and took a step toward his destination. Today's destination was the city, or more specifically, the barrier tower within it. Lately, Kano hadn't gone out into the city. He'd stayed in the castle, treating the fatal disease and keeping watch over the surrounding area. Why? Because he was feeling jaded. The cityscape lay in ruins. The fields had withered. People in tattered clothes carried rubble. Their lives had been saved, but it was as if they'd lost everything else. It had been a few days since he'd ventured into the city and seen them. Just a few days, but it was enough time to sink into despair. From the castle's watchtower, it seemed the barrier tower's repairs were progressing somewhat, but the city's restoration was still far from complete. The endless task of rebuilding must have exhausted everyone. The atmosphere was likely grim. The city's safety might even be deteriorating. So Kano had deliberately turned his attention away, choosing not to look. Someone with a strong sense of justice might have jumped in to help, but Kano was merely dutiful. He did only what his job required. That was the kind of person he was. Yet, despite that, Kano had come to the city today because 2/3 of his contract period had passed. 10 days remained. The barrier tower needed to be fully repaired, or he couldn't return to the capital with peace of mind. Without Kano or the barrier, if that wind dragon attacked again, the city would fall easily. To prevent that, he decided to check on the progress in person. Kano passed through the castle's main gate, imagining a city in decline. It reminded him vaguely of his past self, stirring an unpleasant feeling. He resolved to return to the castle as soon as his business was done. With heavy steps, he passed through the gate and descended the long staircase. With each step down, the city came into view. The place he'd deliberately avoided sensing, save for detecting monsters, was now. Kano let out a small murmur. He stopped in his tracks. Confusion gripped him. Because there, before him. What? There were smiles, the lively voices of many people. A man ran about, hauling materials. A woman prepared food, calling out to others. An elderly man wove dried grass into rope. A child imitated him, helping out. There was no dark atmosphere. Amid the piles of rubble, people's eyes shone brightly. They hadn't given up. They looked forward, walking with their heads held high. Kano blinked several times at the sight of these people. It was the same as a few days ago, no, even more vibrant, with people walking forward, smiling. Why? Kano wondered. He'd been certain their spirits would be broken. They'd been on the brink of death, suffering. He'd thought they'd have given up, succumbed to despair. Lord Kano. Kano couldn't respond to Telnarika's voice. After standing still for a moment, he finally moved forward. His gaze fixed on the barrier tower, he began walking toward it. Step by step, he covered the few hundred meters. Men covered in dust stood atop the rubble. They carried pieces of debris one by one. The stone from collapsed houses was heavy and hard, their faces flushed with effort as they moved just one piece, with mountains more remaining. Yet they worked while cheerfully singing. Near a well, women were cooking. They prepared vast amounts of ingredients brought from the castle, making meals for distribution. They peeled heaps of vegetables, shuttling back and forth between the well and large pots to carry water. Yet they greeted and sent off the people in line with smiles. Children darted through the gaps between people. Tasked with delivering messages or carrying light items, they ran with youthful energy, breathing heavily. Yet they clutched their loads with both arms, doing their best to contribute. Under makeshift cloth tents, elderly people could be seen. They crafted small items or looked after young children unable to work. Their movements were slow, their bodies creaking. Yet they wore gentle smiles, steadily completing their tasks. And so, watching these scenes, Kano reached the barrier tower. Unlike elsewhere, reconstruction here involved magic. Some cut stone with earth magic, others lifted it with telekinesis. Golems carefully cleared collapsed sections. Those with levitation magic floated in the air, carving magic circles into rebuilt walls. The barrier tower's restoration was urgent, so those capable of magic were likely gathered here. Thanks to their efforts, progress was visibly steady. Kano looked back over the few hundred meters he'd walked. The vibrant scene of people remained unchanged, no matter how many times he looked. Children wore bright smiles, helping out or eating snacks they'd been given. Elders were offered hands, respected, their opinions sought. It was clear to see. Far from declining, the atmosphere was noticeably better than a few days ago. The weak were smiling. Why? It was unexpected. He hadn't thought it would be like this. In such harsh conditions, he'd assumed the weak would be oppressed. After all, Kano himself had been oppressed. He'd been unwanted, trampled as a weakling while growing up. As a child, abandoned by his parents, Kano was a burden wherever he went. No one extended a hand. Relatives, teachers, they all looked at him with disdain. So he endured and endured until he became the person he was now. Why? Were humans really like this? He found it strange. They'd all suffered. They'd contracted the fatal disease. Their bodies had rotted. An adept's healing magic could mend the mind to an extent, but their hearts could have broken. It wouldn't have been strange for them to fall into despair. They'd suffered, they'd been in pain. And yet somehow they were all smiling. Men, women, children, elders. Why? To Kano, it was an unbelievable sight. He wanted to doubt it, to call it a lie. No, he did doubt it. He wondered if the smiles were just a facade, if behind the scenes, children were being taken and hurt. Ow, ouch. It was at that moment, poor timing perhaps, that a child nearby fell. A young boy, likely not even 10 years old. His clothes weren't particularly clean, his body thin. He'd fallen hard, scraping his hands and knees badly. The boy groaned in pain, still on the ground. Tears welled in his faintly raised face. Kano approached him. He wanted to confirm. It hurts, huh? When Kano knelt beside him, the boy blinked rapidly at the sight of him. Tears, pushed out by his blinks, rolled down his cheeks. Lord Adept. The boy muttered, mouth agape. Kano placed a hand over the boy's head. The boy looked curiously at Kano's hand hovering above him, staring intently, but that was all. Seeing this, Kano felt some tension leave his body. He placed his hand on the boy's head, casting a gentle healing spell. The boy's body glowed faintly, and the wounds on his knees and hands healed completely. Ah, Lord Adept. Thank you. The boy looked at Kano, his eyes sparkling. They were eyes filled with awe, with admiration. Kano stood and began walking again. He recalled the sensation of the healing spell. The boy's body had no wounds beyond those on his hands and knees. No bruises under his clothes, no scars. He was thin, but his nutritional state wasn't dire. In other words, his suspicions were disproven. There were no children being hurt in the shadows, no abandoned children. Well, of course, it was just one child. Others might be different. There could still be children suffering in secret. No, that possibility seemed high to the distrustful Kano. But still, even so, Kano felt something strange, inexplicable. For some reason, the child he once was seemed to smile just a little. And behind Kano, Telnarika stood alone, blinking. She tilted her head, looking at Kano with curiosity. She simply watched his slightly hunched back as he walked. She recalled his past behavior. For 20 days, Telnarika had been by Kano's side, always watching. So she brought to mind his words, his expressions, his gestures. Telnarika lowered her eyes sadly. She bit her lip and gave a small nod. Section. That day, too, Kano dreamed. In his dream, he faced his current self. To Kano, the world had always been cruel. He'd always been alone. Before he knew it, everyone around him was an enemy. There was no one he could trust. So he forgot how to trust. He lived looking only at rules and promises, averting his eyes from the people in front of him. Kano defined himself as dutiful. He'd lived rejecting others, seeing no one. That was who Kano was. But despite being that kind of person, Kano wanted someone by his side. Being alone was lonely. So, 25 years ago, he turned to a potion. He couldn't trust people, but he could trust a potion. Earn money, buy slaves, give them love potions. Then he wouldn't be alone anymore. Surely, the loneliness would fade. During his training as an adept candidate, that was all he had in his heart. The desire to fill that loneliness. To buy a house and live with someone, a vague wish. There was no desire for a specific kind of woman, no lust for particular acts. Kano only cared about the result of being liked by someone. It was an empty wish. His goal was surely misaligned. And that was probably why. Because Kano was that kind of person, his spear remained pure white, the adept's weapon, a divine weapon granted by the gods. Its color and shape changed based on the adept's nature. Yet, while Kano's weapon took the form of a cross spear, its color never changed. The color it had when granted by the gods, pure white, a hollow spear. Kano lacked a solid sense of self. He had no desires, no love. Thus, in truth, Kano was a defective adept. Kano couldn't use unique magic. In this world, there existed a power called unique magic. In a world where mana, will, could cause phenomena, that will held power. Sometimes, an unyielding will could erode and reshape the world itself. Unique magic was the power to change the world. A power born from an inviolable ego, capable of altering reality, leaving scars on the world even after the caster's death. Of course, not everyone could use it. It awakened in perhaps 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, a rare power. Race, age, skill, none of that mattered. Only an unshakably strong ego could wield it. It was a power granted by talent and circumstance, not something sought or earned through effort. Yet for an adept, it was a power they were expected to possess. After all, without such a resolute ego, without desire or love, no one could endure an adept's training. Only those who could boldly proclaim themselves, even if their fingers were ground to dust, could become adepts. But Kano had no such thing. All he had was a void. A desperate struggle to fill a painful, unknown yearning. That was why it took Kano 25 years to become an adept. Lacking unique magic, he had to build a foundation to compensate. He swung his spear more than anyone, bled more than anyone. Kano was an anomaly in the academy. His fellow candidates couldn't understand him. Nor could Kano understand them. So he lived without connecting with anyone, always struggling toward the one thing he decided to believe in. Section. Kano awoke. When he opened his eyes, he wasn't in the academy, but in a room in Smenia's castle. The faint morning light stung his eyes, making him squint reflexively. He sat up and turned toward the window. The sun was just rising. The sky still held traces of night. Kano slipped out of bed and approached the window for no particular reason. Standing by the window, he looked at the city. The place he'd avoided looking at until yesterday. The place where he'd imagined malice. Kano turned his attention, just a little, toward that city. He felt the stirrings of people, the sense of them rising early, beginning their work to rebuild the city. The sound of breakfast being set on tables, the laughter of people gathering around it, the rush of finishing meals and running outside. the wave of hands sending them off. Large presences, small presences, everyone striving to live. It was the same vibrant energy he'd seen yesterday. Kano gazed at the people for a while, lost in thought. It wasn't a lie, he thought just a little. Section, Lord Kano, here's your tea. Thank you. Past noon, after Kano's work for the day was done. He sipped the tea Telnarika had prepared, nibbling on the accompanying sweets. It's sweet, he thought as he ate. The sweetness seemed stronger than usual. Perhaps they'd changed the recipe, he mused, glancing at Telnarika sitting across from him. But still, in the end, he still didn't understand Telnarika, he realized. Yesterday, caught up in his thoughts about the city, he'd let it slide, but for the past few days, Kano had been troubled by Telnarika. He'd told her she was free to do as she pleased, to do what she wanted. He'd given her permission, yet Telnarika continued to act as a maid. Kano couldn't comprehend why. The question never left him. Lord Kano. It's nothing. Even now it was the same. She stayed by his side, smiling at him. Telnarika smiled from morning to night, speaking to him, cheerfully, happily, with a gentle smile. Kano couldn't understand why she directed such expressions at him. Even if it was just politeness, there was no need to smile so constantly. If she was truly smiling, that was even harder to grasp. You're always smiling, aren't you? As am I. Yes, you are, even though there's nothing fun about being around me. It was strange, incomprehensible, and so Kano let his true thoughts slip out. Words he'd never normally say. There was no point in voicing negativity. It only led to rejection, disdain, alienation. At least that's what Kano believed. Regret and self-loathing were things to keep inside. That's what he believed, yet this time the words slipped out. Perhaps he'd grown too accustomed to Telnarika over these days. Or maybe it was the shock from the city yesterday. His tongue had slipped. Damn it, he thought. He brought the teacup to his lips to cover it up. Telnarika's eyes widened as she looked at him. She blinked rapidly then. No, it's fun. After a few seconds of silence, those were her words. What? It's fun being with you, Lord Kano. Now it was Kano's turn to blink. What is she saying? He thought. But Telnarika only smiled at him, purely and simply. Kano froze, teacup still in hand. Fun? With a guy like me who can barely hold a conversation. I hardly talk, don't I? The words slipped out again. Negative, pathetic words. He knew he'd regret them later, yet he couldn't stop. But Telnarika tilted her head slightly at his pitiful display. Her expression was a little troubled, her brows lowered, but still endlessly kind. And then she slowly opened her mouth. Does it matter if there are no words? That's what she said. What? Does it matter if there are no words? What did that mean? Kano froze completely this time. His mouth hung open, and Telnarika smiled brightly at him. I really do think it's fun. I see. He managed to mutter that much. He couldn't understand, he was confused. He sipped his tea repeatedly to cover it up, but he was so flustered he couldn't taste it. Because that was something he'd never experienced in his life. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 4. The City of Smenia. Does it matter if there are no words? Kano recalled Telnarika's words, replaying them over and over in his mind. The smiling girl. She had said it was fun even without words. And Kano. No, that can't be right. That's what he thought. Words were important. Words were what allowed people to connect, to understand one another. That's how it worked, wasn't it? Or maybe it wasn't. Kano, who barely spoke, couldn't confidently assert the importance of words. Yet he had lived within that worldview. He vaguely remembered being taught in school to speak his mind clearly, and he thought it must be the same in this world. So, he couldn't understand Telnarika's words. Was she lying, or perhaps just saying something offhand? Some people spoke thoughtlessly, after all, or so he thought. But then, the Telnarika he had seen until now. That day, the girl who had screamed while coughing up blood. Kano didn't understand. He couldn't understand. Section, 23 days had passed since arriving in Smenia. Only 7 days remained until the end of his assignment in the city. Contrary to Kano's deepening, the workload itself had been decreasing. The miasma density in the city was thinning. From the window, the sky's miasmic hue was fading, giving way to blue. The number of patients with the fatal disease had dropped significantly in recent days. Yesterday and the day before, there was only one patient each morning. And today, Lord Adept, there are no patients with the fatal disease today. I see. The knight who reported this to Kano had a serious expression and stood calmly, but his voice carried a hint of excitement. Of course, he was happy. It was understandable. Today marked the 38th day since the dungeon overflow began. The battle that had started before Kano arrived in the city was finally reaching a turning point. The end was in sight, just within reach. Once the barrier tower was rebuilt, it could be said that the overflow was over. Of course, a long recovery would follow. But with this, my work here is mostly done. In any case, Kano's tasks had reached a similar conclusion. All that remained was to deal with monsters until the barrier was restored. He could either patrol the city's perimeter with his spear or monitor from a vantage point, sensing for threats and eliminating them. Which should he choose? Today, I'll head to the watchtower. For some reason, he decided on that. He felt like observing the city's state today. Smenia's castle walls were dotted with tall watchtowers used for surveillance. Until recently, soldiers had been stationed there constantly, watching for bandits or disturbances in the city. But now, most had been destroyed by monster attacks. However, one tower had miraculously survived unscathed, offering a clear view of the surrounding forest. Lately, Kano had been using it as his base of operations. Kano stood at the edge of the tower, looking down at the city. Today, too, it was filled with vibrant people. Shouts of determination, children running about. The barrier tower's repairs were nearing completion, the end in sight. For a moment, Kano let his gaze linger on them. Then he narrowed his eyes, extending his senses toward the forest. Beyond the city's crumbled outer wall, in the forest, it appeared empty to the naked eye, but numerous monster presences stirred. Likely waiting to ambush anything that approached, or perhaps hiding from the night's patrols. While tracking these monsters, Kano conjured a knife with a magical tool. This tool was one he'd used for a long time, a versatile item handy in combat. It could create small knives as long as his mana lasted. The knives it produced were low in durability and would vanish after a while, making them unreliable for direct combat. But in certain situations, they were incredibly useful. Namely, Kano swung his arm toward the forest. 4 knives were held between his fingers, released simultaneously. In a single breath, the knives crossed the city, reaching beyond the outer wall. In the forest outskirts, several sense presences vanished. Trees rustled noisily as the remaining presences began retreating deeper into the woods. Kano relentlessly launched more conjured knives at the fleeing monsters' backs. There was no mercy. The notion of letting a fleeing opponent go might apply to wild beasts, but not to monsters. Monsters were humanity's sworn enemies. Monsters, the vanguard created by the evil god, devourers of humanity. Monsters were born as humanity's enemies by the evil god's design. This was because the evil god harbored hatred and murderous intent toward humanity, and because it rewarded monsters for killing. The more humans a monster killed, the stronger it became. The more it consumed, the wiser it grew. The more hatred and malice it held toward humans, the greater the blessings it received. Though differences existed based on their species at birth, these were the principles governing monsters. Thus, mutual understanding between humans and monsters was impossible. Understanding required communication, and communication required intelligence. But for a monster to gain intelligence, it had to devour countless humans, an irreconcilable contradiction. They could never understand each other. No, they must never understand each other. That was the nature of monsters in this world. Thus, Kano had no hesitation, silently conjuring the next knife in his hand. And he continued to strike down the fleeing presences. Section. Some time later, Kano paused after circling the city's perimeter. Not all the monsters were dead, but including those that fled, the area around the city was clear for now. He would remain vigilant and deal with any that approached again. So Kano let out a small breath and turned around. There, a single small, rectangular bench stood, with a girl seated on it. In the stark, weapon-strewn tower, a maid-clad girl seemed out of place. Telnerica was, as always, by Kano's side today. "Lord Kano, are you taking a break?" "Yes, I see. Then I'll prepare some tea," Telnerica said with a smile, taking a pot and cup from her basket. Beside her, there was an empty space just wide enough for one person. He knew Telnerica was leaving that space for him. It was the same as yesterday, so he understood. But sitting there would mean being close to her. At first, when he'd come to this watchtower a few days ago, it was different. Telnerica had stood while he fought monsters, and even during breaks, she tried to stand by his side. But sitting alone while the girl stood beside him felt uncomfortable. So he'd told her to sit, without considering the bench's size or number. This was the result. Kano hesitated to sit in the narrow space beside Telnerica. But he knew if he stayed standing, she would stand too, offering him the seat. So he sat, keeping a fist's width of distance to avoid awkwardness. "Lord Kano, here's your tea." As soon as he sat, Telnerica handed him tea poured from the pot. The tea, kept warm by a magical tool, was hot. Kano brought the steaming cup to his lips slowly. The pleasant aroma of tea filled his nostrils as he exhaled. His breath came out white, but the wind blowing from the side quickly dispersed it. "It's a bit windy, isn't it?" "Lord Kano, aren't you cold?" Telnerica murmured softly. "Well, a little." Now that she mentioned it, it did feel a bit chilly. Not that it posed any problem. Adepts were trained to adapt to any environment. He could feel heat or cold, but a snowy mountain in winter was no different from this place in his perception. That was just how it was. So, Kano didn't think much of it and took another sip of tea. "Lord Kano." "Iwa." At that moment, Telnerica's body suddenly tilted toward him. Startled, Kano instinctively moved to dodge, but his adept senses told him that if he did, Telnerica would fall onto the bench. So, Kano couldn't move. He could only watch as Telnerica's body drew closer. Thump! A soft sensation brushed against his arm. Telnerica's head, shoulder, and arm were touching him. The distance that had been there moments ago was gone. Kano, as expected, couldn't move. As he stood frozen, the warmth of Telnerica's body slowly seeped through their clothes where they touched. "Telnerica, what are you?" "Lord Kano, did you know? Even in strong winds, if you stay close, it's warm." Her gentle voice answered the question he barely managed to squeeze out. A soft whispering tone, "Did he know?" Something like that. "I didn't know." "I see, then let today be the day you learn." "Heh heh heh," Telnerica's voice tickled his ear. Kano was confused, flustered. He didn't understand why she was doing this. Overwhelmed by things he couldn't comprehend, Kano could do nothing. A glance showed the girl simply smiling, her cheeks faintly flushed. "Zai." And so, the silent moment stretched on. Atop the tower, with no one else around, there was only the sound of the wind and Telnerica's soft breathing. Yes, there were no words tinged with the malice he so often suspected, just the gentle warmth seeping through. Zai. Telnerica was, simply, warm. Section, dozens of kilometers from Smenia. On the mountainside where a cave had collapsed, the wind dragon still lingered. It suppressed its presence, lying low, watching the city. It ceased making sounds, stopped moving. Insects and small animals began crawling over its body, but the dragon didn't stir. The dragon sensed it. The city's barrier was returning. The accursed tower was nearly restored, and the presence of the gods was growing stronger. If this continued, the dragon would no longer be able to enter the city. If it was going to attack, now was the time. This was a fact not only the dragon but other monsters understood. That's why the number of monsters around the city never dwindled. No matter how many knives Kano hurled into the forest, they kept returning. An unprotected human settlement was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for monsters to grow stronger. Even so, the dragon remained still, continuing to observe the city. The next day, morning. That day, too, Kano and Telnerica climbed the watchtower together. Kano hunted monsters, while Telnerica watched from behind. Kano diligently and efficiently protecting the city, and Telnerica observing him. During their break in the strong wind, they drank tea together. Zai. Today, too, they sat side by side on the bench, their shoulders lightly touching. Few words passed between them. Occasionally, Telnerica spoke, and Kano gave a brief reply. Otherwise, they simply sat together. A faint warmth came from where they touched, and Kano, unfamiliar with it, could never quite get used to it. Yet, for some reason, he didn't feel like pulling away. And so they remained like that until the sun rose high. By noon, Kano suddenly sensed the activation of the teleportation gate. A group of visitors had arrived in the city. Merchants. Yes, from the capital. Wondering what was happening, it turned out to be merchants who had ventured here. But still, the miasma may have thinned, but it's still present, isn't it? That's the kind of risk merchants take. If there's profit to be made, they'll go to the depths of a dungeon. That's just how they are. Would you like to take a look, Lord Kano? Quite a resilient bunch. Kano felt a twinge of respect for their vitality, risking their lives for profit, but when asked if he was interested, he felt none. So he was about to brush it off. Then he noticed. Telnarika, unusually for her age, was looking at him with sparkling eyes. And from their time together, Kano knew. This girl would never go shopping alone. All right, then show me the way. Yes. Guided by Telnarika, Kano headed to the plaza in front of the castle. A large makeshift tent had already been set up, with goods spread out inside. The place was bustling with people. A merchant rubbing his hands together, an elderly woman seriously inspecting fabric. A young vendor shouting the names of sweets, children crowding around. A man with a bottle of liquor glancing at the woman beside him, who dismissed him with a smile. Everyone seemed to be enjoying their shopping. Goods were selling like hotcakes, yet new items kept appearing on the shelves. The vast quantity of goods was likely brought in using spatial magic to compress storage. The teleportation gate could only stay open briefly per activation, so transporting large amounts required spatial magic tools to compress objects. Though, despite such convenient magical tools, the reason Earth's mechanical technology was sought after was that these tools were all one of a kind, crafted by artisans, with far too low production to meet demand. It's quite crowded, Kano thought as he approached the bustling shop. It was lively enough to make him hesitate to join the throng. Lord Kano, is there anything you need? I can pick something out for you if you'd like. Well, maybe something to snack on. At that moment, Telnarika peeked out from his side. Perhaps she was being considerate. Kano handed her a few silver coins from his wallet and watched her run off. Well, Lord Adept, it's an honor to meet you. A voice called out and he turned to look. A merchant approached, rubbing his hands together. Somehow, Kano thought, that gesture was the same even in this world. Is there anything you require, my lord? If it's a request from an adept, this Yanin will spare no effort to provide. And no. I see, that's unfortunate. But should you ever need anything, I'd be delighted if you'd consult with me. He continued, explaining that their shop was based in the capital, giving its location. Kano listened absently, thinking the merchant spoke with unusual formality. Or perhaps this was normal when addressing an adept. Having only recently become one, Kano wasn't sure. Well, the politeness didn't leave a bad impression, so it was fine. Telnarika, shopping with a bright expression, didn't seem to be dealing with anyone trying to swindle her either. Ah, we're offering discounts this time. This city has been a long-time partner in holy flower trade, after all. I see. The merchant answered a question Kano hadn't asked. Either he was very perceptive, or Kano was too easy to read. But it's a shame, really, to think this city's holy flowers would wither, even the seeds such a pity. If we can procure seeds from another city, holy flower cultivation could resume quickly. But this city's holy flowers were something special. As a merchant, it's truly regrettable. The merchant let out a small sigh. Kano thought, oh, so this city's holy flowers were special, treating it as someone else's concern. At that moment, a faint grit sounded. A glance showed a nearby knight clenching his teeth. He looked at the merchant, then with regret at the withered fields in the distance. Had he overheard the conversation? Things must be tough, Kano thought. But when it came to plants, there was nothing he could do. So, without dwelling on it, he turned his gaze back to the merchant. By the way, Lord Adept, we've actually been entrusted with a package for you. A package, section. Is this a house catalog? Back in his room, Kano opened the delivered package. The sender was an instructor from the academy. Inside the paper bag was a catalog and a note. In the instructor's handwriting, it read, "Getting some free time soon, right? Sending you what you mentioned before." Come to think of it, the instructor knew about his plan to buy a house. After all, it was the instructor who had lured Kano to the academy with sweet promises. Well, he'd appreciate the thoughtfulness, he supposed. He flipped through the catalog. It listed houses for sale, with small text detailing their features. Kano scanned the pages, reading the sales pitches. He rotated the catalog, studying the fine print, resting his chin in his hand as he pondered. After a while, he looked up, shifting his gaze from the catalog to the ceiling. Honestly, he didn't understand any of it. Every house looked the same to him. Apparently, Kano lacked the ability to read this world's blueprints. The technical terms in the catalog were beyond him. Nothing to be done about that, he thought, then Telnarika peeked over. Lord Kano, are you buying a house? Yeah. Nodding to Telnarika, he closed the catalog. At that, the girl clasped her hands in front of her chest, exclaiming, how wonderful. What kind of house are you looking for? Telnarika's eyes sparkled. She seemed incredibly excited. Kano blinked at her reaction, thinking for a moment, what kind of house? Well, one in a convenient location would be nice. Right, anything else? Not really. That's such a waste. You're buying a house, this is your chance. Telnarika snatched the catalog from Kano's hands. Spreading it out on the table, she began pointing out various features. This house had a small greenhouse, she said. That one had a special oven. This one had many rooms, that one was equipped with heating and cooling magical tools, another had an underground laboratory, or a large garden, or even a familiar. Kano was a bit taken aback by her enthusiasm, but gradually began to understand as they talked. He even started offering his own opinions. A bath would be nice, he said, and Telnarika agreed, absolutely essential. What's a familiar like? He asked, and she replied, it cleans for you. A big house might be hard to maintain, he noted, and she countered, hire servants. Spending money to stimulate the economy is a duty for those in high positions. As they discussed, the sun began to tilt in the sky. Occasionally, monsters approached, but Kano dealt with them while continuing the conversation, losing track of time. Section. Princess, may I have a moment? It was then that a maid came to call for Telnarika. A talk, what could it be? Lord Kano, I'll step out for a bit. All right. After seeing Telnarika leave with the maid, Kano headed to the watchtower. He could have kept looking at the catalog, but having closed it, he wasn't in the mood anymore. It felt like it had been a while since he walked alone, he thought, leaving the castle and heading toward the walls. Lord Adept. Him. Someone called out to him. A familiar man stood there. It was the man Kano had seen when he first arrived in the city, during the monster sweep in front of the audience chamber. The man who had stood his ground against a troll on the brink of death. The knight captain who had led the city's defense before Kano's arrival. I know it's presumptuous, but could I have a moment of your time? Sure. Kano nodded, finding it unusual as the knight captain bowed apologetically. It was rare for someone to approach him like this, and rarer still for the knight captain to come to the castle. In the 10+ days since arriving, the knights, including their captain, had been taking turns patrolling the city's perimeter. The city had avoided monster invasions despite losing its barrier, largely thanks to Kano's efforts, but also because of the knights' vigilance. Intelligent monsters fled when Kano threw knives from the watchtower, but less intelligent ones wouldn't recognize a threat without a visible presence. Thanks to the knights' tireless work, Kano's job was easier, and he was grateful for it. As it happens, the knights have a request to discuss with you, Lord Adept. A request. Section. After listening to the knight captain for a while, Kano stood atop the watchtower, throwing knives into the forest. More than usual and a bit deeper. Lord Kano, I'm back. All right. Telnarika appeared from the tower's staircase, holding her usual pot, the scent of tea wafting. But her expression, unlike usual, held a slight shadow. Kano tilted his head at her demeanor but continued his work diligently. Lord Kano, the townspeople have asked me something. After some time, Telnarika spoke as if mustering her resolve. Turning, Kano saw her sitting on the bench, fists clenched on her lap, deep creases in her gripped skirt. To her, Kano said, Yeah, about the seeds, right. He brought it up first. As Telnarika looked surprised, Kano recalled the earlier encounter. The knight captain told me. It was about the city's industry, the holy flowers. We want to search for the seeds. The knight captain's request had begun with those words. It was the only hope to revive the holy flowers of this city, all of which had withered and died. Apparently, holy flowers had a unique biology. Holy flowers were beautiful, with delicate white petals, but they were fragile and prone to wilting. Sensitive to temperature changes and water quality, They weakened under strong sunlight and succumbed easily to pests or disease. To survive, the holy flower had developed a trait. In rare cases, perhaps 1 in 1,000, it would create new seeds in its underground roots when its life was threatened. Fragile yet enduring, it preserved its life in the stable underground, waiting for the next chance to bloom. That was the nature of the holy flower, the knight captain had said. The blooming flowers and stored seeds were all rotted by the miasma, but seeds underground might still be alive. The collective will of the townspeople was to search for those seeds. Of course, the odds were slim. They had already dug up parts of the fields, finding only a few seeds per section, all rotted. Yet those underground seeds were less damaged than those above ground. And if there was even a slight chance, they couldn't give up. Clenching his fists tightly, the knight captain cried out, as if forcing the words from his throat. If even one seed remained, they wanted to find and protect it as soon as possible. Knowing that surviving seeds could be weakening even now, they couldn't stay calm. But we're in the midst of rebuilding the city. The barrier tower isn't finished yet. We're critically short on manpower and can't spare many for the fields. So after much thought, their conclusion was, we'd like to reassign some knights to the search. It'll thin our patrol network, but please, we beg you, the knight captain pleaded with Kano. It might increase Kano's burden, but please forgive them, he said, bowing deeply. Those flowers are special to us. We grew up with them and we die with them. That's how we've lived. We want to offer holy flowers at the graves of our fallen comrades. The man who had lost countless subordinates during the overflow 20 days ago shouted. Kano understood. To this city, holy flowers held not just industrial value but a deeper significance. So, of course, we'll do everything we can to repay you, so. No need for that. Kano averted his eyes from the desperately bowing knight captain and walked past him. Do as you like. Hi. Monster hunting was Kano's job to begin with. The number of knights didn't matter. Do what you want, Kano told the knight captain. I see. Yeah. That was the gist of it, Kano explained. Telnarika gave a self-deprecating smile and looked down. Then, softly, she murmured, I didn't even notice that possibility. A brief silence followed. The townspeople asked me to join the search. I bear the blessing of the forest god. It would help with finding the seeds. I see. Makes sense, Kano thought. The forest god's blessing should aid with plants in general. In that case, Telnarika's participation would indeed be helpful. The forest god's blessing. Yes, that's right. Not the boundary god. Kano frowned, puzzled. It contradicted what he'd heard from a maid before. The lords of Smenia were tasked with wielding a special barrier, a sealing barrier. If so, their family should bear the blessing of the boundary god, not the forest god, since barriers separated the inside and outside of dungeons. So, out of curiosity, Kano asked without thinking much of it, why you knew about Smenia's role. Yeah, a maid told me. For some reason, Telnarika's face froze in shock. Her eyes widened, staring at Kano, but then darted away and she looked down. Kano was baffled by her reaction. Had he asked something he shouldn't have? But the words were already out. Well, I'm not the heir, you see. I'll leave the family someday, so I have a different blessing. Telnarika stammered, fumbling for excuses. Kano watched her, blinking, but after a few seconds, her movement stopped abruptly. She raised her head, looking straight at Kano. No, I'm sorry. Everything I just said was a lie. I don't want to lie to you, Lord Kano, but I can't tell you the truth either. I could never do something so ungrateful or shameful. What? Telnarika gazed at Kano with utterly sincere eyes. Her lips were pressed tightly together, yet she never looked away. So please, if you'll forgive me, don't ask. All right. Kano could only nod to Telnarika. He didn't fully understand her words. Even so, he couldn't press her further, not with those determined eyes fixed on him. Telnarika's face softened with relief as Kano nodded. A subtle silence settled between them. After a short while, I'll join the seed search from now on. So, I won't be by your side, Lord Kano. I see. Right, Kano thought. Joining the search meant Telnarika would be away from him. It was only natural, so Kano accepted it without issue. Or rather, he was more preoccupied with their earlier conversation. What did she mean by ungrateful or shameful? Yeah. Telnarika stood and headed for the tower's staircase. Lord Kano. Him. At the last moment, she turned back, calling his name. No, it's nothing. But Telnarika said no more and descended the stairs. Her parting smile, unlike usual, seemed tinged with loneliness, and Kano blinked several times. But I don't understand. I can't tell you the truth either. I could never do something so ungrateful or shameful. Kano mulled over Telnarika's words, troubled. Standing at the edge of the watchtower, looking down at the forest and the city. He hurled knives into the forest while casting questioning glances at the city. Back then, he had only asked about Telnarika's blessing. Why would that be something ungrateful or shameful? What kind of situation made it impossible for her to explain? He didn't understand, but Telnarika had asked him not to press further. So, from atop the watchtower, Kano simply watched as a group, led by the golden-haired girl, moved toward the withered fields. Soon after, the search for the seeds began. Telnarika left Kano's side, taking her place at the forefront of the townspeople. And Kano remained alone atop the watchtower. While pondering the earlier matter, he continued hurling knives into the forest. Occasionally, he glanced from afar at the people gathering around the fields, digging up the soil. It had been a while since Telnarika wasn't by his side, and it felt a little strange. The silence was pronounced, the sound of the wind unusually loud. But, well, she had been near him almost constantly for the past 10 days or so it was only natural to feel this way when she was suddenly gone, he thought. Was there a problem? No, not really. It was just quiet. That was obvious. Kano wasn't a child. He sipped the tea Telnarika had prepared, hunting a few more monsters than usual. I'm back. All right. As the sun set, Telnarika returned. Her clothes were smudged with dirt in places, and her expression held her usual smile, but her movements betrayed fatigue. Her step seemed heavy, and though slight, she was unsteady. It was no wonder, Kano thought. From afar, he had seen that the seed search was almost entirely manual labor. They weren't using magic, not even earth magic, nor physical enhancement magic, except for a few, including Telnarika. Kano found it curious what the reason could be. The holy flower seeds are very delicate. Even a small amount of mana could damage them. The only exception is those with the forest god's blessing. Everyone else must avoid magic entirely for safety. Even magical tools are off limits. I see. Her answer came with a wry smile. In this world, every living thing, including plants, had its own unique mana. Mana foreign to it could sometimes cause harm just by contact. That's how it worked. So, it couldn't be helped, he supposed. But it was an incredibly daunting task. No, digging up fields across the city almost entirely by hand wasn't that simply unrealistic. Even so, we have no choice but to do it. It's all we have. The only saving grace is that holy flowers don't have very deep roots, Telnarika said with a smile. Then, with a light cough, she straightened her posture and continued. Since I couldn't assist you this afternoon, Lord Kano, please let me know if there's anything you need. Kano shook his head, telling her to return to her room and rest. He cast a light healing spell and purification on her, then escorted her to her quarters. Phew. After a small exhale, he scanned the city's surroundings. Confirming there were no issues, he slipped into bed. Somehow, today had felt particularly quiet, he thought for the umpteenth time. Section. The next day, the search continued in the fields. Telnarika had been there since morning. The work was the same as the previous day, mostly manual, progressing slowly. Yet everyone worked diligently. Digging, checking, digging again, checking again. Searching for seeds, finding only dead ones, yet moving on to the next without giving up. Looking for likely spots, wandering the city, digging again. The townspeople carried on tirelessly. Even when they dug and dug, finding only rotted seeds with no sign of life, not even weed seeds, all decayed. Kano watched from atop the watchtower. He observed the group, centered around the golden-haired girl, working as one. Even if progress was slow, they moved forward steadily, one step at a time. He watched them press on without giving up. At some point, Kano noticed. The number of people in the fields was growing. By evening, it felt like there were twice as many as at noon. Where had they come from, he wondered. Then, a man's shout echoed from the city. A loud voice declaring the day's work was done, that the rest would wait until tomorrow. Kano turned his gaze toward the man. The man checked the work site one last time, called out to another man working nearby, and then ran toward the fields. Not to a home or a rest area, but to the withered fields. He joined the search group, starting to work alongside them. There were many like him. As the sun set, instead of dwindling, the number of people grew and the work pace quickened. In the end, nearly everyone except those rebuilding the barrier tower had joined the fields, cooperating in the search. Kano watched the townspeople from afar. From the quiet watchtower, he simply observed them. He watched them unite as one, children mingling and laughing together. He narrowed his eyes at their joyful expressions, his gaze lingering on the golden hair among them. On the quiet watchtower, with only the sound of the wind, Kano diligently carried out his work while watching them. After a while, he turned his gaze away. Deciding it was time for a break, he looked back. In the center of the watchtower stood a bench, with a basket containing the tea and snacks Telnarika had prepared. Kano walked toward it with slightly lighter steps, taking out the contents. He poured tea into a cup and ate an egg sandwich from the basket. Eating alone atop the watchtower, he narrowed his eyes again at the lively city, his gaze settling on a single girl. But it was then, after a short while, that it happened. Kano glanced to his side. It had been about a day since Telnarika left. He looked at the empty space beside him on the bench. No one was there, it was empty. Of course it was. Telnarika was out there, working hard with the townspeople. There was no reason for her to be here. That was all there was to it. That was all, so why? For some reason, Kano recalled. Just yesterday morning, when Telnarika was here, this bench felt smaller. The distance between them was so close it was hard to sit without touching. Her warmth had seeped through at that distance. She had been right beside him, smiling. Without fully understanding, Kano looked toward the fields. There was Telnarika in the midst of everyone, working hard, smiling. Surrounded by people, all of them joyful, and Telnarika joyful too. It was a good thing. But the watchtower had been quiet since yesterday afternoon, a little chilly. I don't understand. Kano didn't understand anything. But there, for the first time, he felt an unfamiliar emotion stirring within him. Section: Lord Kano, here is today's tea and snacks. All right. The next morning, early, Telnarika headed out to the city. Handing Kano a basket with food and drink, she bowed once, turned, and left the room. Kano almost called out to her, but he clamped his mouth shut, lowered the hand he hadn't realized he'd raised. What had he meant to say to Telnarika? He didn't know himself. Was he going to tell her to stay safe, or perhaps cheer her on? What's that about? Unable to understand, Kano scratched his head and let out a small sigh. In times like this, he wanted a change of pace, so he looked for something to do. On the desk, he found a catalog, the one sent by his instructor, listing houses. To Kano, this book was for choosing a house for the harem he'd build soon, a culmination of 25 years of effort. Buy a house, buy slaves, give them love potions. This was the first step. A house. Kano opened the catalog. It listed various houses. Spacious houses, convenient houses, highly customizable houses, blueprints and sales pitches. This feature is appealing, that part was crafted with care, things like that were written. Blueprints drawn to this world's standards, filled with technical jargon, were hard for Kano, an Earth native, to read. But he could manage somewhat now because, just a few days ago, Telnarika had sat with him, going through this catalog and teaching him. Lord Kano, what kind of house do you like? Kano flipped through the catalog, looking at the houses, thinking about his harem. But after just a few minutes, he closed it. It wasn't fun at all. It felt tedious. His dream was so close. The day his efforts would pay off had finally come. Kano didn't understand. Without understanding, he diligently carried out his work. Section: The next day. Feeling unmotivated for some reason, but slacking off wasn't in Kano's nature. He threw knives and spears into the forest, repelling monsters. Occasionally, he searched for the golden-haired girl among the people gathered in the fields, working diligently as always. As the sun set, he returned to his room. Telnarika, looking exhausted, reported that they hadn't found any seeds today either. The few they did find were all rotted by the miasma. The seed search was still struggling, but there was good news today. The barrier tower. Yes, the repairs are complete. The barrier will be up soon. The news was that the tower's construction had finally finished. No major issues, and the test run was successful. Deploying the barrier required charging it with divine power so it wouldn't happen immediately. But within 2 days, the barrier should be fully restored, Telnerica said happily. Kano recalled his contract, 30 days, and today was the 28th. 2 days remained. It made it in time. Yes, now we won't trouble you anymore, Lord Kano. Trouble? By trouble, Telnerica meant that if the barrier couldn't be deployed, Kano would have had to extend his stay in the city. Of course. Without a barrier, if Kano left and even a single high-tier monster appeared, the city would be annihilated. Knowing that, he couldn't possibly return to the capital. But today, that worry was gone. The barrier was on track, and Kano would finish his work in 30 days. After that, he'd return to the capital, collect his gold, and build his harem with potions. His dream would finally come true. It should be a joyous occasion. Lord Kano. As Kano thought this, Telnerica's eyes widened, blinking several times. She took 1, then 2 steps closer. You must be tired, aren't you? But that's... Kano stopped her. He could see the heavy fatigue in her movements. Cutting off Telnerica's protests of, but still, he forcibly escorted her to the next room to rest. Afterward, Kano slipped into bed and closed his eyes. Today, too, the haze in his chest lingered all day. Section, dawn broke, 2 days until Kano's departure. That morning, the city was brimming with energy. News of the barrier tower's completion had spread. The townspeople breathed sighs of relief, and from early morning, it felt like a small festival. The city became even more focused on the search for holy flower seeds. Everyone did their jobs but rushed to the fields whenever they had a moment, searching for the tiny seeds, less than a centimeter in size. Amid it all, Kano stood alone atop the watchtower, as always. While working, he watched the golden figure among the people. Telnerica, the Lord's daughter. At times she directed, at others she wielded farming tools herself. Her small frame stood out among the adults, yet she was exceptionally active. Thanks to the forest god's blessing, she could use physical enhancement magic, lifting what would take several grown men to carry. Telnerica was at the center of the people, leading them forward. She was undeniably essential to the search. Her presence made a clear difference in efficiency and enthusiasm. It was only right for her to be there. The sight of everyone working together was dazzling to Kano. But just a little, the tea he drank during breaks felt bland. Section, the next day arrived, 1 day until Kano's departure. That morning, Telnerica visited Kano's room as usual, then headed to the city. A basket with tea and snacks sat beside him. Inside, as expected, were egg sandwiches. Kano climbed the watchtower and looked down at the city. Below, the same scene as the past few days unfolded, Telnerica and the townspeople. They worked tirelessly. No matter how slim the odds, they didn't give up. There must have been a sense of futility. They must have thought it was pointless at times, but they did what they could, 1 step at a time. They never stopped moving forward. So perhaps this wasn't a miracle, but simply the result of their efforts. Found it. It was at dusk, as the sun began to set. In a corner of the city, at a small personal garden, a trembling man's voice echoed through the city. Section. Why had that seed survived? By chance, a waterway was being cleaned nearby. On the day the dungeon overflow began, beside that garden, a small waterway had been temporarily dammed for cleaning. But when the overflow hit, the workers fled in a panic, leaving the dam in place. As a result, water overflowed, flooding the adjacent garden. The holy flowers blooming above ground withered from the miasma. But their roots produced seeds, and those seeds, protected by soil and water, were shielded from the miasma. A miracle born of mistakes and fortune. And the result of the relentless efforts of those who believed and kept searching. On the 6th day of the search, a single seed was found in the muddy soil of the garden. Section. Kano stood at the edge of the tower, watching the city. Far in the distance, enhanced by magic, he saw the jubilant crowd and Telnerica at its center. As the townspeople gathered, Telnerica knelt in the middle of the garden, hands clasped. A few others around her did the same. A prayer to the forest god. Telnerica's voice carried faintly from afar. Then, green light spilled from the ground. It gathered around the single seed, glowing brightly, painting the already darkened sky with the color of the forest. At the edge of Kano's vision, a change began. From the tiny seed, a sprout emerged, roots extending. In moments, a stem grew, thickened, and formed a bud at its tip. Then the bud opened. A great flower bloomed, petals like a chrysanthemum, a single white flower glowing like the moon in the night sky. Cheers echoed into the night. The townspeople embraced, overjoyed. In their midst, the flower wilted as quickly as it had bloomed. It turned brown, its base swelling. A fruit formed, then began to wither. Telnarika reached out beneath the fruit. It split open, and dozens of tiny seeds spilled out. Dozens of seeds. Telnarika carefully transferred them to a bag. At the same time, the green light around the flower gradually faded. Kano watched the city from afar. Just then, a new light enveloped the city. As the flower's light faded, a blue light, not green, now bathed the city. Kano was startled, but it wasn't an ominous presence. Calmly, he turned to find the source of the light, the barrier tower. From the city's center, the barrier tower glowed with light and divine power. This meant, the barrier's back. Blue light spread across the night sky. The color of the boundary god. It formed patterns in the air, enveloping the entire city. An even louder cheer than before roared through the city. Good news had come one after another. Kano listened to the voices, scanning for enemies with lingering caution. No issues, no enemies, and the city was wrapped in the barrier. Kano let out a small breath. That was the moment his work in the city ended. Section. Some time passed. During it, Kano remained atop the watchtower. The city was in a festive uproar, cheers reaching the castle even without magical enhancement. The barrier was restored today. The holy flower was found, so everyone was laughing. Of course, much remained unfinished. No one knew how long the reconstruction would take, but for today, everyone celebrated with all their might. Kano sat on the watchtower's bench, far from the city. The bench was too wide for one person. He settled there, drinking tea that had long gone cold, leftovers from what Telnarika had given him that morning. Kano exhaled softly. It felt a bit chilly, but he wasn't in the mood to return to his room. Too many emotions swirled in his chest to go back alone. He didn't know what those emotions were. They were unfamiliar. Kano, too used to living alone, couldn't name them. Having always been alone, the presence of others made even his own feelings incomprehensible. He didn't understand. Kano understood nothing. Why did Telnarika's face appear when he closed his eyes? He didn't know. Without knowing, his life in the city was coming to an end. Soon, he'd return to his old ways. Kano's gaze naturally lowered. He looked at his feet. The stone floor of the watchtower, a place where only he stood, a place with no one else. Kano was alone there. But then he noticed. A sound came from below, footsteps, light like a girl's. "Lord Kano." A voice called. From the stairs, a girl appeared. A golden-haired girl, a maid-clad girl, out of breath, with the voice that had been by his side for these 30 days. "I'm sorry, I'm late." Telnarika's cheeks were flushed. Her hair clung to her neck. The air was cool, the sun having set. She must have run here, judging by her appearance. "Lord Kano, may I sit beside you?" "Yeah. Thank you." Telnarika sat in the empty space next to Kano. A space left open from the start. A bench too narrow for two, yet for some reason, Kano had left it free. Telnarika was beside him. And then Telnarika's body tilted toward him, just like that first time they'd sat close on the watchtower. Thump. Her shoulder, her head, touched Kano. A moment later, her warmth reached him. A silent moment passed. Kano, of course, said nothing, and neither did Telnarika. There were plenty of topics, the holy flower, the barrier, but Telnarika kept her mouth shut, staying close to Kano. There was only warmth, no words, just the faint heat where they touched. That was all. But that warmth, the human warmth he'd never known for so long, was there. Kano felt, just a little, his eyes grow hot. It was as if Telnarika's warmth touched the depths of his heart. The city's lights and clamor were distant, with only moonlight and the sound of their breaths. Two people on the narrow watchtower, just the two of them. The wind blew occasionally, cold, but that made the outline of their touch all the clearer. At that moment, a particularly strong gust blew. It carried not just the chill but Telnarika's hair, which fluttered and spread under the night sky. A fleeting shimmer under the pale blue light of the moon and stars. It was a sight that made him squint, a golden hue he wanted to gaze at forever. Section. How much time had passed? Telnarika broke the silence. "Lord Kano." "Yeah. I have to say I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry." Why did Telnarika need to apologize? Kano wondered. I understood you just a little. I knew what kind of person you are. Yume. Yes, just a little. After all, for nearly 30 days, I've only looked at you, she said. Telnarika whispered to Kano, her voice endlessly gentle, so close her breath seemed to brush his ear. And so, she continued. That's why, Lord Kano, I had so many things I wanted to tell you. There was so much more I wanted to do. I wanted to stay by your side longer. At that, Telnarika let out a small breath. But I couldn't. I was born into the house of Smenia, born and raised as a noble. I had to protect the city. That was the duty entrusted to me by my father, mother, and brother. The holy flowers. Yes, I had to protect the holy flowers. I had to stand at the forefront of the people. In the end, I did it half-heartedly. Kano for the first time turned to face Telnarika. She looked at him with sad eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Kano caught his breath at the sight. So, I'm sorry. You saved me. That day, when I was about to die, unable to do anything, you found me, lifted me up. You protected this city, the things precious to me. I'm so grateful, she said. I've never known anything as warm as that. Telnarika gently pressed her cheek against Kano's arm. And yet I couldn't do anything for you, she said. Her voice was filled with sadness, with regret. Kano instinctively wanted to deny it. That wasn't true. It couldn't be true. Surely, to Telnarika, Kano. I'm sorry. But Kano couldn't convey those words to the apologizing Telnarika. He couldn't express his feelings to others. That's how he'd lived. Kano could do nothing. He could kill monsters, heal diseases, become strong, become an adept. But Kano couldn't voice his own feelings. Kano remained always socially inept. So, at the very least, I'll keep the first promise we made. Before Kano could say anything, Telnarika stood. She stepped away from the bench, taking 1-2 steps. Then, turning back, she smiled with endless kindness. Kano, for some reason, felt a pang of unease. That atmosphere, the word's first promise, stirred a vague, irrational premonition. Something important was wrong. He didn't understand the meaning of promise, but it felt terribly ominous, yet Kano didn't know what to say. Telnarika. Yes. Her smile answered the words he barely managed to utter. Telnarika smiled mischievously. Lord Kano, have you decided on a house yet? And no. I see. Make sure to pick a good one, all right. Telnarika brought up the topic out of nowhere, then straightened her posture, and bowed deeply, deeply. Lord Kano, thank you so much for your aid. For saving the city, the people, no amount of gratitude could ever suffice. I swear I'll never forget this debt as long as I live. Meeting you that day was, without a doubt, the greatest fortune of my life. Those words were utterly sincere, without a trace of hesitation. They carried such deep emotion that even Kano couldn't doubt them. After a few beats, Lord Kano, once you buy your house, may I visit? Yeah. Her question came in a slightly informal tone. Kano, flustered, nodded. Then, thank you. Telnarika smiled, truly happy. Her smile captivated Kano. But, as always, he couldn't say anything. In that moment, Telnarika bowed once more, said farewell, and turned on her heel. She ran off. On the narrow watchtower, she quickly reached the stairs and disappeared inside. Telnarika was gone from sight. Kano wanted to stop her, but he couldn't. He was confused. The Telnarika just now felt like she was saying goodbye, but there's still tomorrow. Right, Kano would finish his contract tomorrow at noon and return to the capital. But tomorrow morning, he'd still be in the city. If Telnarika came as usual in the morning, they'd meet again. That's what he thought. The next morning, Telnarika didn't visit Kano's room. Chapter 5, Golden. That morning early, the teleportation gate activated. Kano knew without anyone telling him. His adept-honed senses, even in sleep, would snap awake if significant magical energy stirred nearby. Alertness took over. So, Kano knew someone had used the teleportation gate to leave the city for somewhere else. That morning, Telnarika didn't come to his room. Instead, another maid arrived. It was the maid he'd once spoken to about Telnarika's family. She came in Telnarika's place, preparing breakfast and clothes for Kano. The food was delicious. The clothes were neatly arranged, but all Kano could think about was Telnarika. The events of the previous night gnawed at him. Her parting words, what did she mean by the first promise? And the teleportation gate this morning. A terrible premonition gripped him, something felt wrong. Gradually, anxiety crept in, but he understood nothing. Tell Narika. I'm sorry. The princess is unwell today. When Kano asked, the maid lowered her eyes. Kano nodded, offering to use healing magic, but she replied that the castle's healer had already attended to her, so it wasn't necessary. There are times when even the princess cannot show her face. Please understand. I see. Her firm words left Kano speechless. He wanted to check on her immediately. But when told she couldn't see him, Kano wasn't the type to brush it off with "I don't care." That wasn't how he lived. Moreover, being refused through the maid rattled him. Rejection was nothing new, yet the thought that it came from Telnarika made his movements feel sluggish. Kano looked down, tempted to at least confirm her safety by sensing her presence, but that was the wrong choice. It would clearly invade her privacy. Sensing if someone was there was one thing, but pinpointing an individual would reveal what everyone in the vicinity was doing. Kano had decided to be upright, so he couldn't take improper actions. Besides, he had no proof to justify such drastic measures. It was just his anxiety. All he had was Telnarika's odd demeanor yesterday, the teleportation gate's activation, and her early farewell. That was it. Even if he had a bad feeling, the maid who likely knew something seemed calm, making him wonder if it was all in his head. Maybe her absence this morning wasn't for any special reason. Maybe she was just tired of looking after him. That seemed more likely. After all, wasn't that how it always was? By the way, Lord Adept, one report. The teleportation gate is being prepared. Your transfer to the capital should occur at noon. I see. As Kano sank deeper into gloom, new information arrived. It was the notification of his departure time, the end of his work. The final moment with this city, and with Telnarika. Kano didn't know what to do. Worry for Telnarika, a bad premonition, and self-doubt tangled into a mess, leaving him unsure of what he even wanted. And, heedless of Kano's turmoil, time marched on. It came without warning at such a moment. Not Telnarika, as he'd hoped, but something else entirely. A loud sound rang out, crash, like something shattering. Not just a plate breaking, but a distinctive, discordant sound, unforgettable once heard. I see, a miasma core. Kano quickly arrived at the answer. The miasma core, the cause of the dungeon overflow. The source of all the disasters that struck this city. A dungeon calamity began when a dungeon produced a miasma core. It was easy to forget, with the ceiling barrier holding back miasma and monsters, but a dungeon overflow didn't end until the miasma core was destroyed. Only then could a region truly find peace. It was destroyed successfully. The sound just now closely resembled the shattering of a miasma core he'd heard before. It meant the dungeon overflow, which began 45 days ago, was over. The adept in charge must have done well. Probing deep underground, Kano sensed the evil presence fading. Things keep moving forward. Kano reflected. He meant the chain of events since yesterday. The holy flower was found, the barrier restored, and now the miasma core destroyed. Good things kept happening for the city. Well, the miasma core's destruction didn't feel as impactful thanks to the ceiling barrier. It didn't change much, Kano thought. Lord Adept, was that sound the miasma core being destroyed? Yeah. But the maid nearby reacted differently. At Kano's words, her eyes lit up. She apologized, excused herself, and left the room, wondering what was going on. And the Lord. Soon the castle grew noisy. Even without focusing, Kano could hear the bustle and faint voices. Ah, right, the Lord. From the fragmented voices, Kano understood. Yes, Telnarika's parents and brother. The Lord's family was tasked with creating the ceiling barrier. With the miasma core destroyed, they might return soon. That's why the castle was bustling, likely preparing to welcome them. It wouldn't happen today, but perhaps in a few days. Well, Kano, leaving today, probably wouldn't meet them. Kano let out a small breath. Then he thought he'd get some fresh air. The maid was gone, and he felt like clearing his head. Kano climbed the watchtower. The place he'd spent the last few days. No longer needed for monster hunting, it was still a familiar place to him. The place he'd been with Telnarika, where they'd talked last night. Kano sat on the bench, looking down at the city. No matter where he went, all he could think about was Telnarika. But he didn't understand the situation. He didn't know where Telnerica was now. Her demeanor yesterday, the teleportation gate, they stuck in his mind, inescapable, yet part of him wondered if he was overthinking it. Was it self-absorbed to assume something was wrong just because she didn't visit? He mocked himself. Yes, to begin with. Did he even have the right to worry about Telnerica? A bad premonition didn't justify anything. Who did he think he was? What was he to Telnerica? Just a hired hand. He'd taken a job and fulfilled it. Employer and employee. That was all, wasn't it? Whatever was happening, based on her behavior yesterday, wasn't Telnerica acting of her own accord. Did he have any right to interfere? He was just a stranger, a socially inept person who could barely hold a conversation. Did he think a few talks with Telnerica made him someone important? Dark thoughts raced through Kano's mind. Inferiority, self-loathing, his life so far. His past, his true nature, mocked the current Kano. And as he thought this, his mind became a jumble. He didn't understand. He couldn't even grasp what he wanted. The sun was rising, the time to return to the capital approaching. A slight focus revealed the teleportation gate's magic building. That moment was closing in, moment by moment. Kano looked at the city, the flow of people, those running about for reconstruction, a man clearing rubble, a woman cooking meals, a child resting in the shade, exhausted, and elders nearby. At the city's entrance, knights were gathering, doing something. As an escape from reality, Kano wondered what the knights were doing. Curious, he watched for a while, his gaze lingering absently. Then the knights began walking toward the city center, carrying boxes about the size of a person. 3 of them black in color. The knights, 2 per box, carried them carefully. Looking closely, Kano saw a white wing emblem on the box's centers. The same emblem as on his coat, the symbol of the god of life. That meant those were boxes the size of a person, marked with the god's emblem. Coffins. Had someone died? When, Kano was puzzled. Today, no, it had to be. He would have been informed otherwise. So someone died just now? With the barrier up, was there a sudden battle in the forest? No, the atmosphere was wrong. If something had happened, they would have called him. If someone was dying, Kano could easily heal them. Even if they were dead, as long as the head was intact, he could sometimes manage. Yet they were calmly carrying coffins, unhurried, handling them with care. And when had they prepared the coffins? There wouldn't be coffins ready for someone who just died. So, who was in those coffins? He didn't know, but his heart leapt. He felt he had to know, if he didn't find out who was in those coffins. Kano stepped off the watchtower. Channeling magic, he walked through the air. In a single breath, he reached the knights carrying the coffins. By the time he'd been thinking, they were near the city center, surrounded by a large crowd. People knelt around the coffins, hands clasped, offering prayers. Knight Captain. Lord Adept. What's going on here? Kano spotted the Knight Captain among them, landing behind him to ask. The captain's eyes widened briefly, then his expression turned sad yet proud. Kano furrowed his brow. We're welcoming the lords. The lord, his lady, and the young master. Finally, we've brought them back to the city. This is their welcome. What? The lord, his lady, the young master? Yes. Kano repeated the knight captain's words, stunned. He looked at the coffins lined up. Indeed, there were 3, but what does that mean? That meant Telnerica's family was here. The 3 of them were dead, brought back today. But that didn't match what he'd heard. Wasn't the lord maintaining the sealing barrier? That's what he'd been told. The lord of Smenia was tasked with sealing the dungeon's entrance first and foremost. That's why only Telnerica was in the city, he'd heard. Yes, the lords were indeed maintaining the sealing barrier. That's precisely why the city's miasma thinned. Then they shouldn't have died. Maintaining a sealing barrier should come with full support from the high nobles. Of course, a sealing barrier was an advanced spell, not something anyone could cast. Casters were rare and would be the last to die. No, there was no support from the high nobles. Because the lord defied their orders and sealed the hole near the city. What? What does that mean? That day when the overflow began, this city had all hope cut off. The knight captain began to recount. That day, 45 days ago, the day a command came from the high nobles. That command was, the order given to Smenia was complete abandonment. A new dungeon entrance opened 50 kilometers south of the city. The overflow began there, with miasma and monsters spilling out. An overflow so close, almost at their doorstep. The evil spread quickly, surrounding Smenia, the knight captain said. So, the lord immediately contacted the high nobles, requesting support for the sealing barrier and an adept's dispatch. But their reply was a single word: impossible. The overflow was too massive. There weren't enough adepts, sealing barrier casters, or support personnel. They ordered the entrance near Smenia to be left alone, prioritizing more populated areas. Thus, the Smenia family was ordered to relocate, and only those who could move through the teleportation gate in one activation were permitted to accompany them. That was a death sentence for us. At that point, our chances of survival were zero. Nothing we did would matter. Because a dungeon entrance opened right by the city. Miasma poured out endlessly. No matter how much we endured, the miasma density wouldn't drop. Even if an adept came, healing would be pointless as the disease would recur. Kano considered, if the high noble's orders had been followed, what would have happened to this city? Without an adept or a sealing barrier, the miasma density around the city would have risen endlessly, becoming ultra-high within days. The fatal disease accelerates with high miasma density. When Kano arrived, many residents were still alive because the miasma was kept below a certain level. If it had risen unchecked, perhaps no one would have survived. In the worst case, everyone might have died within days of the overflow. Even if Kano had arrived immediately, he could have done nothing. Without lowering the miasma density, healing was meaningless. The disease would recur, and eventually, Kano would burn out, leading to total annihilation. A dungeon overflow could only be countered with both a sealing barrier and an adept. That's why, that day, the lords defied orders and went to seal the dungeon. To cling to a slim, almost non-existent hope. They knew calling an adept wasn't easy, but without sealing the dungeon first, there was no hope at all. They entrusted the city to the princess and went out alone, just the three of them. We knights wanted to accompany them, but protect the city, they said, smiling. Don't follow until the overflow ends. So Kano recalled the day he arrived to aid the city. The man before him, facing a troll, hadn't retreated a step. Even with arms and legs lost, his body rotting, he never lowered his sword. Kano remembered that man's desperate struggle. And after that, we had no way of knowing what happened to them. But today, hearing the miasma core was destroyed, we went to the dungeon's entrance. I see. The three were found collapsed at the entrance, shielding each other. Their bodies and clothes bore countless wounds. Judging by their state, they'd been dead for over 30 days. They likely exhausted themselves maintaining the sealing barrier. No, Kano frowned. That should be impossible. A barrier couldn't persist after death. A barrier was magic, requiring mana and a caster's will to sustain. A dead person maintaining a barrier was unthinkable. Magic persisting after death wasn't ordinary magic. Could it be unique magic? A power that encroached upon the world with one's ego. Unique magic could indeed persist after death, but deploying unique magic required a will strong enough to bend the world. Desire. Love. A will to laugh off any pain. A desire to sacrifice everything. A love to devote oneself entirely, heedless of self. Kano stared at the coffins, stunned. They had saved the city with that much love. Kano glanced around. The city's residents had gathered. It seemed like all 3,000 were there. Some wept at the lord's coffins. Some showed resolute expressions. Some clenched their teeth and fists, refusing to look down. And he understood. The strength always present in the residents' eyes. The reason they'd fought so hard to live. The reason they smiled, perhaps. He thought, that's how it was. It clicked like something falling into place. Kano looked at the coffins, their figures dazzling. He couldn't understand them. He didn't have such emotions. He lacked the love, the desire, the self to devote so fully. But even so, even for someone like Kano, who knew nothing, something reached him. Because it reached him, Kano could finally take a step forward. He searched for the golden shadow, looked for Telnarika among the gathered crowd. To that girl, Kano. One more time. He had to see Telnarika again, Kano thought. Bad premonitions, words of rejection, his past life, he pushed them aside. He just wanted to see her again, to look at her face once more. He didn't want it to end without seeing her. The emotions swirling in his chest were incomprehensible, but they were everything to him now. But as far as he could see, she wasn't there. Here, Kano was certain. Telnarika wasn't in the city. That girl would never miss her parents' and brother's return, no matter how unwell she was. So, Telnarika had indeed left through the teleportation gate this morning. Knight Captain. Yes. Where's Telnarika? The princess. Come to think of it, where is she? From his response, Kano realized the Knight Captain didn't know. Then who would? That maid. Kano searched for the morning's maid and quickly found her. Hundreds of meters away, at the edge of the crowd, she stood. Kano leapt, moving across rooftops to reach her. Oh, Lord Adept. What's the matter? The maid wasn't surprised. Instead, she met Kano's gaze with a smile, questioning him. Kano hesitated for a moment. Yes. I want to see Telnarika. After a brief silence, he said just that. A single sentence, but words Kano had never spoken before, to seek another, to voice it. He'd never done something so simple, he couldn't, that was the old Kano. But now, the maid's eyes widened at his words. She smiled happily, but then, Lord Adept, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you anything. Her response was a refusal. Kano faltered, his eyes darting. It's a promise between her and the princess, I won't break it. If you think that's unforgivable, go ahead and take my head. Take my body to a necromancer, and you might get answers. I won't talk no matter what. Her emphasis was striking, as if suggesting someone else might talk. But if not her, then who? Lord Adept, you should return to the capital to the Academy of Life Magic. What? That place gathers information from across the kingdom. If you want to know something, that's the best place to ask. Return to the academy. Certainly, in terms of direction and distance. Got it, thank you. Kano turned and ran toward the castle. Focusing on the castle, he sensed the teleportation gate was ready. Please, before the sun sets, take care of the princess. With those words at his back, Kano headed to the castle, to the teleportation gate. Section. Kano returned to the capital, to the academy. Passing the guards, he stepped out of the teleportation gate's room. In front of the room, in the corridor, there stood a god. Section, the dragon had been watching all along. For 30 days, ever since that day. Watching the city and the man. When people were dying from miasma, when the divine power was returning to the city. When the barrier was restored, when the miasma core was destroyed. The dragon, lying low on the ground, kept watching. And so, it understood that moment. The instant the man vanished from the city, the dragon knew with certainty. GLU. It let out a low growl, the first in a long time, then spread its wings, shaking off the insects and small creatures crawling over its scales. GAGYA. With a burst of magic, it obliterated them, a small release of power. It made no grand noise, but it scorched the dragon's surroundings. The dragon took flight quietly, leaving the ground, returning to its true lair, and glancing at the city. It turned its back on the city and flew off toward the capital. Section, God. Beyond the door Kano passed through stood a god. A god with great white wings spread wide. The god stood in the center of the corridor, gazing at Kano. Not the smile Kano had seen for 25 years, but a face that seemed on the verge of tears. That unfamiliar expression stopped Kano in his tracks. A silent moment. The god stared at Kano. No clear intent emanated, just a sad expression fixed on him. Kano felt as if his very core was being seen through. But abruptly, the god's face broke into a smile. Then, turning away from the stunned Kano, it pointed to a room. Through the window to a room on the academy's top floor. The instructor's room. Go there. That was the impression. Kano tried to ask the god what it meant, but recalled the maid's words. Before the sun sets. Time was short. So, bowing once to the god, he ran toward the instructor's room. Kano, it's you. Welcome back. Instructor. Well done, I should say. It's great to hear your first job went well. If you're up for it, I'd love to treat you to a drink. But the instructor turned to face Kano. That's not what you're here for, is it? So what's up? I need to know something. As he spoke, Kano glanced at the sun through the window. It was nearly overhead. A few hours until sunset. Tell Narika, the daughter of Smenia's lord. Tell me anything you know about her. And if she knew her whereabouts, to tell him that too. Of course, Kano wasn't sure if the instructor knew, but if, As the maid said, information gathered here, perhaps he could point Kano to someone who did. I see. But the instructor's response to Kano's urgency was a small sigh and a murmur. Then, of course, you're from another world, he said. All right, if you want to know about Telnerica, I need to start with the basics. Basics? Yeah, listen closely. First, there's no such person as the daughter of Silmenia's lord in this kingdom. What? What does that mean? Kano was bewildered. Telnerica didn't exist? Then who was the girl he'd been talking to until yesterday? No, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying the girl you contracted with is someone else. There is a girl named Telnerica. But the daughter of Silmenia's lord, or rather, the Silmenia family itself, doesn't exist. You didn't know that, did you? I thought you were acting strange since the message this morning. That one was so shocked, practically in tears, standing by the teleportation gate. The guards must have felt awkward. The instructor chuckled. You're favored by that one. Well, really, I shouldn't interfere with an adept's choices, but Kano was lost. What did it mean that the Silmenia family didn't exist? Can you explain? Sure, in short, the Silmenia family was dissolved 45 days ago, the day that massive overflow began. Dissolved? Why, simple. The lord of that city ignored the high noble's orders. He prioritized his own territory. That's defiance. Of course, I know the circumstances. It's sad to let a beloved city perish. 5,000 lives are heavy, especially familiar ones. Wanting to protect them is natural. But does that justify defying orders? What if that act caused a city of 100,000 to be wiped out? That's true, it's wrong. Even Kano couldn't nod to that. Well, luckily, this time there was enough manpower, so no harm was done. The instructor added that massive overflows account for nobles who might defy orders in their planning. He'd heard Silmenia gathered information before defying, too. As a house with a long history, familiar with the region, they likely knew the high nobles had spare personnel. But even if no harm was done, that doesn't mean it's forgiven. Kano, listen. I don't know how nobles were in your world, but in this one, nobles contract with gods, gaining powerful blessings. They protect the people, grow the population, strengthen the nation, and ultimately must defeat the evil god. That's why, when a rational order is given to save more people, nobles have no right to refuse. Defying it brings punishment. Silmenia endangered more people than they saved for personal reasons. Thus, they were dissolved. The instructor said that's what nobles are. They gain immense power, wealth, and authority, but bear great responsibility and duty in return. If they defy their duty, they must be prepared to lose everything. Sure, everyone thinks it. Why must I abandon my loved ones to save strangers? But that's what it means to be a noble. Great power comes with heavy duty. The only exception is adepts. Only adepts are free from noble obligations. Many knock on the academy's gates for that reason, to protect what they cherish. I see. Kano recalled his time at the academy. Many candidates were of noble birth. He'd wondered why those born privileged would face such grueling trials. Perhaps that was why. Got it? The instructor asked. Kano paused, then nodded once. If you understand noble duties, then we move to what happens to nobles who defy orders. Yes. The penalty for breaking the contract. This time, since the head, his wife, and heir are all dead, it concerns Telnerica, who has no status. There are two parts. First, the dissolution of the house and confiscation of all wealth. The confiscation includes not just money but all possessions, the instructor said. Land, bonds, gems, even furniture, everything is taken. That includes clothes, of course. That's the most visible, right? Ring a bell. Then, he remembered, the maid outfit. Telnerica had always worn a maid outfit. Kano had wondered why the lord's daughter dressed that way. And the second is the confiscation of noble blessings. All their training becomes meaningless. Only the blessing in their blood remains. For Silmenia, with old elven blood, perhaps the forest god's blessing remains. For a house of sealing barriers, wouldn't it be the boundary god's blessing? Kano had wondered. Telnerica had asked him not to press for answers. The pieces connected. Everything Kano found puzzling in that city was linked at its root. So, that's the premise. Now your question, was it where Telnerica is? Yes. The instructor paused, looking straight at Kano. She took a breath. I said a dissolved noble loses all wealth. So, where do you think the 1,000 gold coins to pay you come from? In truth, there was no money at all. So this was inevitable, Telnarika thought. In a room of a grand building in the city she'd teleported to. Telnarika sat on a large sofa in the corner. On a nearby table sat a basket of fruit and a ceramic bottle of sweet juice. The floor was covered with a long pile carpet, quite the courteous treatment. Telnarika murmured softly. Was this because she was, nominally, a former noble, or were they pitying her, thinking to give her some comfort before what came next? Probably the latter, Telnarika thought, closing her eyes. She pressed down her trembling hands. There was regret and fear. Every time she saw the red magical device for life-saving in the corner, she wanted to flee. To cling to someone, anyone, and cry. But even so, Telnarika was here because not giving anything to Kano was far, far worse. She knew, she'd always known. If she explained, he'd surely forgive her. He'd say it was fine, that he didn't care about the money. She knew, she'd always known. Telnarika had watched Kano all along. He was that kind of person. But I couldn't accept that. He'd worked so hard, he'd saved so many. For 7 days and nights, he saved 3,000 people. Even in sleep, he'd wake at the approach of a monster. He took greater care than anyone to keep monsters out of the city. He protected the people, the city, Telnarika, and her family's precious things. Normally, no one would go that far. As a former noble, Telnarika knew what typical adepts were like. Their nature granted them freedom, and with their strong egos, how much they worked depended on the adept. They'd fight evil monsters, heal during the day, but beyond that, they wouldn't go. They'd do the basics, but anything more required extra payment. Many adepts were like that. So, Kano saving every surviving resident was purely his kindness. When Telnarika thanked him once, he humbly said, "It's not kindness. I just want to be diligent in my work." But even that diligence was his choice. He chose to reach out to others as a matter of course. If that wasn't kindness, what was? Undoubtedly, Smenia was saved by Kano's kindness. That's why I have to repay him. Begging for forgiveness, pretending it didn't happen, Telnarika couldn't forgive herself for that. At the very least, the first promise, the contract, she had to fulfill, or she couldn't forgive herself. And that's why Telnarika couldn't tell Kano the truth. If she did, he'd surely refuse the money. That's the kind of person he was. Telnarika knew, so she couldn't do something so ungrateful or shameful. That would demean Kano's 30 days. It would demean the Kano who healed and saved her on the first day. Yes, that day. She could never demean the fact that Kano found her, lifted her up. Because. It was so warm. Telnarika would never forget that moment. Surely, until her life ended, she'd never forget. Back then, she was dying, in the final stages of the fatal disease. Her body racked with pain, struggling to breathe. Her eyes blind, her breath failing. There was only death left. No future for Telnarika but death. "I'll heal you, don't worry." But despite that, arms lifted her. Those arms gently enveloped her, casting healing magic. They told her not to worry. When her sight returned, she saw his concerned gaze. It was all so warm, so reassuring. That was why, that was Telnarika's first love. She fell in love with that warmth, that kindness. Happy. Thinking of that moment, Telnarika let a smile slip, even in this situation. A happy memory. No matter how much pain, how much suffering, how much blood she'd spit up, she could say with pride it was happy. That time existed. Well, a slightly embarrassing memory, too. That wasn't the time to say it, was it? It was during their negotiation. When Telnarika explained Smenia's situation, the miasma pollution, the people's suffering, begging for his help. "Lord Adept, please our city. Even now the people suffer. Please, please, if you'll grant this my body like a holy flower blooming for you." Ah, cough. Really, so embarrassing. Telnarika touched her cheeks. They felt hot. Surely red. Those were special words. Words an elf girl might want to say once in her life. Words of an oath, based on the stone flower blooming at the foot of the ancient elven temple's statue. Not words to say while bloodied. Not for a bargaining chip. And she couldn't even finish, interrupted by coughing blood. If her mother were alive, she'd have looked to the heavens in exasperation. Her father might have pretended not to hear, her brother doubled over laughing. But I couldn't help wanting to say it, because I fell in love. Truly, deeply in love. Being by his side was enough to make her happy. Words weren't needed. Just being there was enough. happy, always watching Kano. And so, she understood him just a little. Stronger and kinder than anyone, yet bearing deep wounds in his heart. A person who doubted others, kept silent, unable to believe in anything, hating himself most of all. Telnarika wanted to be his strength. To stay by his side, speak to him, share her warmth. She wanted to do more, say more, but she had a duty entrusted by her family. Their final wish. She could never abandon it. In the end, everything was half done. That was what made Telnarika sad, regretful. And so, she swore. Lord Kano, at the very least, I'll fulfill our first contract. Section. So, where do you think the 1,000 gold coins to pay you come from? In the instructor's office at the capital's academy. Kano was stunned by the instructor's words. The contract with Telnarika, 1,000 gold coins. If what he just heard was true, it was an impossible sum to pay. Then, how? Well, first, I should give you this. It's already set to the destination. Be careful not to break it. The instructor handed Kano a magical device, one used in training for navigation, pointing to the destination once set. The teleportation gate might not be ready in time. The procedure is likely set for just after sunset. They say twilight is the best time. If so, we adepts can run faster. It's a distance you can make in time. Kano still didn't fully grasp the situation. What about the 1,000 gold coins? Now that you're ready, the important part, listen carefully. The instructor tapped Kano's shoulder. Then, with a serious expression, the academy's already been contacted. A transfer of 1,000 gold coins was arranged this morning from an alchemical workshop in a certain city. Alchemical workshop. Kano, do you know about body selling? Body selling. And no. In simple terms, it's selling parts of your body. Human bodies can sometimes be catalysts for alchemy or magic. Hair, for example, is common. Hair, blood, and sometimes the body itself. If deemed highly valuable, it's permitted. Don't worry, no one dies or loses limbs. You know, with advanced healing magic, an arm or leg can be regrown, right? No way. Despite the instructor's light tone, a chilling premonition crawled up Kano's spine. He began to anticipate the direction of the instructor's words, but the instructor continued, saying it's something the desperate sometimes do. It's a way to earn money with just your body, no lasting damage, and it pays well. But there's one downside. What's that? It hurts like death, agonizing. To avoid mana conflicts or issues with later use, no sleep or pain relief magic can be used. No drugs either. So, during the procedure, you endure the pain. That agony can sometimes warp parts of the brain, even change your personality. And for large debts, it's repeated multiple times. 1,000 gold coins isn't easy to earn. Once isn't enough. Your body is torn apart while alive, brought to the brink of death, revived over and over. For days and days, suffering at the edge of life and death. For example, the instructor said, if one procedure earns 30 gold coins, you'd suffer for over 30 days. So any questions? If not, one last thing. The instructor looked straight into Kano's eyes. The heart of an ancient elf's bloodline can be a catalyst for a sealing barrier. At that moment, the dragon knew the time had come. And so, it turned toward that direction and accelerated with all its might. Why? He dashed. Kano burst from the academy, trampling the air as he ran, channeling magic at full force. The magic surged, surpassing critical thresholds, white lightning crackling in the air. In moments, he gained speed, breaking through the sound barrier. To reduce air resistance, he climbed to high altitude in one breath, accelerating toward the direction the magical device pointed. Why? Kano shouted, unable to comprehend the instructor's words. What was about to happen to Telnarika? Her heart, a sealing barrier, without anesthesia while alive, that. The agony can sometimes warp parts of the brain, even change your personality. Why would she do that? He shouted in confusion. There was no need for this. That girl didn't need to go through such a thing. Telnarika's smile flashed in Kano's mind. The elven girl. The girl who kept walking despite a body ravaged by a fatal disease to protect her city. Enduring pain that would drive adults mad, yet never giving up. Losing her family, left alone. Entrusted with the city, stripped of wealth and blessings, yet still smiling. Fighting for the city. searching for the holy flower, covered in mud, always at the forefront, for her to go through even more. Why didn't she say anything? If she'd said there was no money, that would have been enough. It's not like Kano would be destitute without it. As an adept, he could earn money anytime. Money wasn't worth Telnarika. Why? Kano didn't understand. He understood nothing. Not Telnarika's feelings, nor the value of his own actions. Kano doubted everything, despised and loathed himself, unable to see how others viewed him, how many he'd saved, how much he was thanked. Yes, just hours ago, Kano saw the light in the city's people's eyes as solely due to the Lord's family's actions. That wasn't true. The people always watched Kano's back. Many strove not to shame themselves before their hero. Seeing the selfless hero smile at their efforts, they gritted their teeth, believing that struggling on was their only way to repay him. Kano was always like that. He undervalued his actions, saw no worth beyond his work. That extreme self-denial drove Telnarika to this choice, and he didn't understand that either. Kano understood nothing, not the city's people, not Telnarika, if only he'd demanded more. In that city, Kano asked for nothing. No lavish meals, no beautiful women, no valuable items, nothing. He gave without demanding. Every time Kano worked diligently, a debt grew in Telnarika's heart. That's why Telnarika. But Kano didn't understand. Without understanding, he ran with all his might. Shouting why, racing through the sky, faster than sound, to reach her before the sun. Kano ran toward the direction the magical device pointed. But it was then, after running for a while. What? Kano muttered, stunned. His detection range caught an intruder. The intruder moved through the sky far faster than Kano, who'd broken the sound barrier. A familiar presence. The same one he'd felt 30 days ago. A lesser wind dragon, why now? The dragon tore through the air with its power, closing in on Kano at tremendous speed. In mere seconds from detection, it entered his visual range. What are you here for? He didn't understand. That day, it was proven even a surprise attack couldn't defeat him. Even with a hecaton chair, it failed. Challenging him alone now shouldn't change the outcome. After all, the dragon hadn't attacked since, until the barrier was restored. Kano thought it had fled long ago. He clicked his tongue at the interruption in this critical moment. Fine, if you want to die that badly. I'll shoot you down. Kano shifted his mindset, the honed thinking of an adept, the resolve to eradicate evil. Manifest. White light gathered in Kano's hand. In a blink, it took form, shaping a pure white cross spear. The spear, resonating with his emotions, scattered white lightning around. A divine might that could obliterate lesser monsters with a touch. Kano raised the spear, aimed at the dragon, and hurled it. At the edge of his vision, the dragon's mouth twisted into a smile. What? The spear veered. The thrown spear warped before reaching the dragon, changing its trajectory. It veered off course, soaring into the sky. No way. A lesser wind dragon. Why now? What are you here for? At Kano's words, the dragon widened its eyes slightly. The wind dragon had lived long, very long. It had killed and devoured many, evolved, gained intelligence. Thus, this wind dragon understood human speech. Gu. And so, the dragon thought. It understood Kano's "what are you here for?" and thought. So you don't understand, it mused, its mouth curling into a smirk, almost laughing. Gu. The reason the dragon came here. The reason it sought the white god's apostle, Kano, the reason for these 30 days. That day, it fled from Kano but lingered near the city. The reason it lay low, observing the city. Unmoving, letting mud coat its scales, enduring insects and small creatures crawling over it. That reason. Fine, if you want to die that badly. At that moment in the dragon's sight, Kano formed a spear and threw it. White lightning filled the sky, hurtling toward the dragon. Normally, it would have been obliterated. But what? A distortion formed before the dragon. The distortion bent the spear's path, sending it skyward. Glu. That was the power the dragon had gained. A power born from the emotions swirling within it, the ability to alter the world with its ego. Glu. Now the dragon thought, you ask my reason, it mused. What I'm here for, the reason I'm here. That reason. Glu. It's because I hate you, obviously. The dragon roared to shake the earth, with the hatred swirling in its chest. with the anger it had endured, waiting for this moment. To reach its mate, killed by Kano that day, to avenge the beloved it lost to the earth's depths. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, 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 I hate you. I hate you, 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 I hate you. I hate you for killing my love, my mate with whom I spent endless years, together since we crawled as lizards, hundreds of years side by side, a certain love, always sleeping close, sharing warmth. And you ask, what are you here for? Did you forget? Was my love so weak? Was it so insignificant an enemy, not worth remembering? Fine, I'll accept that insult. Etch my power, my anger, into your eyes as you die. The dragon narrowed its eyes in fury, fixed on Kano. The disdain vanished from Kano's face. Since the spear was deflected, he'd been running through the sky, poised, never taking his eyes off the dragon. White God's apostle, my love's killer. This is my revenge. Unique magic, my love is already gone, so fall with the sky. The dragon's hatred made the world creak and distort. Section. Click, the hammer fell in Kano's mind. His thoughts, filled with panic and questions, shifted. The honed instincts of an adept snapped into combat mode before the immense evil. A calamity-class unique magic user. Even for an adept, it was not an opponent to underestimate. A malevolent entity that appears maybe once a year worldwide. One step above a disaster. One misstep, and tens, even millions, could die, a catastrophe-level threat. Calm reasoning, blood flow accelerated by magic. Time stretched as if a single moment were extended hundreds of times. Observe, and deduce. What was the dragon's unique magic? Distortions forming around the dragon. No, not just around it. Kano sensed it. Distortions were beginning to form across the surrounding airspace. The effect range was vast. Kano was already caught within it. Could he escape the airspace? No, it impossible. The enemy was a wind dragon, far surpassing him in speed. Fleeing would only lead to being caught. Turning his back would expose a vulnerability. Then, he had no choice but to defeat it here. Ability analysis. Distortion. Light refraction. What kind of power? It deflected his spear, or made it seem so. The most likely possibility, spatial manipulation. Next, illusion, verification needed. Acting in tandem with thought, he conjured a knife with the magical device. Threw it while sensing fully. Toward the distortion behind. The knife was repelled by the distortion, losing speed, falling to the ground. The way it was deflected was familiar. That is at least not an illusion. Troublesome. Spatial then, Kano frowned calmly. In his long training, Kano had fought many wielders of spatial powers. The straightforward impression, powerful but inefficient, impractical in real combat due to rapid mana depletion. However, the dragon roared. As if in response, distortions multiplied across tens of kilometers of airspace, an excessively vast effect range, and a power great enough to warp Kano's spear. Normally, no matter how ancient a monster or how revered a hero, mana would run dry quickly. But, that was for ordinary magic. Another roar, the distortions grew, the dragon bellowed as if it had no limits. Yes, unique magic was different. A power fueled not by mana, but by emotion, burning the self as kindling. Kano ran through the sky, readying his spear. A defensive stance. He couldn't charge into a dragon expanding distortions. Against spatial magic, that was suicide. Spatial magic created a domain of death, stepping in meant certain demise. Thus, Kano kept his distance, observing the dragon fully while running. It came. The dragon conjured wind bullets around itself. Dozens of bullets, cloaked in distortions, chaotically refracting light. And without sound or warning, the bullets shot forth. Bullets far exceeding the speed of sound hurtled toward Kano. Kano stomped the air with full force. While accelerating, he evaded the bullets' trajectories, placed several knives in their paths, covering dozens of meters in a fraction of a second. He sensed it. The bullets struck the knives, easily gouging them. By confirming it, the bullets had the power to tear through space itself. That was the troublesome part of spatial magic. Bending, repelling, and gouging. Simple defense was impossible. Hardness didn't matter. A power that twisted and tore through space. Incredibly inefficient, yet some wielders persisted for a reason. Moreover, the bullets targeting Kano were exceptional. They pursued him. Without slowing, they changed trajectories. The dozens of bullets he'd evaded closed in on his back in a blink. Kano infused mana into the spear in his hand. White lightning surged. Gauging the approaching bullets, he pressed forward. Leapt sideways as if repelled. To the edge of the bullet barrage. Dodging all others, Kano faced one bullet head-on. Contact, the cross spear clashed with the wind bullet, a battle of existence. And so, victory went to the cross spear. The wind bullet lost its power, dissolving into the air. It could be destroyed. Kano understood. The enemy's bullets were numerous and fast, but not so strong as to be indestructible. Then, sensing the swarm of bullets passing by, Kano gathered mana in his cross spear. In the brief moment before the bullets turned to strike again. At that moment, Kano's eyes widened. A small groan escaped. The wind swirled around the dragon. He saw new bullets forming, distortions reflecting light. Dozens more shot toward him. The dragon was far from Kano. Shielded by distortions, it flew in a safe zone, relentlessly firing wind bullets, cornering Kano as he ran through the sky. Generation rate, dozens per second. Once created, the bullets pursued Kano until shot down. Minutes into the battle, the sky seemed filled with them. GLUU. The dragon watched, growling, observing its hated enemy scrambling. Kano was in the heart of the bullet storm. Dodging, swinging his cross spear, mowing down bullets with white lightning. But clearly, the dragon produced bullets faster than Kano could destroy them. Each second, its foe was driven further into a corner. Bullets grazed mere millimeters from the foe. He dodged, losing balance, but another bullet awaited where he evaded. GLU. By dodging in an awkward position, he desperately, pathetically, like an insect tossed by the wind, the white lightning's brilliance dulled. The number of bullets shot down decreased. The density of wind bullets only grew. GU. The dragon tilted its head at the foe's state. What? Already out of moves. It had thought him stronger. The white god's apostle. The enemy of the black god. The reaper of countless monsters. To think, just because it used unique magic, he'd be this easy. What did it mean? Was the foe weak, or had it grown too strong? GUU. It was curious. But on reflection, this power amplified it to its limits. The power to manipulate space, and unique magic excelling in offense and defense. Perhaps this outcome was natural, the dragon thought. The foe danced clumsily. A pitiful sight, almost laughable. To that pathetic display, it felt not just hatred but ridicule, the urge to mock its hated enemy. Sadistic pleasure stirred, the dance of the weak, the same as humans it had seen before. As it watched, a bullet grazed the foe's chest, tearing his white coat. The emblem on it caught the dragon's eye, the white-winged cross, the white god's symbol. The dragon's gaze was drawn to it, the hated emblem. Now torn, exposed pathetically. Absorbed, the dragon's focus briefly shifted from Kano. A moment later, it snapped back. White lightning was already before its eyes. Ha! You let your guard down, didn't you? In that instant, Kano noticed the dragon's gaze shift. The coat deliberately let torn, the gaze drawn to it, and so Kano hurled the cross spear with full force. Yes, Kano had been waiting for that moment. Pretending to be helpless, rolling about, all while gathering mana in his spear. In the first clash with the wind bullet, he'd roughly gauged the dragon's power. A sturdy defense, not easily broken. So he stalled to gather enough power to pierce the distortion. Carefully amassed mana to avoid detection, endured attacks with minimal use of the spear, induced carelessness, created an opening to land a certain blow. The cross spear tore through the sky, closing on the dragon. A beat later, the dragon noticed, but the spear was already at its face. Slightly diverted, it still broke through the distortion. It slashed the dragon's body. Half its form was gouged, blasted away by the cross spear. White lightning seared the wound, invading, destroying the dragon from within. In truth, the power gap between Kano and the dragon wasn't so vast. It shouldn't have ended this easily. A calamity class with unique magic, especially spatial, was a foe most adepts would struggle against. Yet, This outcome was the result of Kano's 25 years of relentless training, nearly double the average duration. In that time, he fought countless adepts and candidates facing their unique magics. He overcame them with honed fundamentals. Thus, Kano was accustomed to battling unique magic, to fighting foes stronger than himself. Analysis and calculation. Efficiently, certainly, using everything available, exploiting openings, creating them if none existed, inducing carelessness. Kano had noticed the dragon's mockery in the first exchanges, so he used it. That was his way of fighting. In contrast, the dragon always hunted weaker prey. It fled dangerous situations with its mobility, always acted with its mate. Its mate stood before it. For the dragon, battle meant unilaterally tormenting enemies. So, even knowing intellectually that an enemy was strong, it quickly let its guard down. It believed openings when shown. Thus, this was an inevitable conclusion. GI. Losing strength, the dragon wavered. To pursue, Kano conjured a new spear. Kano raised the spear. No counterattack, no flow of mana. The distortion cloaking it was burned away, showing no signs of recovery. The spear was thrown. It struck true, piercing the dragon's heart. But in that instant, Kano saw the dragon's mouth curl upward. Ah, I failed. The dragon felt the spear pierce its heart, thinking this distantly, as if it were someone else's affair. Half its body was gone, no pain felt. It could no longer wield magic, only fall. The dragon's death was certain. The battle was the apostle's victory. The dragon fell toward the earth, slightly regretting its carelessness, its failure. Yes, slightly, just a little regret. Only a little because there was no need for more. Because. Ju. The dragon's mouth curled into a smile. It was laughing. Yes, its purpose was already fulfilled. The battle until now was, in truth, superfluous. From the start, the dragon was fine with losing. That was why it let its guard down. There was no tension. Because, in truth, it ended the moment it unleashed its power. Gong. A sound rang out, echoing through the sky. Distortions spread. In its fading vision, the dragon saw the apostle's shocked expression. It laughed inwardly. Its mouth no longer moved. The dragon was dying. It would die soon. By dying, it activated. Yes, that was the dragon's unique magic. What is this? Kano was stunned. The sound that suddenly rang through the sky. And the distortions, still spreading despite the dragon's defeat. Their expansion showed no sign of stopping. Sensing the anomaly, Kano sent out his detection fully. He was surrounded. A spherical distortion formed kilometers around, with no gaps. Kano was completely trapped within the sphere. Why is its power growing after I killed it? Unique magic could persist after death, but this was clearly different. Not just persisting, it was evolving after death. Kano looked at the falling dragon. Could it still be alive? He threw a spear. White lightning spread, obliterating the dragon without a trace. Its monolith body turned to ash easily. The dragon was already dead. What did this mean? No way. Kano arrived at a possibility, but then, it began to move. The spherical wall closed in, from all directions, accelerating toward Kano at the center, gaining speed. The spherical distortion centered on Kano contracted rapidly. Shrinking, the walls closed in with a roar. It's going to crush me with the walls. Kano's cheek twitched. The walls accelerated. The kilometers of distance shrank in an instant. Thus, this was the dragon's aim, its unique magic. Its spatial manipulation was powerful, but merely a prelude. The essence triggered upon its death. The dragon's unique magic spread distortions across the surrounding airspace upon activation. Those distortions lingered, unmoving until the trigger came. But when the time arrived, they exploded outward, connecting, forming a sphere. Enclosing the area, capturing and crushing nearby enemies upon its death. That was the dragon's unique magic. It cared not for its own survival. No, it was a magic to seek death. A magic for dying, a magic to kill itself alongside its hated foe. Activating it meant certain death for the dragon. And it could only be used against its nemesis. Limited by death and target, this magic was exceptional even among unique magics. Far stronger than ordinary ones. Unique magic, my love is already gone, so fall with the sky. As its name implied, it was a power to fall together, a magic to die with the space and the foe. The dragon, having lost its love, despaired of the world and sought death. From the start, it intended to die. Even if it won, it meant to die. A dragon that awakened unique magic from such loss could not live in a world without love. For 30 days after losing its love, it suppressed the urge to die, all for this moment. All to trap its nemesis in this magic, this sphere of distortion. The dragon had waited all along for Kano to take to the sky. Ooh. Kano moved. He moved the instant he realized. He channeled mana into the spear. Generated white lightning, divine might. It formed a spherical barrier around him, repelling evil. The god's power created a protective wall, and just then the walls closed in. Collision, a thunderous roar echoed. The divine power creaked under the impact, but held. The white god's blessing, the power of the god of life, the winged maiden, the supreme god of this world, a god who loved life, loved people. A power that knew no battle until evil invaded. It shone brightest when healing and protecting. Phew. Kano exhaled softly, relieved. He'd managed to hold it off for now. He looked at the wall before him. Hard, thick, a wall of distortion. At a glance, he knew it couldn't be easily broken, perhaps not even with full force. Its strength was among the highest he'd ever encountered. And unique magic, abnormally powerful. A type of unique magic which true strength awakens after one dies. An extremely rare unique magic. He knew of it theoretically but had never fought one. Naturally, few would awaken a magic that killed them. Yet, Kano bit his lip for noticing too late. At that moment, the protective blessing around him creaked loudly. Creaking, yet the white shield firmly held the wall at bay. A few minutes at most, no time to dawdle. Kano had to decide quickly. To do so, he approached the wall, observing closely. As expected, breaking it head-on seemed difficult, he thought. The stability of the wall is so great it's ridiculous. But not impossible to pierce. The risk is too high. If he failed, he'd be crushed to death this time. The dragon's magic was that powerful. With the god's aid, it might be different, but the god's nature limited combat assistance to defense. Its essence was too far from battle. Thus, Kano had to break through on his own. But he noticed something. Piercing it is difficult, but if he took time, could he whittle it down? Yes, observing the wall up close, Kano thought so. It was hard but not beyond interaction. With time, it could be managed. Deploy the god's protection repeatedly, chipping away in between. Yes, with enough time. Then Kano remembered. Through the distortion, he saw the sun. Still high, but... Tell Narika. His combat-shifted mind snapped back. He recalled the girl's smile. The situation she was in now. 1,000 gold coins. A girl who lost her family, status, and blessings, yet ran to protect her people. The alchemical workshop, an elf's heart. At sunset, a catalyst for a sealing barrier. At the very least, I'll fulfill our first contract. Yes, her heart while alive. No way. Such a fate Kano can't accept. He would never. He will ensure she stays alive. He couldn't forgive it, couldn't allow it. He wanted Telnarika to keep smiling. And so, I'll break through. Kano steeled himself, readied his cross spear, before the sun set, no matter what to reach her. He poured mana in fully, the spear pulsed, divine might overflowed, white lightning surged through the confined space. The heat rapidly raised the temperature of the enclosed space. Mana density spiked. A reckless convergence, ignoring safety. It damaged even Kano, the mana's master. His spear-holding hand began to smoke. Skin peeled, blood spurted. His internal mana circuits burned, agony assailing him. Wounded, yet instantly healed by his life magic, repeating endlessly. But he ignored it as trivial. Pain didn't matter, more than that. Kano kept pouring mana. The divine armament trembled, screaming under the boundless mana. Kano's mana, honed over years of fundamental training, ranked among the highest of adepts. That mana converged into a single point. Power gathered. The surrounding divine might took form, coiling around the spear. And he waited, in a time where a second felt like an hour. In the distorted world, at the heart of the dragon's killing intent, Kano readied his cross spear. The moment came abruptly. A shattering sound, the white blessing protecting Kano broke. The distortion wall regained freedom, moving again, closing to crush him. And Kano thrust his spear, as he had millions, billions of times, in a mana-enhanced, accelerated mind. If he didn't pierce, he'd die, a life-or-death moment. The spear's white blade and the distortion closed the distance. Collision, spear and distortion, both clashed to destroy the other. The result, stalemate, neither yielded. Kano's spear couldn't tear through the distortion. The distortion couldn't repel the spear. Perfect equilibrium, a moment's stagnation. No one could predict which way the balance would tip. Kano, gripping the spear and the dragon's love closing in. White lightning burst from the impact. Kano narrowed his eyes slightly. In that fleeting moment, Kano saw his past like a revolving lantern. Kano, standing alone, from childhood to adulthood, always alone, no one there, always alone Kano. Isolated with no one beside him. Perhaps the cross spear showed him this, because that white was proof of Kano's emptiness. He'd only wanted to fill the void, so he'd worked hard, became an adept, yet the spear never gained color. Kano still didn't understand. Understood nothing. He didn't understand love, didn't understand Telnarika, didn't even understand his own emotions. He still grasped nothing. Yes, nothing, not a single thing. So Kano was always, always alone. Lord Kano, did you know? Ah, but then, a voice, a memory from some time. A golden-haired girl sitting beside him. On the windy watchtower, the girl beside him smiled, holding her golden hair against the wind, narrowing her eyes happily. Even in strong winds, it's warm when you're close. In memory, the girl whispered, and touched Kano. He remembered the warmth, so. I see. Because Kano knew that warmth. Gold etched onto the pure white spear. Gold ran through the spear. Ornaments formed, adorning the white. With it, the spear expanded. Light filled the cross spear's center. The radiance overflowed, the divine armament reclaiming a fraction of its true power. Crack. The long statement finally shifted. Gold mixed with the white lightning surging around. The spear bit into the distortion, breaking it. Its power grew with each instant. But the dragon's love didn't change, because the dragon was dead. The dead had no future. Nothing changed. Couldn't change. Thus, the cracks multiplied, spreading radially, deepening, and then. The distortion shattered. A breaking sound echoed through the sky, fragments falling to the ground. As if mirroring the name of that unique magic. The dragon's love fell to where its other half had gone. Kano was alive. Kano had defeated the dragon. Section. Telnarika gazed at the sun through the window, watching it sink toward the horizon, the approaching deadline drawing near. It was almost time. In less than half an hour, the envoy would come to her room. And then, Telnarika would. She pressed her trembling hand with the other. She was scared, terrified, her heart pounded, her breath catching as if it might stop. But, Lord Kano. Telnarika thought of one man, her first love. His profile, his back, thinking of him, her trembling ceased. All that remained in her chest was a warm emotion. Yes, Lord Kano, I wonder if he's decided which mansion to buy. Writing that emotion, she recalled a few days ago, peering at a catalog with Kano. The memory of them discussing which one was best, which one suited him, a joyful memory. I hope he buys a nice mansion. Telnarika thought so, and if possible, she hoped he'd cherish it. The first mansion Kano, who had no home yet, would buy. A mansion bought with the gold earned from Smenia's job. And with Telnarika's gold. Thinking I'd like him to cherish it as if it were me, maybe that's a bit heavy, Huss. Telnarika laughed, self-mocking, but it was undeniably her true feelings. No matter the form, Telnarika wanted to be by Kano's side. Kano must be back in the capital by now, she thought. She'd wanted to say goodbye one last time, to hold his hand once more, but there hadn't been time for that. To send the gold to Kano today, she had to move here early in the morning. Lord Kano. She called his name, pouring countless, truly countless feelings into it. She remembered. That day, over and over. That day, Telnarika was dying for no reason. Unable to do anything, crouched in despair. Unable to move, in pain, suffering, wanting to cry. Her heart had long since begun to break. She'd wanted to give up, to flee immediately. She couldn't breathe, her eyes went blind. She wanted to abandon everything, to beg someone to save only her. But Telnarika couldn't do that, because doing so would make her father's, mother's, and brother's deaths meaningless. Her father, strong, warm, always thinking of the people. Her mother, beautiful, gentle, admired by the people. Her brother, talented, bright, beloved by the people. They had died, leaving Telnarika alone. Only Telnarika could carry on their will. She wanted to protect the people, the city her family loved, so she struggled. Desperately struggled, shouted, kept moving forward. Endured the pain, kept walking. Determined to be strong, she gritted her teeth and raised her head. But she could do nothing. Powerless, Telnarika was dying on those stairs. There was helplessness, regret, despair, and above all, she was sad. The inability to give meaning to her beloved family's deaths was unbearably sad. Unable to even move her mouth, Telnarika kept apologizing in her heart. To her father, to her mother, to her brother. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She could only apologize. It was all she could do, hating herself for it. Telnarika was supposed to die like that. She should have. This is bad, a fatal disease. Someone found her. Someone saved Telnarika, saved the city. Gave meaning to her family's deaths. That was enough for Telnarika. Because that day, Kano lifted her up, because his arms were warm. Truly, that was enough. Telnarika felt it was fine, no matter what happened to her next. So, Telnarika watched the sun sink toward the horizon, the sun slowly disappearing. But then, a shadow appeared. At first it seemed just a black dot. Crash, a sound rang out. The shadow broke through the window beside Telnarika's, entering the room. Shattered glass danced in the air, glinting in the last rays of the sun. In the twilight's glow, the shadow raised its face. Lord Kano. Section. Kano steadied his ragged breathing, raising his face. It had been a long journey, over 1,000 kilometers. Normally simple, but after the battle with the dragon, it wasn't easy. His stamina and mana were depleted. It was a close call. Panicked by the setting sun, he forced his fatigued legs to move. His mana was drained, yet he scraped together what he could. Telnarika. Kano called her name, took a step closer. He saw the girl, she was truly there. Telnarika. Lord Kano. Telnarika wore a white garment like a smock, no trace of healing magic. It hadn't started yet. He took another step, looking her over. Thank goodness. He'd made it in time. Telnarika was still unharmed. Lord Kano, why? Telnarika murmured, questioning him. Kano didn't know what her question meant. Why was he here? How did he know where she was, or some other why? Kano didn't understand Telnarika. Even now, he didn't understand. Even after risking his life fighting the dragon, overcoming it, he still didn't understand. And so, all Kano could do was speak his own feelings. Telnarika, please stop. I don't need the money, so please stop. Telnarika's eyes widened at Kano's words. Then her face turned sad, and she murmured, But Lord Kano, if I don't, I can't repay you anything. I owe you so much. A debt I can't fully repay, that's why I. Telnarika's words, earnest, almost tearful. But Kano couldn't accept that. No, that's not it. That's not how it is. Lord Kano. Kano, who'd barely spoken properly his whole life, desperately moved his mouth. The long-sealed mouth felt heavy, and he barely knew what he was saying. Still, he forced the words out. What he felt. Yes, what Kano wanted wasn't money. I like the watchtower. Sitting with you, drinking tea. I liked that time. He'd finally realized it. He saw it in the white lightning. It wasn't often, maybe only a handful of times. But Kano had come to love that moment. It was warm. He'd learned it for the first time. Even with strong winds, they could be close. Yes, that was what Kano wanted. The only thing he wanted. It had always been so. Aiming to be an adept. Striving desperately for 25 years. Nearly dying countless times. What Kano had first dreamed of. Just having you there was enough. Lord Kano-os. That was the dream he'd had since Japan. To have someone by his side. To hold their hand. So please. Yes. If you're okay with it, if you'd say. He hated being lonely. Hated being alone. So Kano kept talking desperately. Panicking, losing track of his words. Even so. By my side. Yes. Kano's hand was enveloped by something warm. Telnarika's palm, her small palm. If that's what you wish. Her warm hands wrapped around Kano's. Kano, who'd been looking down, raised his face. Before him, Telnarika, tears streaming down, yet smiling. This body, like a holy flower blooming for you. Those words, a continuation of before. A precious promise, one that would continue forever. Even if the forest darkens countless times, I shall bloom by your side eternally. The twilight room was dim, but Telnarika's tearful eyes glinted faintly. Kano was captivated by that shine, his cheeks softening slightly. Telnerica narrowed her eyes. And that was it. The moment this turmoil found its resolution. Epilogue. The morning after the chaos at the alchemy workshop, Kano found himself in a quiet room at the capital's academy, a brief stopover on his journey from the workshop town to Smenia. He was preparing to transfer when his instructor's voice cut through the stillness. "Hey, that was quite something, wasn't it, Kano?" "Instructor." The instructor's tone carried a hint of apology as she scratched her cheek. "Facing a calamity on your first job, talk about bad luck, huh?" Kano shook his head. "That's not true." "Please don't say that," Kano thought. True, he'd been attacked while following the instructor's orders to hurry, but he held no grudge. If anything, he was grateful. The instructor's advice had ensured he arrived in time, even preparing a magical tool to aid him. Without that, Kano knew he wouldn't have made it. And honestly, calamity or not, it felt like danger would have found him eventually. So he brushed off the apology, trying to convey his gratitude instead. "I see. All right, I won't say it again." The instructor's expression softened. "Instead, congratulations on defeating the calamity. You've grown strong." Kano froze, the weight of those words sinking in. "As your master, I'm proud of you," the instructor added, her voice warm. "You did well." Those words, "I'm proud of you," were the highest praise his master ever gave. The instructor, who'd lured Kano with honeyed promises only to subject him to grueling training, was both the strictest and kindest master. Relentless, merciless, pushing Kano to his limits time and again, yet never abandoning the talentless boy. Kano's current self owed everything to him. The warmth in his chest grew, and Kano managed to quiet, "Thank you very much," turning away to hide his embarrassment. The instructor's gentle smile filled the room with a calm air until his expression shifted. "By the way, though," her grin turned sly, and she nudged Kano's side. "What's going on with that girl, Princess Telnerica?" "Huh?" Kano blinked, caught off guard. "Didn't something happen between you two?" The instructor teased, her smirk widening. "You even gave up the reward, didn't you? 1,000 gold coins. That's a fortune. Was that okay?" Kano's face heated up. He'd been genuinely touched moments ago, and now this. Come on, was the dream worth it? The dream? The instructor knew it well. Kano's wish to build a slave harem with a love potion, the goal he'd chased for 25 years through blood and sweat. Unable to trust others, always shrouded in doubt, Kano had believed that was the only way he could connect with anyone. But, "That my dreams," Kano hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper. More than my dream?" He stopped himself, clamping his mouth shut. "What?" The instructor looked dissatisfied, but Kano turned away, ignoring the prodding. Why didn't he answer? "Because. It's too embarrassing to say, isn't it?" "Huh, Lord Kano, did you say something?" Telnerica's voice broke his thoughts, her curious eyes peeking up at him with a slight smile. "Oh no. It's nothing," Kano muttered, scratching his cheek to dodge her gaze. Telnerica giggled, and a shiver ran down Kano's spine as they walked together. They were climbing a green-covered slope in Smenia, a path leading to a hilltop. After parting with the instructor and arriving from the capital, Kano had reunited with the maids and the knight commander, who thanked him warmly and gifted him a bottle of wine. Now, he and Telnerica were heading toward the hill's crest. The two walked side by side, their steps quiet but comfortable, the well-maintained path surrounded by lush greenery. Few words passed between them, yet the silence felt natural. This place, unlike the worn streets below, held a special significance in Smenia. "Father, mother, brother," Telnerica murmured as rows of pristine white gravestones came into view at the hilltop. "Smenia's cemetery. I want to report to my parents and brother." Telnerica had said that morning at the inn in the alchemy workshop town, her tone apologetic. After their 45-day mission, she longed to visit her family as their daughter and sister. To honor her wish, Kano accompanied her to the hilltop. Among the gravestones, 3 stood apart, elevated and engraved with the white-winged cross of the gods, their names, and Smenia, the town they'd protected. Telnerica gazed at them in silence, a single tear tracing her cheek. She knelt before the stones, hands clasped, and Kano followed suit. The breeze flowed freely in this beautiful, elevated place, and they offered their prayers. Unsure of what to say, Kano simply expressed his gratitude for Telnarika in his heart. "Thank you, I'm okay now," Telnarika said softly, her eyes red but her smile genuine. "I see," Kano replied, meeting her gaze. "But really, was it okay?" Telnarika's voice was hesitant as they descended the hill. "The money, the 1,000 gold coins. Lord Kano, you said you didn't need it, but..." Kano blinked, her words echoing the instructor's earlier question. "She's asking the same thing." Telnarika's eyes, serious and apologetic, made him pause and think. "Well then, instead of the money, how about brewing some tea?" he suggested. "Huh. I'd prefer that." Kano's voice was steady. More than gold coins, more than a fleeting dream of a slave harem, he wanted something simpler. "I like drinking tea with you." He didn't understand everything. Doubt still lingered, a habit carved from decades of solitude. But in that twilight room, he and Telnarika had made a promise to stay by each other's side. That was enough. Even if he didn't fully grasp his feelings, even if doubt crept in, Kano cherished the tea they shared. "Yeah, I definitely prefer the tea," he repeated, his tone firm. Telnarika blinked, her cheeks flushing faintly, and her smile softened with relief. "Yes, then I'll brew it with extra care." Great." As they walked toward the castle, Telnarika mentioned preparing tea and snacks, asking what Kano wanted. After a moment's thought, he said egg sandwiches. She laughed, her voice bright. "Oh, I love those too." They reached the castle, prepared their meal, and climbed the watchtower's steep stairs, chatting about small things, their steps in sync. "Ah," Telnarika stumbled slightly, her balance faltering. Kano's hand shot out, steadying her. She giggled, her hand lingering in his. They continued upward, reaching the small, plain watchtower summit. The breeze was strong, but it wasn't cold. Why? Because they stood side by side, their hands still clasped. Afterward, this is a tale of Kano, a reincarnator and his growth. Starting with nothing, he matures through his bonds with Telnarika, the instructor, and the divine heroines. His steps are slow, his struggles real, but I hope to write a story of him moving forward, one step at a time. I'd be grateful if you'd follow Kano's journey. Thank you for reading. End of Volume 1.